He stared at the floor. Well, I don't know about that. Come on. Your girlfriend thinks you're handsome, bet. Little cringy here. Worms starting to move. Well, Don't you have a girlfriend? Stephen asked, You got that water? Jody pointed to the box of Poland Spring. Stephen opened 2 bottles and began washing his hands. Normally, he hated people watching him do this. When people watched him wash, he kept being cringy and the worms never went away. But for some reason, he didn't mind Jody watching. No girlfriend, huh? Not right now, Stephen explained carefully. It's not like I'm a homo or anything, if you were wondering. I wasn't. I don't believe in that cult. Now, I don't think my stepfather was right, that AIDS is God's way of getting rid of homosexual people, because if that's what God wanted to do, he'd be smart and just get rid of them. The faggots, I mean. Not make there be a risk that normal people might get sick, too. That makes sense, Jody said from his hazy plateau. I don't have one either, a girlfriend. He laughed bitterly. Well, how could I, right? What have I got? I'm not good-looking like you. I don't have any money. I'm just a fucking junkie is all. Stephen felt his face burn hot, and he washed harder. Scrub that skin, yes, yes, yes. Worms, worms, go away. Looking at his hands, Stephen continued. The fact is, I've been in a situation lately where I haven't been as interested in women as most men are. But it's just a temporary condition. Temporary, Jody repeated, eyes watching the bar of soap as if it were a prisoner trying to escape. Temporary, owing to my necessary vigilance. In my work, I mean. Sure, your vigilance. Scrub, scrub, the soap lathered like thunderheads. Have you ever killed a faggot? Jody asked, curious. I don't know. I'll tell you, I've never killed anybody because he's a homosexual. That would make no sense. Stephen's hands tingled and buzzed. He scrubbed harder, not looking at Jody. He suddenly felt swollen with an odd feeling of talking to someone who might just understand him. See, I don't kill people just to kill them. Okay, Jody said. But what if some drunk came up to you on the street and pushed you around and called you, I don't know, a motherfucking faggot? You'd kill him, right? To say you could get away with it. But, well, a faggot wouldn't want to have sex with his mother now, would he? Jody blinked, then laughed. That's pretty good. Did I just make a joke? Stephen wondered. He smiled, pleased that Jody'd been impressed. Jody continued, Okay, let's say he just called you a motherfucker. Of course I wouldn't kill him. And I'll tell you this, too. If you're talking about faggots, let's talk about Negroes and Jewish people, too. I wouldn't kill a Negro unless I'd been hired to kill somebody who happened to be a Negro. There are probably reasons why Negroes shouldn't live, or at least shouldn't live here in this country. My stepfather had a lot of reasons for that. I'm pretty much in accord with him. He felt the same about Jewish people, but there I disagree. Jewish people make very good soldiers. I respect them. He continued. See, killing's a business, that's all it is. Look at Kent State. I was just a kid then, but my stepfather told me about it. You know Kent State? Those students got shot by the National Guard? Sure, I know. Now, come on. Nobody really cared that those students died, right? But to me it was stupid shooting them. Because what purpose did it serve? None. If you wanted to stop the movement, or whatever it was, you should have targeted the leaders and taken them out. It would have been so easy. Infiltrate, evaluate, delegate, isolate, eliminate. That's how you kill people? You infiltrate the area, evaluate the difficulty of the kill and the defenses. You delegate the job of diverting everyone's attention from the victim. Make it look like you're coming at them from one way, but it turns out that it's just a delivery boy or shoeshine boy or something. And meanwhile, you've come up behind the victim. Then you isolate him and eliminate him. Jody sipped his orange juice. There were dozens of empty orange juice cans piled in the corner. It seemed to be all he lived on. "You know," he said, wiping his mouth on his sleeve, "you think professional killers would be crazy, but you don't seem crazy." "I don't think I'm crazy," Stephen said, matter-of-factly. "The people you kill, are they bad? Like crooks and mafia people and things?" "Well, they've done something bad to people who pay me to kill them." "Which means they're bad?" "Sure." Jody laughed dopily, eyelids half closed. "Well, some people would say that's not exactly how you figure out what's good or bad." "Okay, what is good and bad?" Stephen responded. "I don't do anything different than God does. Good people die and bad people die in a train wreck, and nobody gets on God's case because of it. Some professional killers call their victims targets or subjects. One guy I heard about calls them corpses, even before he kills them. Like, the corpse is leaving his car, I'm targeting him. It's easier for him to think of the victims that way, I guess. Me, I don't care. I call them what they are. Who I'm after now are the wife and the friend. I already killed the husband. That's how I think of them. They're people I kill, is all. No big deal." Jody considered what he'd heard and said, "You know something? I don't think you're evil. You know why?" "Why's that?" "Because evil is something that looks innocent but turns out to be bad. The thing about you is you're exactly what you are. I think that's good." Stephen flicked his scrubbed fingernails with a click. He felt himself blushing again. Finally, he asked, "I scare you, don't I?" "No," Jody said. "I wouldn't want to have you against me. No, sir, I wouldn't want that. But I feel like we're friends. I don't think you'd hurt me." "No," Stephen said. "We're partners." "You talked about your stepfather. He's still alive?" "No, he died." "I'm sorry. When you mentioned him, I was thinking about my father. He's dead, too. He said the thing he respected most in the world was craftsmanship. He liked watching a talented man do what he did best. That's kind of like you." "Craftsmanship," Stephen repeated, feeling swollen with inexplicable feelings. He watched Jody hide the cash in a slit in his filthy mattress. "What are you going to do with the money?" Jody sat up and looked at Stephen with dumb but earnest eyes. "Can I show you something?" The drugs made his voice slurred. "Sure." He lifted a book out of his pocket. The title was Dependent No More. "I stole it from this bookstore on St. Mark's Place. It's for people who don't want to be, alcoholics or drug addicts anymore. It's pretty good. It mentions these clinics you can go to. I found this place in New Jersey. You go in there and you spend a month, a whole month, but you come out and you're clean. They say it really works." "That's good of you," Stephen said. "I approve of that." "Yeah, well..." Jody curled up his face. "It costs $14,000. "No shit." "For 1 month, can you believe that?" "Somebody's making some bucks there." Stephen made $150,000 for a hit, but he didn't share this information with Jody, his newfound friend and partner. Jody sighed, wiped his eyes. The drugs had made him weepy, it seemed, like Stephen's stepfather when he drank. "My whole life's been so messed up," he said. "I went to college. Oh, yeah. Didn't do too bad, either. I taught for a while, worked for a company. Then I lost my job. Everything went bad. Lost my apartment. I'd always had a pill problem. Started stealing. Oh, hell." Stephen sat down next to him. "You'll get your money and go into that clinic there. Get your life turned around." Jody smiled blearily at him. "My father had this thing," he said, "when there was something you had to do that was hard, he said, don't think about the hard part as a problem. Just think about it as a factor, like something to consider. He'd look me in the eye and say, it's not a problem, it's just a factor. I keep trying to remember that." Not a problem, just a factor, Stephen repeated. I like that. Stephen put his hand on Jody's leg to prove that he really did like it. Soldier, what the fuck are you doing? Sir, busy at the moment, sir. We'll report in later. Soldier, later, sir. Here's to you, Jody said. No, to you, Stephen said. And they toasted spring water and orange juice to their strange alliance. Chapter 22. Hour 24 of 45. A labyrinth. The New York City subway system extends for over 250 miles and incorporates more than a dozen separate tunnels that crisscross 4 of the 5 boroughs. Staten Island only being excluded, though the islanders, of course, have a famous ferry of their very own. A satellite could find a sailboat adrift in the North Atlantic quicker than Lincoln Rhymes' team could locate 2 men hiding in the New York subway. The criminalists, Solito, Sachs, and Cooper, were poring over a map of the system taped inelegantly to Lincoln Rhymes' wall. Rhymes' eyes scanned the different colored lines representing the various routes, blue for 8th Avenue, green for Lex, red for Broadway. Rhyme had a special relationship with the cantankerous system. It was in the pit of a subway construction site that an oak beam had split and crushed Rhyme's spine. Just as he'd said, "Ah," and leaned forward to lift a fiver, golden as an angel's hair, from the body of a murder victim. Yet even before the accident, subways played an important role in NYPD forensics. Rhyme studied them diligently when he was running IRD. Because they covered so much terrain and incorporated so many different kinds of building materials over the years, you could often link a perp to a particular subway line, if not his neighborhood and station, on the basis of good trace evidence alone. Rhyme had collected subway exemplars for years, some of the samples dating to the prior century. It had been in the 1860s that Alfred Beach, the publisher of the New York Sun and Scientific American, decided to adapt his idea of transmitting mail via small pneumatic tubes to moving people in large ones. Rhyme now ordered his computer to dial a number, and in a few moments was connected with Sam Huddleston, chief of the Transit Authority Police. Like the housing police, they were regular New York City cops, no different from NYPD, merely assigned to the transportation system. Huddleston knew Rhyme from the old days, and the criminalist could hear in the silence after he identified himself some fast mental tap dancing. Huddleston, like many of Rhyme's former colleagues, didn't know that Rhyme had returned from the near dead. "Should we power off any of the lines?" Huddleston asked after Rhyme briefed him about the dancer and his partner. "Do a field search?" Solito heard the question on the speakerphone and shook his head. Rhyme agreed. "No, we don't want to tip our hand. Anyway, I think he's in an abandoned area." "There aren't many empty stations," Huddleston said, "but there are 100 deserted spurs and yards, work areas." "Say, Lincoln, how are you doing?" "Fine, Sam, I'm fine," Rhyme said briskly, deflecting the question as he always did. Then added, "We were talking. We think they're probably going to stick to foot, stay off the trains themselves. So we're guessing they're in Manhattan. We've got a map here, and we're going to need your help in narrowing it down some." "Whatever I can do," the chief said. Rhyme couldn't remember what he looked like. From his voice he sounded fit and athletic, but then Rhyme supposed he himself might seem like an Olympian to someone who couldn't see his destroyed body. Rhyme now considered the rest of the evidence that Sachs had found in the building next to the safe house, the evidence left by the dancer's partner. He said to Huddleston, "The dirt has a high moisture content and is loaded with feldspar and quartz sand." "I remember you always like your dirt, Lincoln." "Useful soil is," he said, then continued. "Very little rock and none of it blasted or chipped. No limestone or Manhattan mica schist. So we're looking at downtown, and from the amount of old wood particles, probably closer to Canal Street." North of 27th Street, the bedrock lies close to the surface of Manhattan. South of that, the ground is dirt, sand, and clay, and it's very damp. When the sandhogs were digging the subways years ago, the soupy ground around Canal Street would flood the shaft. Twice a day, all work had to cease while the tunnel was pumped out and the walls shored up with timber, which over the years had rotted away into the soil. Huddleston wasn't optimistic. Although Rhymes' information limited the geographic area, he explained, there were dozens of connecting tunnels, transfer platforms, and portions of stations themselves that had been closed off over the years. Some of them were as sealed and forgotten as Egyptian tombs. Years after Alfred Beach died, workmen building another subway line broke through a wall and discovered his original tunnel, long abandoned, with its opulent waiting room, which had included murals, a grand piano, and a goldfish tank. "Any chance he's just sleeping in active stations or between stations in a cutout?" Huddleston asked. Solito shook his head. "Not his profile. He's a druggie. He'd be worried about his stash." Rhyme then told Huddleston about the turquoise mosaic. "Impossible to say where that came from, Lincoln. We've done so much work retiling, there's tile, dust, and grout everywhere. Who knows where he could have picked it up?" "So give me a number, Chief," Rhyme said. "How many spots we looking at?" "I'd guess 20 locations," Huddleston's athletic voice said. "Maybe a few less." "Ouch," Rhyme muttered. "Well, fax us a list of the most likely ones." "Sure. When do you need it?" But before Rhyme could answer, Huddleston said, "Never mind. I remember you from the old days, Lincoln. You want it yesterday." "Last week," Rhyme joked, impatient the Chief was bantering and not writing. 5 minutes later, the fax machine buzzed. Tom set the piece of paper in front of Rhyme. It listed 15 locations in the subway system. "Okay, Sax, get going." She nodded as Solito called Howman to have the S&S teams get started. Rhyme added emphatically, "Amelia, you stay in the rear now, okay? Your crime scene, remember? Only crime scene." On a curb in downtown Manhattan sat Leon the Shill. Beside him was the Bear Man, so named because he wheeled around a shopping cart filled with dozens of stuffed animals, supposedly for sale, though only the most psychotic of parents would buy one of the tattered, licey little toys for their child. Leon and the Bear Man lived together, that is, they shared an alley near Chinatown, and survived on bottle deposits and handouts and a little harmless petty larceny. "He's dying, man," Leon said. "No, bad dream's what it is," Bear Man responded, rocking his shopping cart as if trying to put the bears to sleep. "Ought to spend a dime. Get an ambulance here." Leon and the Bear Man were looking across the street, into an alley. There lay another homeless man, black and sick-looking, with a twitchy and mean, though currently unconscious, face. His clothes were in tatters. "Ought to call somebody." "Let's take a look." They crossed the street, skittish as mice. The man was skinny, AIDS probably, which told them he probably used smack, and filthy. Even Leon and Bear Man bathed occasionally in the Washington Square Park fountain or the lagoon in Central Park, despite the turtles. He wore ragged jeans, Kate socks, no shoes, and a torn, filthy jacket that said Cats, the Musical, on it. They stared at him for a moment. When Leon tentatively touched Katz's leg, the man jerked awake and sat up, freezing them with a weird glare. "The fuck are you? The fuck are you?" "Hey, man, you okay?" They backed away a few feet. Katz shivered, clutched his abdomen. He coughed long, and Leon whispered, "Looks too fucking mean to be sick, you know." "He's scary. Let's go." Bear Man wanted to get back to his A&P baby carriage. "I need help," Katz muttered. "I hurt, man." "There's a clinic over on—" "Can't go no clinic," Katz snapped, as if they'd insulted him. So he had a record, and on the street refusing to go to a clinic when you were sick meant you had a serious record. Felony warrants outstanding. Yeah, this mutt was trouble. I need medicine. You got some? I pay you. I got money. Which they normally wouldn't have believed, except that Katz was a can picker. And fucking good at it, they could see. Beside him was a huge bag of soda and beer cans he'd culled from the trash. Leon eyed it enviously. Must have taken 2 days to get that many. Worth $30, $40. We don't got nothing. We don't do that. Stuff, I mean. Pills, he means. You want a bottle? T-Bird. I got some nice T-Bird. Yes, sir. Trade you a bottle for them cans. Katz struggled up on one arm. I don't want no fucking bottle. I got beat up. Some kids, they beat me up. They busted something in me. It don't feel right. I need medicine. Not crack or smack or fucking T-Bird. I need something to stop me hurting. I need pills. He climbed to his feet and teetered, swaying toward Bearman. Nothing, man. We don't got nothing. I'm asking you a last time. You gonna give me something? He groaned and held his side. They knew how crazy strong some crackheads were. And this guy was big. He could easily break both of them in half. Leon whispered to Bearman, That guy, the other day? Bearman was nodding avidly, though it was a fear reflex. He didn't know who the hell Leon was talking about. Leon continued, There's this guy, okay, was trying to sell us some shit yesterday. Pills. Pleased as could be. Yeah, pleased as could be, Bearman said quickly, as if confirming the story might calm Katz down. Didn't care who saw him. Just selling pills. No crack, no smack, no Jane, but uppers, downers, you name it. Yeah, you name it. I got money. Katz fumbled in his filthy pocket and pulled out 2 or 3 crumpled 20s. See? So where this motherfucker be? Over near City Hall. Old subway station. I'm sick, man. I got beat up. Why, somebody beat me up. What'd I do? I was picking some cans is all, and look what happened. Fuck. What's his name? I don't know, Bearman said quickly, squiggling up his forehead as if he were thinking fiercely. No, wait, he said something. I don't remember. You remember, he was looking at your bears. And he said something. Yeah, said his name was Joe or something. Maybe Jody. Yeah, that was it, I'm sure. Jody, Katz repeated, then wiped his forehead. I'ma see him. Man, I need something. I'm sick, man. Fuck you, I'm sick. Fuck you, too. When Katz had staggered off, moaning and muttering to himself, dragging his bag of cans behind him, Leon and Bearman returned to the curb and sat down. Leon cracked a voodoo ale, and they started drinking. Shouldn't have done that to that fella, he said. Who? Joe, or whatever his name was? You want that motherfucker around here? Bearman asked. He's dangerous. He scare me. You want him to hang around here? Of course I don't, but man, you know. Yeah, but you know, man. Yeah, I know. Give me the bottle. Chapter 23. Hour 25 of 45. Sitting next to Jody on the mattress, Stephen was listening through the tape box to the Hudson Air phone line. He was listening to Ron's phone. Talbot was his last name, Stephen had learned. He wasn't exactly sure what Ron's job was, but he seemed to be an executive with the charter company, and Stephen believed he'd get the most information about the wife and friend by listening to this line. He heard the man arguing with someone from the distributor who handled parts for Garrett turbines. Because it was Sunday, they were having trouble getting the final items for repairs, a fire extinguisher cartridge and something called the annular. You promised it by 3, Ron grumbled. I want it by 3. After some bargaining and bitching, the company agreed to fly the parts into their Connecticut office from Boston. They'd be trucked to the Hudson Air office and arrive by 3 or 4. They hung up. Stephen listened for a few minutes longer, but there were no other calls. He clicked the phone off, frustrated. He didn't have a clue as to where the wife and friend were. Still in the safe house? Had they been moved? What was wormy Lincoln thinking now? How clever was he? And who was he? Stephen tried to picture him, tried to picture him as a target through the Redfield telescope. He couldn't. All he saw was a mass of worms and a face looking at him calmly through a greasy window. He realized that Jody had said something to him. "What?" "What did he do, your stepfather?" "Just odd jobs, mostly. Hunted and fished a lot. He was a hero in Vietnam. He went behind enemy lines and killed 54 people. Politicians and people like that, not just soldiers." "He taught you all this about what you do?" The drugs had worn off, and Jody's green eyes were brighter now. "I got most of my practice in Africa and South America, but he started me. I called him WGS, the world's greatest soldier." He laughed at that. At ages 8 and 9 and 10, Stephen would walk behind Lou as they trooped through the hills of West Virginia, hot drops of sweat falling down their noses and into the crooks of their index fingers, which curled around the rid triggers of their Winchesters or Rugers. They'd lie in the grass for hours and be quiet, be still. The sweat glistened on Lou's scalp just below the bristly crew cut, both eyes open as they sighted on their targets. "Don't you squint that left eye, soldier." "Never, sir." Squirrel turkeys, deer in season or out, bear when they could find them, dogs on slow days. "Make 'em dead, soldier. Watch me." Carack! The thud against the shoulder, the bewildered eyes of an animal dying. Or on steaming August Sundays, they'd slip the CO2 cartridges into their paintball guns and strip down to their shorts, stalking each other and raising molehills of welts on their chests and thighs with the marble-sized balls that hissed through the air at 300 feet per second. Young Stephen struggling to keep from crying at the awful sting. The paintballs came in every color, but Lou insisted on loading with red, like blood. And at night, sitting in front of a fire in the backyard as the smoke curled toward the sky and into the open window where his mother stood cleaning the supper dishes with a toothbrush, the taut little man, Stephen at 15 was as tall as Lou, would sip from the newly opened bottle of Jack Daniels and talk and talk and talk, whether Stephen was listening or not, as they watched the sparks fly into the sky like orange lightning bugs. "Tomorrow, I want you to bring down a deer with just a knife." "Well, can you do that, soldier?" "Yes, sir, I can." "Now, look here." He'd take another sip. "Where do you think the neck vein is?" Don't be afraid to say you don't know. A good soldier admits his ignorance. But then he does something to correct it." "I don't know where the vein is, sir." "I'll show it on you. It's right here. Feel that? Right there. Feel it?" "Yes, sir, I feel it." "Now, what you do is you find a family, doe and calves. You come up close. That's the hard part, getting up close. To kill the doe, you endanger the calf. You move for her baby. You threaten the calf, and then the mother won't run off. She'll come after you, then swick, cut through her neck. Not sideways, but at an angle, okay? A V shape. You feel that? Good, good. Hey, boy, aren't we having a high old time?" Then Lou would go inside to inspect the plates and bowls and make sure they were lined up on the checkered tablecloth, 4 squares from the edge, and sometimes when they were only 3½ squares from the edge, or there was still a dot of grease on the rim of a melamine plate, Stephen would listen to the slaps and the whimpers from inside the house as he lay on his back beside the fire and watched the sparks fly toward the dead moon. "You've got to be good at something," the man would say later, his wife in bed and he outside again with his bottle. "Otherwise there's no point in being alive." Craftsmanship. He was talking about craftsmanship. Jody now asked, "How come you couldn't be in the Marines? You never told me." "Well, it was stupid," Stephen said, then paused and added, "I got into some trouble when I was a kid. Did you ever do that?" "Get into trouble? Not much. I was scared to. I didn't want to upset my mother stealing and shit." "What'd you do?" "Something that wasn't real bright. There was this man lived up the road in our town. He was, a bully. I saw him twisting this woman's arm. She was sick, and what was he doing hurting her? So I went up to him and said if he didn't stop, I'd kill him. You said that? Oh, and another thing my stepfather taught me. You don't threaten. You either kill someone or let them be, but you don't threaten. Well, he kept on hassling this woman, and I had to teach him a lesson. I started hitting him. It got out of hand. I grabbed a rock and hit him. I wasn't thinking. I did a couple years for manslaughter. I was just a kid, 15, but it was a criminal record, and that was enough to keep me out of the Marines. I thought I read somewhere that even if you've got a record, you can go into the service, if you go to some special boot camp. I guess maybe because it was manslaughter. Jody's hand pressed Stephen's shoulder. That's not fair, not one bit fair. I didn't think so. I'm real sorry, Jody said. Stephen, who never had any trouble looking any man in the eye, glanced at Jody once, then down immediately. And from somewhere, totally weird, this image came to mind. Jody and Stephen living together in the cabin, going hunting and fishing, cooking dinner over a campfire. What happened to him, your stepfather? Died in an accident. He was hunting and fell off a cliff. Jody said, sounds like it was probably the way he'd have wanted to go. After a moment, Stephen said, maybe it was. He felt Jody's leg brush his. Another electric jolt. Stephen stood quickly and looked out the window again. A police car cruised past, but the cops inside were drinking soda and talking. The street was deserted except for a clutch of homeless men, 4 or 5 whites and 1 Negro. Stephen squinted. The Negro, lugging a big garbage bag full of soda and beer cans, was arguing, looking around, gesturing, offering the bag to one of the white guys who kept shaking his head. He had a crazy look in his eyes, and the whites were scared. Stephen watched them argue for a few minutes, then he returned to the mattress, sat down next to Jody. Stephen put his hand on Jody's shoulder. I want to talk to you about what we're going to do. Okay, all right. I'm listening, partner. There's somebody out there looking for me. Jody laughed. He said, seems to me after what happened back at that building, there's a bunch of people looking for you. Stephen didn't smile. But there's one person in particular. His name's Lincoln. Jody nodded. That's his first name? Stephen shrugged. I don't know. I've never met anyone like him. Who is he? A worm. Maybe a cop, FBI, a consultant or something. I don't know exactly. Stephen remembered the wife describing him to Ron, the way somebody'd talk about a guru or a ghost. He felt cringy again. He slid his hand down Jody's back. It rested at the base of his spine. The bad feeling went away. This is the second time he stopped me, and he almost got me caught. I'm trying to figure him out, and I can't. What do you have to figure out? What he's going to do next, so I can stay ahead of him. Another squeeze to the spine. Jody didn't seem to mind. He didn't look away either. He wasn't timid anymore. And the look he gave Stephen was odd. Was it a look of, well, he didn't know. Admiration, maybe? Stephen realized that it was the way Sheila had looked at him in Starbucks when he was saying all the right things. Except that with her, he hadn't been Stephen. He was somebody else. Somebody who didn't exist. Jody was now looking at him this way even though he knew exactly who Stephen was. That he was a killer. Leaving his hand on the man's back, Stephen said, what I can't figure out is if he's going to move them out of their safe house. The one next to the building where I met you. Move who? The people you're trying to kill? Yeah. He's going to try to outguess me. He's thinking... Stephen's voice faded. Thinking. And what was Lincoln the Worm thinking? Would he move the wife and the friend, guessing I'll try the safe house again? Or would he leave them, thinking I'll wait and try for them at a new location? And even if he thinks I'll try the safe house again, Will he leave them there as bait, trying to sucker me back for another ambush? Will he move 2 decoys to a new safe house and try to make me when I follow them? The thin man said, almost whispering, "You seem, I don't know, shook up or something." I can't see him. I can't see what he's going to do. Everybody else has ever been after me, I can see. I can figure them out. Him, I can't. "What do you want me to do?" Jody asked, swaying against Stephen. Their shoulders brushed. Stephen Cole, craftsman extraordinaire, stepson of a man who never had a moment's hesitation in anything he did, killing deer or inspecting plates cleaned with a toothbrush, was now confounded, staring at the floor, then looking up into Jody's eyes. Hand on the man's back, shoulders touching too. Stephen made up his mind. He bent forward and rummaged through his backpack. He found a black cell phone, looked at it for a moment, then handed it to Jody. "What's this?" the man asked. "A phone, for you to use." "A cell phone? Cool." He examined it as if he'd never seen one, flipped it open, studying all the buttons. Stephen asked, "You know what a spotter is?" "No." "The best snipers don't work alone. They always have a spotter with them. He locates the target and figures out how far away it is, looks for defensive troops, things like that." "You want me to do that for you?" "Yep. See, I think Lincoln's going to move them." "Why, you figure?" Jody asked. "I can't explain it. I just have this feeling." He looked at his watch. "Okay, here's the thing. At 1:30 this afternoon, what I want you to do is walk down the street like a homeless person. You can say bum you want. And watch the safe house. Maybe you could look through trash cans or something." "For bottles. I do that all the time." "You find out what kind of car they get into, then call and tell me. I'll be on the street around the corner in a car waiting, but you'll have to watch out for decoys." An image of the red-haired woman cop came to mind. She could hardly be a decoy for the wife. Too tall, too pretty. He wondered why he disliked her so much. He regretted not judging that shot at her better. "Okay, I can do that. You'll shoot them in the street?" "It depends. I might follow them to the new safe house and do it there. I'll be ready to improvise." Jody studied the phone like a kid at Christmas. "I don't know how it works." Stephen showed him. "You call me on it when you're in position." "In position? That sounds professional." Then Jody looked up from the phone. "You know, after this is over and I go through the rehab thing, why don't we get together sometime? We could have some juice or coffee or something. Huh? You want to do that?" "Sure," Stephen said. "We could." But suddenly a huge pounding shook the door. Spinning around like a dervish, whipping his gun from his pocket, Stephen dropped into two-handed shooting position. "Open the fucking door!" a voice from outside shouted. "Now!" "Quiet," Stephen whispered to Jody, heart racing. "You in there, booger?" the voice persisted. "Jody, where the fuck are you?" Stephen stepped to the boarded-over window and looked out again. The Negro homeless guy from across the street. He wore a tattered jacket that read, "Cats, the Musical." The Negro didn't see him. "Where's the little man?" the Negro said. "I need a little man. I gotta have some pills. Jody Joe, where you be?" Stephen said, "You know him?" Jody looked out, shrugged, and whispered, "I don't know. Maybe. Looks like a lot of people on the street." Stephen studied the man for a long moment, thumbing the plastic grip of his pistol. The homeless man called, "I know you here, man." His voice dissolved into a gargle of disgusting cough. "Jody, Jody, it cost me, man. That's what it cost me. Cost me a fucking week of picking cans is what it cost me. They told me you here. Everybody told me. Jody, Jody." "They'll just go away," Jody said. Stephen said, "Wait. Maybe we can use him." "How?" "Remember what I told you? Delegate. This is good." Stephen was nodding. "He looks scary. They'll focus on him, not you." "You mean take him along with me to that safe house place?" "Yes," Stephen said.
"I need some stuff, man," the Negro moaned. "Come on, I'm fucked up, man. Please, I got the wobblies. You fuck!"
He kicked the door hard.
"Please, man, you in there, Jody? The fuck you at, you booger? Help me."
It sounded like he was crying. "Go on out," Stephen said. "Tell him you'll give him something if he goes along with you. Just have him go through the trash or something across the street from the safe house while you're watching the traffic. It'll be perfect." Jody looked at him. "You mean now? Just go talk to him?" "Yeah, now. Tell him." "You want him to come in?" "No, I don't want him to see me. Just go talk to him." "Well, okay." Jody pried the front door open. "What if he stabs me or something?" "Look at him. He's almost dead. You could beat the crap out of him with one hand." "Looks like he has AIDS." "Go on." "What if he touches—" "Go." Jody took a deep breath, then stepped outside. "Hey, keep it down," he said to the man. "What the hell do you want?" Stephen watched the Negro look over Jody with his crazed eyes.
"Word up, you selling shit, man. I got money. I got $60. I need pills. Look, I'm sick."
"What do you want?"
"What you got, man?"
"Breads, bennies, Dexies, yellow jackets, demis."
"Yeah, demis are good shit, man. I pay you. Fuck, I got money. I'm hurt inside. Got beat up. Where my money?"
He slapped his pocket several times before realizing he was clutching the precious 20s in his left hand. "But," Jody said, "you got to do something for me first."
"Yeah, what I got to do that? You want a blowjob?"
"No," Jody snapped, horrified. "I want you to help me go through some trash."
"Why I got to do that shit?"
"Picking some cans."
"Cans?"
the man roared, scratching his nose compulsively.
"The fuck you need a nickel for? I'll just give away 100 cans, find out where your ass be. Fuck cans. I pay you money, man."
"I give you the demis for free, only you got to help me get some bottles."
"Free?"
The man didn't seem to understand this.
"You mean free like I don't got to pay?"
"Yeah." The Negro looked around as if he was trying to find somebody to explain this. "Wait here," Jody said.
"Where I got to look for bottles?"
"Just wait."
"Where?"
he demanded. Jody stepped back inside. He said to Stephen, "He's going to do it." "Good job." Stephen smiled. Jody grinned back. He started to turn back to the door, but Stephen said, "Hey." The little man paused. Stephen blurted suddenly, "It's good I met you." "I'm glad I met you, too." Jody hesitated for a minute. "Partner?" He stuck his hand out. "Partner," Stephen echoed. He had a fierce urge to take his glove off so he could feel Jody's skin on his. But he didn't. Craftsmanship had to come first. This book is continued on Cassette 6, Side 1. Chapter 24. Hour 25 of 45. The debate was feverish. "I think you're wrong, Lincoln," Lon Solito said. "We gotta move him. He'll hit the safe house again we leave him there." They weren't the only ones considering the dilemma. Prosecutor Reg Eliopoulos hadn't checked in, not yet, but Thomas Perkins, the FBI special agent in charge of the Manhattan office, was here in person, representing the federal side of the debate. Rhyme wished Delray were here, and Sachs, too, though she was with the Joint City Federal Tactical Force searching abandoned subway locations. So far, they hadn't found any trace of the dancer or his compatriot. "I'm being completely proactive in my take on the situation," said Ernest Perkins. "We have other facilities." He was appalled that it had taken the dancer only 8 hours to find out where the witnesses were being held and to get within 5 yards of the disguised fire door of the safe house. "Better facilities," he added quickly. "I think we should expedite immediate transferal. I've gotten a heads-up from high levels, Washington itself. They want the witnesses immunized." Meaning, Rhyme assumed, move 'em and move 'em now. "No," the criminalist said adamantly. "We have to leave them where they are." "Prioritizing the variables," Perkins said, "I think the answer's pretty clear. Move them." But Rhyme said, "He'll come after them wherever they are, a new safe house or the existing one. We know the turf there. We know something about his approach. We've got good ambush coverage." "That's a good point," Solito conceded. "It'll also throw him off his stride." "How so?" Perkins asked. "He's debating right now, too, you know." "He is?" "Oh, you bet," Rhyme said. "He's trying to figure out what we're going to do. If we decide to keep them where they are, he'll do one thing. If we move them, which I think is what he's guessing we'll do, he'll try for a transport hit. And however good security is on the road, it's always worse than fixed premises. No, we have to keep them where they are and be prepared for the next attempt. Anticipate it and be ready to move in. The last time an agent got killed." Rhyme snapped back to the sack. "If Immelman had had a backup, it would have gone different." Perkins of the perfect suit was a self-protecting bureaucrat, but he was reasonable. He nodded his concession. "But am I right?" Rhyme wondered. "What is the dancer thinking? Do I really know? Oh, I can look over a silent bedroom or filthy alleyway and read perfectly the story that turned it into a crime scene. I can see in the Rorschach of blood pasted to carpet and tile how close the victim came to escaping, or how little chance he had, and what kind of death he died. I can look at the dust the killer leaves behind and know immediately where he comes from. I can answer who, I can answer why. But what's the dancer going to do? That I can guess at, but I can't say for certain." A figure appeared in the doorway, one of the officers from the front door. He handed Tom an envelope and stepped back to his guard post. "What's that?" Rhyme eyed it carefully. He wasn't expecting any lab reports, and he was all too conscious of the dancer's predilection for bombs. The package was no more than a sheet of paper thick, however, and was from the FBI. Tom opened it and read. "It's from Pert. They tracked down a sand expert." Rhyme explained to Perkins, "It's not for this case. It's about that agent who disappeared the other night." "Tony?" the SAC asked. "We haven't had a single lead so far." Rhyme glanced at the report. "Substance submitted for analysis is not technically sand. It is coral rubble from reef formations and contains spicules, cross-sections of marine worm tubes, gastropod shells, and foraminifers. Most likely source is the Northern Caribbean, Cuba, the Bahamas." Caribbean. Interesting. Well, he'd have to put the evidence on hold for the time being. After the dancer was bagged and tagged, he and Sachs would get back. His headset crinkled. "Rhyme, you there?" Sachs's voice snapped. "Yes, where are you, Sachs? What do you have?" "We're outside an old subway station near City Hall, all boarded up. S&S says there's somebody inside, at least one, maybe two." "Okay, Sachs," he said, heart racing at the thought they might be close to the dancer. "Report back." Then he looked up at Solito and Perkins. "Looks like we may not have to decide about moving them from the safe house after all." "They found him?" the detective asked. But the criminalist, a scientist foremost, refused to give voice to his hopes. Afraid he might jinx the operation. Well, jinx Sachs, he was thinking. He muttered, "Let's keep our fingers crossed." Silently, the ESU troops surrounded the subway station. This was probably the place where the dancer's new partner lived, Amelia Sachs concluded. S&S had found several locals who'd reported a druggie selling pills out of the place. He was a slightly built man, in line with a size 8 shoe. The station was, almost literally, a hole in the wall, supplanted years ago by the fancier City Hall stop a few blocks away. The 32E team went into position, while S&S began to set up their microphones and infrareds, and other officers cleared the street of traffic and the homeless men sitting on curbs or in doorways. The commander moved Sachs away from the main entrance, out of the line of fire. They gave her the demeaning job of guarding a subway exit that had been barred and padlocked for years. She actually wondered if Rhyme had cut a deal with Howman to keep her safe. Her anger from last night, in abeyance in their search for the dancer, now bubbled up again. Sachs nodded toward the rusty lock. He probably won't be getting out this way, she'd offered brightly. Gotta guard all entrances, the masked ESU officer muttered, missing or ignoring her sarcasm, and returned to his comrades. Rain fell around her, a chill rain, dropping straight down from a dirty gray sky, tapping loudly on the refuse banked in front of the bars. Was the dancer inside? If so, there'd be a firefight. Absolutely. She couldn't imagine he'd give it up without a violent struggle. And it infuriated her that she wouldn't be part of it. You're a slick dick when you've got a rifle and a quarter-mile of protection, she thought to the killer. But tell me, asshole, how are you with a handgun at close range? How'd you like to face me down? On her mantel at home were a dozen trophies of gold-plated shooters aiming pistols. The gilt figures were all men, which for some reason tickled Amelia Sachs immensely. She stepped farther down the stairs to the iron bars, then flattened against the wall. Sachs, the criminalist, examined the squalid spot carefully, smelling garbage, rot, urine, the salty smell of the subway. She examined the bars and the chain and padlock. She peered inside the dim tunnel and could see nothing, hear nothing. Where is he? And what are the cops and agents doing? What's the delay? She heard the answer a moment later in her earphone. They were waiting for backup. Howman had decided to call in another 20 ESU officers and a second 32E team. No, she thought. That was all wrong. All the dancer has to do is take one peek outside and see that not a single car or taxi or pedestrian is going by, and he'll know instantly there's a tactical operation underway. There'll be a bloodbath. Don't they get it? Sachs left the crime scene kit at the foot of the stairs and climbed back to street level. A few doors away was a drugstore. She went inside. She bought 2 large cans of butane and borrowed the storekeeper's awning rod, a 5-foot-long piece of steel. Back at the gated subway exit, Sachs slipped the awning rod through one of the chain links that was partially sawn through and twisted until the chain was taut. She pulled on a Nomex glove and emptied the contents of the butane cans on the metal, watching it grow frosty from the freezing gas. Amelia Sachs hadn't walked a beat along the Deuce, 42nd Street at Times Square, for nothing. She knew enough about breaking and entering to take up a second line of work. When the second can was empty, she gripped the rod in both hands and began to twist. The icy gas had made the metal very brittle. With a soft snap, the link cracked in half. She caught the chain before it fell to the ground and set it quietly in a pile of leaves. The hinges were wet with rainwater, but she spit on them for good measure to keep them from squeaking, and pushed inside, sweeping her Glock from its holster, thinking, I missed you at 300 yards. I won't at 30. Rhyme wouldn't have approved of this, of course, but Rhyme didn't know. She thought momentarily about him, about last night, lying in his bed. But the image of his face vanished quickly. Like driving at 150 miles an hour, her mission now left no time for ruing the disaster of her personal life. She disappeared into the dim corridor, leapt over the ancient wooden turnstile, and started along the platform toward the station. She heard the voices before she got more than 20 feet. I have to leave. Understand? I'm saying? Go away. White, male. Was it the dancer? Heart slamming in her chest. Breathe slow, she told herself. Shooting is breathing. But she hadn't been breathing slow at the airport. She'd been gasping in fear. Yo, what you saying? Another voice, black male. Something about it scared her. Something dangerous. I can get money, I can. I can get a shitload of money.
I got 60, I tell you that. But I can get more. I can get as much as you want. I had me a good job. Fuckers took it away. I knew too much.
The weapon is merely an extension of your arm. Aim yourself, not the weapon. But she hadn't been aiming at all when she'd been at the airport. She'd been on her belly like a scared rabbit, shooting blind, the most pointless and dangerous of practices with a firearm.
You understand me? I changed my mind, okay? Let me... and just leave. I'll give Demi's. You ain't told me where we going. Where this place we gotta look through? You tell me that first. Where? Tell me. You're not going anywhere. I want you to go away.
Sachs started up the stairs slowly, thinking, draw your target, check your background, squeeze 3. Return to cover. Draw, squeeze 3 more if you have to. Cover. Don't get rattled. But she had been rattled at the airport, that terrible bullet snapping past her face. Forget it. Concentrate. Up a few more stairs.
And now you saying I don't get them for free, right? Now you saying I gotta pay, you motherfuck!
Stairs were the worst. Knees her weak spot. Fucking arthritis.
Here's a dozen Demis. Take 'em and go. A dozen? And I ain't gotta pay you?
He brayed a laugh.
A dozen?
Approaching the top of the stairs. She could almost peer into the station itself. She was ready to shoot. He moves any direction more than 6 inches, girl, take him out. Forget the rules. 3 headshots. Pop, pop, pop. Forget the chest. Forget... Suddenly the stairs vanished.
Ugh.
A grunt from deep in her throat as she fell. The step she'd placed her foot on was a trap. The riser had been removed, and the step rested only on 2 shoe boxes. They collapsed under her weight, and the concrete slab pitched downward, sending her backward down the stairs. The Glock flew from her hand, and as she started to shout, 1013, she realized that the cord linking her headset to her Motorola had been yanked out of the radio. Sachs fell with a thud onto the concrete and steel landing. Her head slammed into a pole supporting the handrail. She rolled onto her stomach, stunned. "Oh, great," the white guy's voice muttered from the top of the stairs.
"Who the fuck that?"
the black voice asked. She lifted her head and caught a glimpse of 2 men standing at the top of the stairs, gazing down at her.
"Shit," the black man muttered. "Fuck. What the fuck going on here?"
The white guy snagged a baseball bat and started down the stairs. I'm dead, she thought. I'm dead. The switchblade rested in her pocket. It took every ounce of energy to get her right arm out from underneath her. She rolled onto her back, fishing for the knife, but it was too late. He stepped on her arm, pinning it to the ground, and he gazed down at her. "Oh, man, Rhyme, blew it bad. Wish we'd had a better farewell night. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." She lifted her hands defensively to deflect the blow to her head, glanced for her Glock. It was too far away. With a tendony hand, tough as a bird claw, the man pulled the knife from her pocket. He tossed it away. Then he stood and gripped the club. "Pop," she spoke to her deceased father. "How bad did I blow this one? How many rules did I break?" Recalling that he'd told her all it took to get killed on the street was a 1-second lapse. "Now you're going to tell me what you're doing here," he muttered, swinging the club absently, as if he couldn't decide what to break first. "Who the hell are you?"
"Her name's Miss Amelia Sachs," said the homeless guy, suddenly sounding a lot less homeless.
He stepped off the bottom stair and moved up to the white guy quickly, pulling the bat away.
"And unless I'm most mistaken, she's come here to bust your little ass, my friend. Just like me."
Sachs squinted to see the homeless guy straighten up and turn into Fred Delray. He was pointing a very large Sig Sauer automatic pistol at the astonished man.
"You're a cop?"
he sputtered.
"FBI."
"Shit," he spat out, closing his eyes in disgust.
"This is just my fucking luck."
"Nope," Delray said.
"Luck didn't have a bitsy thing to do with it. Now, I'm going to cuff you, and you're going to let me. You don't, you're going to hurt for months and months. We all together on that? How'd you do it, Fred? It was easy, the lanky FBI agent said to Sachs as they stood in front of the deserted subway station. He still was dressed homeless and was filthy with the mud he'd smeared on his face and hands to simulate weeks of living on the street. Ryan was telling me about the dancer's friend being a junkie and living downtown in the subways. Knew just where I had to come. Bought a bag of empties and talked to who I knew I ought to talk to. Just about got directions to his living room. He nodded toward the subway. They glanced at a squad car where Jody sat, cuffed and miserable, in the back seat. Why didn't you tell us what you were doing? Delray's answer was a laugh, and Sachs knew the question was pointless. Undercover cops rarely told anyone, fellow cops included, and especially supervisors, what they were doing. Nick, her ex, had been undercover too, and there'd been a hell of a lot he hadn't told her. She massaged her side where she'd fallen. It hurt like a son of a bitch, and the medic said she ought to have x-rays. Sachs reached up and squeezed Delray's biceps. She felt uneasy receiving gratitude. She was truly Lincoln Rhymes' protégé there. But she now had no problem saying, "You saved my life. My ass would be capped now if it wasn't for you. What can I say?" Delray shrugged, deflecting the thanks, and bummed a cigarette from one of the uniformed cops standing in front of the station. He sniffed the Marlboro and slipped it behind his ear. He looked toward a blacked-out window in the station. "Please," he said to no one, sighing. "About time we had some luck here." When they'd arrested Joe DeForio and flung him into the back of a car, he told them that the dancer had left only 10 minutes before, climbing down the stairs and vanishing along a spur line. Jody, the mutt's nickname, didn't know which direction he'd gone, only that he'd disappeared suddenly with his gun and his backpack. Howman and Delray sent their troopers to scour the station, the tracks, and the nearby City Hall station. They were now waiting for the results of the sweep. "Come on." 10 minutes later, a SWAT officer pushed through the doorway. Sachs and Delray both looked at him hopefully, but he shook his head. "Lost his prints 100 feet down the tracks. Don't have a clue where he went." Sachs sighed and reluctantly relayed the message to Rhyme and asked if she should do a search of the tracks and the nearby station. He took the news as acerbically as she'd guessed he would. "Damn it," the criminalist muttered. "No, just the station itself. Pointless to grid the rest. Shit, how does he do it? It's like he's got some kind of fucking second sight." "Well," she said, "at least we've got a witness." And regretted immediately that she'd said that. "Witness?" Rhyme spat out. "A witness? I don't need witnesses. I need evidence." "Well, get him down here anyway. Let's hear what he has to say. But, Sachs, I want that station swept like you've never swept a scene before. You hear me? Are you there, Sachs? Do you hear me?" Chapter 25. Hour 25 of 45. "And what do we have here?" Rhyme asked, giving a soft puff into the storm arrow control straw to scoot forward. "An itsy piece of garbage," offered Fred Delray, cleaned up and back in uniform, if you could call an Irish green suit a uniform. Don't say a word, not till we ask for it." He turned his alarming stare on Jody. "You fooled me." "Quiet, you little skell." Rhyme wasn't pleased that Delray had gone out on his own, but that was the nature of undercover work, and even if the criminalist didn't understand it exactly, he couldn't dispute that, as the agent's skills just proved, it could get results. Besides, he'd saved Amelia Sachs's hide. She'd be here soon. The medics had taken her to the emergency room for a rib x-ray. She was bruised from the fall down the stairs, but nothing was broken. He'd been dismayed to learn that his talk the other night had had no effect. She'd gone into the subway after the dancer alone. "Damn it," he thought. "She's as pig-headed as me." "I wasn't going to hurt anybody," Jody protested. "Hard of hearing? I said don't say a word." I didn't know who she was. No, Delray said. That pretty silver badge of hers didn't give nothing away. Then remembered that he didn't want to hear from the man. Solito walked up close and bent over Jody. Tell us something more about your friend. I'm not his friend. He kidnapped me. I was in that building on 35th because you were boosting pills. We know. Jody blinked. How'd you... But we don't care about that. Not yet, at least. Keep going. I thought he was a cop, but then he said he was there to kill some people. I thought he was going to kill me, too. He needed to escape, so he told me to stand still, and I did. And this cop or somebody came to the door, and he stabbed him. And killed him, Delray spat out. Jody sighed and looked miserable. I didn't know he was going to kill him. I thought he was just going to knock him out or something. Well, asshole, Delray spat out. He did kill him. Killed him dead as a rock. Solito looked over the evidence bags from the subway, containing scuzzy porn magazines, hundreds of pills, clothes, a new cellular phone, a stack of money. He turned his attention back to Jody. Keep going. He said he'd pay me to get him out of there, and I led him through this tunnel to the subway. How'd you find me, man? He looked at Delray. 'Cause you were skipping along the street, hawking your bebops to everybody you came across. I even knew your name. Jesus, you are a mutt. I ought to squeeze your neck till you're blue. You can't hurt me, he said, struggling to be defiant. I have rights. Who hired him? Solito asked Jody. He mentioned the name Hanson? He didn't say. Jody's voice quavered. Look, I only agreed to help him because I knew he'd kill me if I didn't. I wasn't going to do it. He turned to Delray. He wanted me to get you to help. But soon as he left, I wanted you to leave. I was going to the police and tell them. I was. He's a scary guy. I'm afraid of him. Fred? Rhyme asked. Yeah, the agent conceded. He did have a change of tune. Wanted me gone. Didn't say anything about going to the police, though. Where's he going? What were you supposed to do? I was supposed to go through the trash bins in front of that townhouse and watch the cars. He told me to look for a man and a woman getting into a car and leaving. I was supposed to tell him what kind of car. I was going to call on that phone there. Then he was going to follow. You were right, Lincoln, Solito said, about keeping them in the safe house. He's going for a transport hit. Jody continued, I was going to come to you. Man, you're useless when you lie. Don't you have any dignity? Look, I was going to, he said, calmer now. He smiled. I figured there was a reward. Rhyme glanced at the greedy eyes and tended to believe him. He looked at Solito, who nodded in agreement. You cooperate now, Solito grumbled, and we might just keep your ass out of jail. I don't know about money, maybe. I've never hurt anybody. I wouldn't. Cool that tongue, Delray said. We all together on that? Jody rolled his eyes. Together? The agent whispered maliciously. Yeah. Solito said, we've got to move fast here. When were you supposed to be at the townhouse? At 12:30. They had 50 minutes left. What kind of car's he driving? I don't know. What's he look like? In his early, mid-30s, I guess. Not tall, but he was strong. Man, he had muscles. Crew-cut black hair, brown face. Look, I'll do one of those drawings, the police sketch thing. Did he give you a name? Anything? Where he's from? I don't know. He has kind of a southern accent. Oh, and one thing, he said he wears gloves all the time because he's got a record. Rhyme asked, where and for what? I don't know where, but it's for manslaughter. He said he killed this guy in his town when he was a teenager. What else? Delray barked. Look, Jody said, crossing his arms and looking up at the agent. I've done some bad shit, but I've never hurt anybody in my life. This guy kidnaps me, and he's got all these guns, and is one crazy fucked up guy, and I was scared to death. I think you would have done the same thing I did, so I'm not putting up with this crap anymore. You want to arrest me, do it, and, take me to detention. But I'm not going to say anything else, okay? Delray's gangly face suddenly broke into a grin. Well, the rock cracks. Amelia Sachs appeared in the doorway, and she walked in, glancing at Jody. "Tell them," he said. "I didn't hurt you. Tell them." She looked at him the way you'd look at a wad of used chewing gum. He was going to brain me with a Louisville slugger. "Not so, not so." "You okay, Sachs?" "Another bruise is all, on my back, bookends." Solito, Sachs, and Delray huddled with Rhyme, who told Sachs what Jody'd reported. The detective asked Rhyme in a whisper, "We believe him?" "Little skell," Delray muttered. "But I gotta say, I think he's telling the god-ugly truth." Sachs nodded, too. "I guess, but I think we have to keep him on a tight leash, whatever we do." Solito agreed. "Oh, we'll keep him close." Rhyme reluctantly agreed, too. It seemed impossible to get ahead of the dancer without this man's help. He'd been adamant about keeping Percy and Hale in the safe house, but in fact he hadn't known that the dancer was going for a transport hit. He was only leaning toward that conclusion. He might easily have decided to move Percy and Hale, and they might have been killed as they drove to the new safe house. The tension gripped his jaw. "How do you think we should handle it, Lincoln?" Solito asked. This was tactical, not evidentiary. Rhyme looked at Delray, who tugged his unlit cigarette out from behind his ear and smelled it for a moment. He finally said, "Have them up make the call and try to get whatever dope he can from the dancer. We'll set up a decoy car, send the dancer after it, have it full of our folks. Stop it fast, sandwich him in with a couple unmarks, and take him down." Rhyme nodded reluctantly. He knew how dangerous a tactical assault on a city street would be. "Can we get him out of Midtown?" "We could lead him over to the East River," Solito suggested. "There's plenty of room there for a takedown. Some of those old parking lots. We could make it look like we're transferring them to another van, doing a round robin." They agreed this would be the least dangerous approach. Solito nodded toward Jody, whispered, "He's diming the Coffin dancer. What are we going to give him? Gotta be good to make it worth his while." "Waive conspiracy and aiding and abetting," Rhyme said. "Give him some money." "Fuck," said Delray, though he was known for his generosity with the undercover CIs who worked for him. But finally he nodded. Okay, we'll split the bill, depending on how greedy the rodent is." Solito called him over. "Okay, here's the deal. You help us, you make the call like he wanted, and we get him. Then we'll drop all charges and get you some reward money." "How much?" Jody asked. "Yo, mutt, you're not in any way, shape, or form to negotiate here. I need money for a drug rehab program. I need another $10,000. Is there any way?" Solito looked at Delray. "What's your snitch fund look like?" "We could go there," the agent said. "If you do halvesies, yeah." "Really?" Jody repressed a smile. "Then I'll do whatever you want." Rhyme, Solito, and Delray hashed out the plan. They'd set up a command post on the top floor of the safe house, where Jody would be with the cell phone. Percy and Britt would be on the main floor, with troopers protecting them. Jody would call the dancer and tell him that the couple had just gotten into a van and were leaving. The van would move slowly through traffic to a deserted parking lot on the east side. The dancer would follow. They'd take him in the lot. "All right, let's put it together," Solito said. "Wait," Rhyme ordered. They stopped and looked at him. "We're forgetting the most important part of all." "Which is?" "Amelia searched the scene at the subway. I want to analyze what she found. It might tell us how he's coming at us." "We know how he's coming at us, Link," Solito said, nodding at Jody. "Humor an old crip, will you? Now, Sachs, let's see what we've got." The worm. Stephen was moving through alleys, riding on buses, dodging the cops he saw and the worm he couldn't see. The worm, watching him through every window on every street. The worm getting closer and closer. He thought about the wife and the friend. He thought about the job, about how many bullets he had left, about whether the targets would be wearing body armor, what range he would shoot from, whether this time he should use a suppressor or not. But these were automatic thoughts. He didn't control them any more than he controlled his breathing or heartbeat or the speed of the blood coursing through his body. What his conscious thoughts were consumed with was Jody. What was there about him that was so fascinating? Stephen couldn't say for certain. Maybe it was the way he lived by himself and didn't seem to be lonely. Maybe the way he carried that little self-help book around with him and truly wanted to crawl out of the hole he was in. Or the way he hadn't balked when Stephen told him to stand in the doorway and risk getting shot. Stephen felt funny. You feel what, soldier? Sir, funny, soldier? What the fuck does funny mean? You going soft on me? No, sir, I am not. It wasn't too late to change the plans. There were still alternatives. Plenty of alternatives. Thinking about Jody, about what he'd said to Stephen. Hell, maybe they could get coffee after the job was over. They could go to Starbucks. It would be like when he was talking to Sheila, only this would be real. And he wouldn't have to drink that pissy little tea, but he'd have real coffee, double strong like the kind Stephen's mother made in the morning for his stepfather. Water at a rolling boil for exactly 60 seconds, exactly 2 3/4 level tablespoons per cup, not a single black ground spilled anywhere. And was fishing or hunting totally out of the question? Or the campfire? He could tell Jody to abort the mission. He could take the wife and the friend on his own. Abort, soldier? What are you talking about? Sir, nothing, sir. I am considering all eventualities regarding the assault as I have been instructed, sir. Stephen climbed off the bus and slipped into the alley behind the fire station on Lexington. He rested the book bag behind a dumpster, slipped his knife from the sheath under his jacket. Jody. Jody. He pictured the thin arms again, the way the man had looked at him. I'm glad I met you too, partner. Then Stephen shivered suddenly. Like the time in Bosnia when he'd had to jump into a stream to avoid being caught by guerrillas. The month was March and the water just above freezing. He closed his eyes and pressed up against the brick wall, smelled the wet stone. Jody was... Soldier, what the fuck is going on there? Sir, What? Sir, Spit it out, now, soldier. Sir, I have ascertained that the enemy was trying psychological warfare. His attempts have proved unsuccessful, sir. I am ready to proceed as planned. Very good, soldier, but watch your fucking step. And Stephen realized, as he opened the back door to the firehouse and slipped inside, that there'd be no changing the plans now. This was a perfect setup, and he couldn't waste it, particularly when there was a chance not only of killing the wife and the friend, but of killing Lincoln the Worm and the red-headed woman cop, too. Stephen glanced at his watch. Jody would be in position in 15 minutes. He'd call Stephen's phone. Stephen would answer and hear the man's high-pitched voice one last time. And he'd push the transmit button that would detonate the 12 ounces of RDX in Jody's cell phone. Delegate, isolate, eliminate. He really had no choice. Besides, he thought, what would we ever have to talk about? What would we ever have to do after we'd finished our coffee? Part 4. Monkey Skills. Falcon's capacity for aerial acrobatics and foolery is matched only by the clowning of ravens, and they seem to fly for the pure hell of it. A Rage for Falcons, Stephen Bodio. Chapter 26. Hour 26 of 45. Waiting. Rhyme was now alone in his bed upstairs, listening in to the special ops frequency. He was dead tired. It was noon on Sunday, and he'd had virtually no sleep. And he was exhausted from the most arduous effort of all, of trying to outthink the dancer. It was taking its toll on his body. Cooper was downstairs in the lab running tests to confirm Rhyme's conclusions about the dancer's latest tactic. Everyone else was at the safe house, Amelia Sachs, too. Once Rhyme, Solito, and Delray had decided how to counter what they believed would be the dancer's next effort to kill Percy Clay and Britt Hale, Tom had checked Rhyme's blood pressure and asserted his virtual parental authority and ordered his boss into bed, no arguments, reasonable or otherwise, accepted. They'd ridden up in the elevator, Rhyme oddly silent, uneasy, wondering if he'd guessed right again. "What's the matter?" Tom asked. "Nothing. Why?" "You're not complaining about anything. No grousing means something's wrong." "Ah, very funny," Rhyme grumbled. After a sitting transfer to get him in bed, some bodily functions taken care of, Rhyme was now leaning back into his luxurious down pillow. Tom had slipped the voice recognition headset over his head, and despite his fatigue, Rhyme himself had gone through the steps of talking to the computer and having it patch into the special ops frequency. This system was an amazing invention. Yes, he'd downplayed it to Solito and Banks. Yes, he'd groused. But the device, more than any other of his aides, made him feel differently about himself. For years he'd been resigned to never leading a life that approached normal. Yet with this machine and software, he did feel normal. He rolled his head in a circle and let it ease back into the pillow. Waiting, trying not to think of the debacle with Sachs last night. Motion nearby. The falcon strutted into view. Rhyme saw a flash of white breast, then the bird turned his blue-gray back to Rhyme and looked out over Central Park. It was the male, the Tiercel, he remembered Percy Clay telling him. Smaller and less ruthless than the female. He remembered something else about peregrines. They'd come back from the dead. Not too many years ago, the entire population in eastern North America grew sterile from chemical pesticides, and the birds nearly became extinct. Only through captive breeding efforts and control of pesticides had the creatures thrived. Back from the dead. The radio clattered. It was Amelia Sachs calling in. She sounded tense as she told them that everything was set up at the safe house. "We're all on the top floor with Jody," she said. "Wait, here's the truck." An armored 4x4 with mirrored windows, filled with 4 officers from the tactical team, was being used as the bait. It would be followed by a single unmarked van containing, apparently, 2 plumbing supply contractors. In fact, they were 32E troopers in street clothes. In the back of the van were 4 others. "The decoys are downstairs." Okay. They were using 2 officers from Howman's unit for decoys. Sachs said, "Here they go." Rhyme was pretty sure that given the dancer's new plans, he wouldn't try a sniper shot from the street. Still, he found himself holding his breath. "On the run." A click as the radio went dead. Another click. Static. Solito broadcast, "They made it. Looks good. Starting to drive. The tail cars are ready." "All right," Rhyme said. "Jody's there?" "Right here, in the safe house with us." "Tell him to make the call." "Okay, Link. Here we go." The radio clicked off. Waiting. To see if this time the dancer had faltered. To see if this time Rhyme had outthought the cold brilliance of the man's mind. Waiting. Stephen's cell phone brayed. He flipped it open. "Hello?" "Hi, it's me, "I know," Stephen said. "Don't use names." "Right, sure." Jody sounded nervous as a cornered coon. A pause, then the little man said, "Well, I'm here." "Good. You got that Negro to help you?" Yeah, he's here." "And where are you exactly?" "Across the street from that townhouse. Man, there are a lot of cops. But nobody's paying any attention to me. There's a van just pulled up a minute ago. One of those 4x4s, a big one. A Yukon. It's blue and it's easy to spot." In his discomfort, he was rambling. "It's really, really neat. It has mirrored windows." "That means they're bulletproof." "Oh, really? It's neat how you know all this stuff.
You're going to die, Stephen said to him silently.
This man and a woman just ran out of the alley with like 10 cops. I'm sure it's them.
Not decoys?
Well, they didn't look like cops, and they were pretty freaked out. Are you on Lexington?
Yeah.
In a car?
Jody asked.
Of course in a car, Stephen said. I stole some little shit Jap thing. I'm going to follow them.
Then wait till they get to some deserted area and do it.
How?
How what?
How are you going to do it? Like a grenade or a machine gun?
Stephen thought, wouldn't you like to know? He said, I'm not sure, it depends.
You see him?
Jody asked, sounding uncomfortable.
I see them,
Stephen said. I'm behind them. I'm pulling into traffic now.
A Jap car, huh?
Jody said.
Like a Toyota or something?
Why, you little asshole traitor, Stephen thought bitterly, stung deeply by the betrayal, even though he'd known it was probably inevitable. Stephen was, in fact, watching the Yukon and backup vans speed past him. He wasn't, however, in any Japanese car, shitty or otherwise. He wasn't in any car at all. Wearing the fireman's uniform he'd just stolen, he was standing on the street corner exactly 100 feet from the house, watching the real version of the events Jody was fictionalizing. He knew they were decoys in the Yukon. He knew the wife and the friend were still in the safe house. Stephen picked up the gray remote-det transmitter. It looked like a walkie-talkie but had no speaker or microphone. He set the frequency to the bomb in Jody's phone and armed the device. Stand by, he said to Jody.
Ha,
Jody laughed.
Will do, sir.
Lincoln Rhyme, just a spectator now, a voyeur, listening through his headset, praying that he was right. Where's the van? Rhyme heard Solito ask.
2 blocks away, Howman said. We're on it. It's moving slowly up Lex. Getting near traffic.
Wait. A long pause. What?
We've got a couple cars. A Nissan, a Subaru. An Accord, too, but that's got 3 people in it. The Nissan's getting close to the van. That might be it. Can't see inside.
Lincoln Rhyme closed his eyes. He felt his left ring finger, his only extant digit, flick nervously on the comforter covering the bed. Hello? Stephen said into the phone.
Yeah, Jody responded. I'm still here.
Directly across from the safe house?
That's right.
Stephen was looking at the building. No Jody, no Negro.
I want to say something to you.
What's that? The little man asked.
Stephen remembered the electric sizzle as his knee touched the man's.
I can't do it. Soldier. Stephen gripped the remote-det box in his left hand. He said, listen carefully.
I'm listening.
Stephen pushed the transmit button. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. The explosion was astonishingly loud, louder than even Stephen expected. It rattled panes and sent 1,000,000 pigeons reeling into the sky. Stephen saw the glass and wood from the top floor of the safe house go spraying into the alley beside the building, which was even better than he hoped. He'd expected Jody to be near the safe house, maybe in a police van in front, maybe in the alley, but he couldn't believe his good fortune that Jody'd actually been inside. It was perfect. He wondered who else had died in the blast. Lincoln the Worm, he prayed. The red-headed cop? He looked over the safe house and saw the smoke curling from the top window. Now, just a few more minutes, until the rest of his team joined him. The telephone rang, and Rhyme ordered the computer to shut off the radio and answer the phone. Yes, he said. Lincoln. It was Lon Solito. I'm landline, he said, referring to the phone. Want to keep special ops free for the chase. Okay, go ahead. He blew the bomb. I know. Rhyme had heard it. The safe house was more than 2 miles from his bedroom, but his windows had rattled, and the peregrines outside his window had taken off and flown a slow circle, angry at the disturbance. Everybody okay? The mutt's freaking out, Jody, but aside from that, everything's okay. Except for the feds are looking at more damage to the safe house than they'd planned on. Already bitching about it. Tell them we'll pay our taxes early this year. What had tipped Rhyme to the cell phone bomb had been tiny fingernails of polystyrene that Sachs had found in the trace at the subway station. That and more residue of plastic explosive, a slightly different formula from that of the AP bomb in Sheila Horowitz's apartment. Rhyme had simply matched the polystyrene fragments to the phone the dancer had given to Jody and realized that somebody had unscrewed the casing. Why? Rhyme had wondered. There was only one logical reason that he could see, and so he called the bomb squad down to the 6th Precinct. 2 detectives had rendered the phone safe, removed the large wad of plastic explosive and the firing circuit from the phone, then mounted a much smaller bit of explosive and the same circuit in an oil drum near one of the windows, pointed into the alley like a mortar. They'd filled the room with bomb blankets and stepped into the corridor, handing the harmless phone back to Jody, who held it with shaking hands, demanding that they prove to him all the explosive had been taken out. Rhyme had guessed that the dancer's tactic was to use the bomb to divert attention away from the van and to give him a better chance to assault it. The killer had also probably guessed that Jody would turn, and, when he made the call, that the little man would be close to the cops who were mounting the operation. If he took out the leaders, the dancer would have an even better chance of success. Deception. There was no perp Rhyme hated more than the Coffin dancer, no one he wanted more to run to ground and skewer through his hot heart. Still, Rhyme was a criminalist before anything else, and he had a secret admiration for the man's brilliance. Solito explained, "We got 2 cars behind the Nissan. We're going to..." There was a long pause. "Stupid," Solito muttered. "What?" "Oh, nothing. It's just nobody called Central. We've got fire trucks coming in. Nobody called to tell them to ignore the reports of the blast." Rhyme had forgotten about that, too. Solito continued. "Just got word. The decoy van's turning Eastlink. The Nissan's following, maybe 40 yards behind the van. It's about 4 blocks to the parking lot by the FDR. Okay, Lon. Is Amelia there? I want to talk to her." "Jesus," he heard someone call in the background. Bo Howman, Rhyme thought. "We got fire trucks all over the place here." "Didn't somebody..." another voice began to ask, then faded. No, somebody didn't, Rhyme thought. You can't think of... "I have to call you back, Lincoln," Solito said. "We got to do something. There are fire trucks up on the goddamn sidewalks." "I'll call Amelia myself," Rhyme said. Solito hung up. The room darkened, curtains drawn. Percy Clay was afraid. Thinking of her haggard, the falcon, captured by the snare, flapping her muscular wings, the talons and beak slicing the air like honed blades, the mad screech. But the most horrifying of all to Percy, the bird's frightened eyes. Denied her sky, the bird was lost in terror, vulnerable. Percy felt the same. She detested it here in the safe house, closed in, looking at, hating the foolish pictures on the wall, crap from Woolworth or J.C. Penney, the limp rug, the cheap water basin and pitcher, a ratty pink chenille bedspread, a dozen threads pulled out in long loops from a particular corner. Maybe a mob informant had sat there, tugging compulsively on the pink knobby cloth. Another sip from the flask. Rhyme had told her about the trap, that the dancer would be following the van he believed Percy and Hale were in. They'd stop his car and arrest or kill him. Her sacrifice was now going to pay off. In 10 minutes they'd have him, the man who killed Ed, the man who changed her life forever. She trusted Lincoln Rhyme and believed him, but she believed him the same way she believed air traffic control when they reported no wind shear, and you suddenly found your aircraft dropping at 3,000 feet a minute when you were only 2,000 feet in the air. Percy tossed her flask on the bed, stood up, and paced. She wanted to be flying, where it was safe, where she had control. Roland Bell had ordered her lights out, had ordered her to stay locked in her room. Everybody was upstairs on the top floor. She'd heard the bang of the explosion. She'd been expecting it. But she hadn't been expecting the fear that it brought. Unbearable. She'd have given anything to look out the window. She walked to the door, unlocked it, stepped into the corridor. It was too dark, like night. All the stars of the evening. She smelled a pungent chemical scent. From whatever had made the bang, she guessed. The hallway was deserted. There was slight motion at the end of the hall, a shadow from the stairwell. She looked at it. It wasn't repeated. Britt Hale's room was only 10 feet away. She wanted badly to talk to him, but she didn't want him to see her this way, pale, hands shaking, eyes watering in fear. My God, she pulled a 737 out of a wing ice nosedive more calmly than this, looking into that dark corridor. She stepped back into her room. Did she hear footsteps? She closed the door, returned to the bed. More footsteps. Command mode, Lincoln Rhyme instructed. The box dutifully came up on screen. He heard a faint siren in the distance. And it was then that Rhyme realized his mistake. Fire trucks. No, I didn't think about that. But the dancer did. Of course. He'd have stolen a fireman's or medic's uniform and was strolling into the safe house at this moment. Oh, no, he muttered. No, how could I be so far off? And the computer heard the last word of Rhyme's sentence and dutifully shut off his communications program. No, Rhyme cried, no! But the system couldn't understand his loud, frantic voice, and with a silent flash, the message came up, "Do you really want to shut off your computer?" No, he whispered desperately. For a moment, nothing happened, but the system didn't shut down. A message popped up. "What would you like to do now?" "Tom!" he shouted. "Somebody, please! Mel!" But the door was closed. There was no response from downstairs. Rhyme's left ring finger twitched dramatically. At one time, he'd had a mechanical ECU controller, and he could use his one working finger to dial the phone. The computer system had replaced that, and he now had to use the dictation program to call the safe house and tell them that the dancer was on his way there, dressed as a fireman or rescue worker. "Command mode," he said into the microphone, fighting to stay calm. "I did not understand what you just said. Please try again." Where was the dancer now? Was he inside already? Was he just about to shoot Percy Clay or Britt Hale? Or Amelia Sachs? "Tom! Mel!" "I did not understand. Why wasn't I thinking better?" "Command mode," he said breathlessly, trying to master the panic. The command mode message box popped up. The cursor arrow sat at the top of the screen, and a continent away at the bottom was the communications program icon. "Cursor down," he gasped. Nothing happened. "Cursor down," he called louder. The message came back. "I did not understand what you just said. Please try again." "Oh, God damn! I did not understand." Softer, forcing himself to speak in a normal tone, he said, "Cursor down." The glowing white arrow began its leisurely trip down the screen. "We've still got time," he told himself. And it wasn't as though the people in the safe house were unprotected or unarmed. "Cursor left," he gasped. "I did not understand." "Oh, come on!" "I did not understand." "Cursor up." "Cursor left." The cursor moved like a snail over the screen until it came to the icon. Calm, calm. Cursor stop. Double click. Dutifully, an icon of a walkie-talkie popped up on the screen. He pictured the faceless dancer moving up behind Percy Clay with a knife or garrote. In as calm a voice as he could muster, he ordered the cursor to the set frequency box. It seated itself perfectly. "4," Rhyme said, pronouncing the word so very carefully. A 4 popped up into the box. Then he said 8. The letter A appeared in the second box. Lord in heaven. Delete left. I do not understand. No. He thought he heard footsteps. Hello, he cried. Is someone there? Tom, Mel. No answer except from his friend the computer, which placidly offered its contrarian response once again. 8, he said slowly. The number appeared. His next attempt, 3, popped into the box without a problem. Point. The word point appeared. God damn. Delete left. Then decimal. The period popped up. 4. 1 space left. Remember, it's 0, not O. Sweat streaming down his face, he added the final number of the secure ops frequency without a glitch. The radio clicked on. Yes. But before he could transmit, static clattered harshly, and with a frozen heart, he heard a man's frantic voice crying, 1013, need assistance, Federal Protection Location 6. The safe house. He recognized the voice as Roland Bell's. 2 down, and oh Jesus, he's still here. He's got us, he's hit us. We need... There were 2 gunshots, then another, a dozen, a huge firefight. It sounded like Macy's fireworks on the 4th of July. We need... The transmission ended. Percy, Ron cried. Percy! On the screen came the message in simple type. I did not understand what you just said. Please try again. A nightmare. Stephen Call, in ski mask and wearing the bulky fireman's coat, lay pinned down in the corridor of the safe house, behind the body of one of the 2 U.S. Marshals he'd just killed. Another shot, closer, digging a piece out of the floor near his head. Fired by the detective with the thinning brown hair, the one he'd seen in the window of the safe house that morning. He crouched in the doorway, presenting a fair target, but Stephen couldn't get a clean shot at him. The detective held automatic pistols in both his hands and was an excellent shot. Stephen crawled forward another yard toward one of the open doorways. Panicked, cringy, coated with worms. He fired again, and the brown-haired detective ducked back into the room, called something on his radio, but came right back, firing coolly. Wearing the fireman's long black coat, the same as 30 or 40 other men and women in front of the safe house, Stephen had blown open the alley door with a cutting charge and run inside, expecting to find the interior a fiery shambles and the wife and friend, as well as half the other people inside, blown to pieces or badly wounded. But Lincoln the Worm had fooled him again. He'd figured out that the phone was booby-trapped. The only thing they hadn't expected was that he'd hit the safe house again. They believed he was going for a transport hit. Still, when he burst inside, he was met by the frantic fire from the 2 marshals. But they'd been stunned by the cutting charge, and he'd managed to kill them. Then the brown-haired detective charged around the corner, firing both-handed, skimming 2 off Stephen's vest, while Stephen himself danced 1 round off the detectives, and they fell backward simultaneously. More shooting, more near misses. The cop was almost as good a shot as he was. A minute at the most. He had no more time than that. He felt so wormy he wanted to cry. He'd thought his plan out as best he could. He couldn't get any smarter than he'd been, and Lincoln the Worm had still outthought him. Was this him, the balding detective with the 2 guns? Another volley from Stephen's gun. And damn, the brown-haired detective dove right into it, kept coming forward. Every other cop in the world would have run for cover, but not him. He struggled another 2 feet forward, then 3. Stephen reloaded, fired again, crawling about the same distance toward the door of his target's room. You disappear into the ground, boy. You can make yourself invisible, you want to. I want to, sir. I want to be invisible. Another yard, almost to the doorway. This is Roland Bell again, the cop shouted into his microphone. We need backup immediately. Bell. Stephen noted the name. So he's not Lincoln the Worm. The cop reloaded and continued to fire. A dozen shots, 2 dozen. Stephen could only admire his technique. This Bell would keep track of how many shots he'd fired from each gun and alternate reloading so he was never without a loaded weapon. The cop parked a slug in the wall an inch from Stephen's face, and Stephen returned a shot that landed just as close. Crawling forward another 2 feet. Bell glanced up and saw that Stephen had finally made it to the doorway of the darkened bedroom. Their eyes locked, and, mock soldier though he was, Stephen Call had seen enough combat to know that the string of rationality within this cop had snapped, and he'd become the most dangerous thing there was, a skillful soldier with no regard for his own safety. Bell rose to his feet and started forward, firing from both guns. That's why they used .45s in the Pacific Theater, boy. Big slugs to stop those crazy little Japs. When they came at you, they didn't care about getting killed. They just didn't want to get stopped. Stephen lowered his head, tossed the 1-second delay flashbang at Bell, and closed his eyes. The grenade detonated with an astonishingly loud explosion. He heard the cop cry out and saw him stumble to his knees, hands over his face. Stephen had guessed that because of the guards and Bell's furious effort to stop him, either the wife or the friend was in this room. Stephen had also guessed that whoever it was would be hiding in the closet or under the bed. He was wrong. As he glanced into the doorway, he saw the figure come charging at him, holding a lamp as a weapon and uttering a wail of fear and anger. 5 fast shots from Stephen's gun. Head and chest hits well grouped. The body spun around fast and flew backward to the floor. Good job, soldier. Then more footsteps on the floor coming down the stairs. A woman's voice. And more voices, too. No time to finish Bell, no time to look for the other target. Evacuate. He ran to the back door and stuck his head outside, shouting for more firemen. A half-dozen of them ran up cautiously. Stephen nodded them inside. Gas line just blew. I'd get everybody out, now. And he disappeared into the alley, then stepped into the street, dodging the Mack and Seagrave fire trucks, the ambulances, the police cars. Shaken, yes, but satisfied. His job was now 2/3 finished. Amelia Sachs was the first to respond to the bang of the entry charge and the shouts. Then Roland Bell's voice from the first floor. Back up, officer down! And gunfire. A dozen sharp cracks, a dozen more. She didn't know how the dance had done it, and she didn't care. She wanted only a fair glimpse of target and 2 seconds to sink half a clip of 9mm hollow points into him. The light Glock in her hand, she pushed into the second-floor corridor. Behind her were Solito and Del Rey and a young uniform, whose credentials under fire she wished she'd taken the time to learn. Jody cowered on the floor, painfully aware he'd betrayed a very dangerous man who was armed and no more than 30 feet away. Sax's knees screamed as she took the stairs fast, the arthritis again, and she winced as she leapt down the last 3 steps to the first floor. In her headset she heard Bell's repeated request for assistance. Down the dark corridor, pistol close to the body where it couldn't be knocked aside, only TV cops and movie gangsters stick a weapon out in front of them phallically before turning corners, or tilt a weapon on its side. Fast glance into each of the rooms she passed, crouching, below chest height where a muzzle would be pointed. I'll take the front, Del Rey called, and vanished down the hallway behind her, his big 6 Sauer in hand. Watch our backs, Sachs ordered Solito in the uniform, caring not a bit about rank. Yes'm, the young man answered. I'm watching. Our backs. Puffing Solito was, too, his head swiveling back and forth. Static crinkled in her ear, but she heard no voices. She tugged the headset off, no distractions, and continued cautiously down the corridor. At her feet, 2 U.S. Marshals lay dead on the floor. The smell of chemical explosive was strong, and she glanced toward the back door of the safe house. It was steel, but he'd blown it open with a powerful cutting charge as if it had been paper. Jesus, Solito said, too professional to bend down over the fallen marshals, but too human not to glance in horror at their riddled bodies. Sachs came to one room, paused at the door. 2 of Howman's troops entered from the destroyed doorway. Cover, she called, and before anyone had a chance to stop her, she leapt through the doorway fast. Glock up, scanning the room. Nothing. No cordite smell either. There'd been no shooting here. Back into the corridor, heading toward the next doorway. She pointed to herself and then into the room. The 32E officers nodded. Sachs spun around the doorway, ready to fire, the troopers right behind. She froze at the sight of the gun muzzle aimed at her chest. "Lord," Roland Bell muttered, and lowered his weapon. His hair was mussed and his face was sooty. 2 bullets had torn his shirt and streaked over his body armor. Then her eyes took in the terrible sight on the floor. "Oh, no." "Building's clear," a patrolman called from the corridor. "They saw him leave. He was wearing a fireman's uniform. He's gone, lost in the crowd out front." Amelia Sachs, once again a criminalist and not a tactical officer, observed the blood spatter, the astringent scent of gunshot residue, the fallen chair, which might indicate a struggle and therefore would be a logical transfer point for trace evidence. The bullet casings, which she immediately noticed were from a 7.62 millimeter automatic. She observed, too, the way the body had fallen, which told her that the victim had been attacking the attacker, apparently with a lamp. There were other stories the crime scene would tell, and for that reason she knew she should help Percy Clay to her feet and lead her away from the body of her slain friend. But Sachs couldn't do that. All she could do was watch the small woman with the squat, unpretty face cradle Britt Hale's bloody head, muttering, "Oh, no, oh, no." Her face was a mask, unmoving, untouched by tears. Finally, Sachs nodded to Roland Bell, who slipped his arms around Percy and led her out into the corridor, still vigilant, still clutching his own weapon. 230 yards from the safe house. Red and blue lights from the dozens of emergency vehicles flashed and tried to blind him, but he was sighting through the Redfield telescope and was oblivious to anything but the reticles. He scanned back and forth over the kill zone. Stephen had stripped off the fireman's uniform and was dressed again as a late-blooming college student. He'd recovered the Model 40 from under the water tank where he'd hidden it that morning. The weapon was loaded and locked. The sling was around his arm, and he was ready to murder. At the moment, it wasn't the wife he was after, and it wasn't Jody, the little faggot Judas. He was looking for Lincoln the Worm, the man who'd outthought him once again. Who was he? Which of them? Cringy. Lincoln, Prince of Worms. Where are you? Are you right in front of me now? In that crowd standing around the smoking building? Was he that large lump of a cop sweating like a hog? The tall, thin Negro in the green suit? He looked familiar. Where had Stephen seen him before? An unmarked car streaked up, and several men in suits climbed out. Maybe Lincoln was one of them. The red-haired policewoman stepped outside. She was wearing latex gloves. "Crime scene, are you? Well, I treat my casings and slugs, darling," he said to her silently as the reticles of the telescope picked out a pretty target on her neck. "And you'll have to fly to Singapore before you pick up a lead to my gun." He figured he had time to fire just one shot and then be driven into the alley by the fusillade that would follow. "Who are you?" "Lincoln. Lincoln." But he had no clue. Then the front door swung open and Jody appeared, stepping out the door uneasily. He looked around, squinted, shrank back against the building. "You." The electric sizzle again, even at this distance. Stephen easily moved the reticles onto his chest. "Go ahead, soldier. Fire your weapon. He's a logical target. He can identify you." "Sir, I am adjusting for tracking and windage." Stephen upped the poundage on his trigger. "Jody." "He betrayed you, soldier. Take him out." "Sir, yes, sir. He is ice cold. He is dead meat. Sir, vultures are already hovering." "Soldier, the USMC Sniper's Manual dictates that you increase poundage on the trigger of your Model 40 imperceptibly so that you are not aware of the exact moment your weapon will discharge. Is that correct, soldier?" "Sir, yes, sir." "Then why the fuck aren't you doing it?" He squeezed harder. Slowly, slowly. But the gun wasn't firing. He lifted the sights to Jody's head. And as it happened, Jody's eyes, which had been scanning the rooftops, saw him. He'd waited too long. "Shoot, soldier, shoot!" A whisper of a pause. Then he jerked the trigger like a boy on the .22 rifle range at summer camp. Just as Jody leapt out of the way, pushing the cops with him aside. "How the fuck did you miss that shot, soldier? Repeat fire!" Sir, yes, sir. He got off 2 more rounds, but Jody and everyone else was under cover or crawling fast along the sidewalk and street. And then the return fire began. First a dozen guns, then a dozen more. Mostly pistols, but some H&Ks too, spewing the bullets so fast they sounded like unmuffled car engines. Bullets were striking the elevator tower behind him, showering him with bits of brick and concrete and lead and sharp, craggy copper jackets from the slugs, cutting his forearms and the backs of his hands. Stephen fell backward, covering his face with his hands. He felt the cuts and saw tiny drops of his blood fall on the tar paper roof. Why did I wait? Why? I could have shot him and been gone. Why? The sound of a helicopter speeding toward the building. More sirens. Evacuate, soldier, evacuate! He glanced down to see Jody scrambling to safety behind a car. Stephen threw the Model 40 into the case, slung the backpack over his shoulder, and slid down the fire escape into the alley. The second tragedy. Percy Clay had changed her clothes and stepped into the corridor, slumped against the strong figure of Roland Bell. He put his arm around her. The second of 3. It hadn't been their mechanic quitting or problems with the charter. It had been the death of her dear friend. Oh, Britt. Imagining him, eyes wide, mouth open in a soundless shout, charged toward the terrible man. Trying to stop him, appalled that someone would actually be trying to kill him, to kill Percy. More indignant and betrayed than scared. Your life was so precise, she thought to him. Even your risks were calculated. The inverted flight at 50 feet, the tailspins, the skydiving. To spectators it looked impossible, but you knew what you were doing. And if you thought about the chance of an early death, you believed it would be from a bum linkage or a clogged fuel line or some careless student who intruded into your airspace. The great aviation writer Ernest K. Gann wrote that fate was a hunter. Percy'd always thought he meant nature or circumstance, the fickle elements, the faulty mechanisms that conspire to send airplanes hurtling into the ground. But fate was more complicated than that. Fate was as complicated as the human mind, as complicated as evil. Tragedies come in 3s. And what would the last one be? Her death? The company's? Someone else's? Huddling against Roland Bell, she shivered with anger at the coincidence of it all. Thinking back several weeks. She and Ed and Hale, groggy from lack of sleep, standing in the glare of the hangar lights around Learjet Charlie Juliet, hoping desperately they'd win the U.S. medical contract, shivering in the damp night as they tried to figure out how best to outfit the jet for the job. Late, a misty night, the airport deserted and dark, like the final scene in Casablanca. Hearing the squeal of brakes and glancing outside, the man lugging the huge duffel bags out of the car on the tarmac, flinging them inside and firing up the Beechcraft, the distinctive whine of a piston engine starting. She remembered Ed saying, incredulous, "What's he doing? The airport's closed." Fate, that they happened to be there that night. That Philip Hansen had chosen that exact moment to get rid of his damaging evidence. That Hansen was a man who would kill to keep that flight a secret. Fate. Then she jumped at a knocking on the door of the safe house. 2 men stood there. Bell recognized them. They were from the NYPD Witness Protection Division. "We're here to transport you to the Shoreham facility on Long Island, Mrs. Clay." No, she said. "There's a mistake. I have to go to Mamaroneck Airport." "Percy," Roland Bell said. "I have to." "I don't know about that, ma'am," one of the officers said. "We've got orders to take you to Shoreham and keep you in protective confinement until a grand jury appearance on Monday." No. Call Lincoln Rhyme. He knows about it." "Well," one of the officers looked to the other. "Please," she said, "call him. He'll tell you." "Actually, Mrs. Clay, it was Lincoln Rhyme who ordered you moved. If you'll come with us, please, don't you worry. We'll take good care of you, ma'am." Chapter 27. Hour 28 of 45. "It's not pleasant," Tom told Amelia Sachs. From behind the bedroom door, she heard, "I want that bottle, and I want it now." "What's going on?" The handsome young man grimaced. Oh, he can be such a prick sometimes. He got one of the patrol officers to pour him some scotch. For the pain, he said. He said he's got a prescription for single malt. Can you believe it? Oh, he's insufferable when he drinks. A howl of rage from his room. Sachs knew the only reason he wasn't throwing things was that he couldn't. She reached for the doorknob. You might want to wait a little, Tom warned. We can't wait. God damn it, Rhyme snarled. I want that fucking bottle! She opened the door. Tom whispered, Don't say I didn't warn you. Inside, Sachs paused in the doorway. Rhyme was a sight. His hair was disheveled, there was spittle on his chin, and his eyes were red. The Macallan bottle was on the floor. He must have tried to grab it with his teeth and knocked it over. He noticed Sachs, but all he said was a brisk, Pick it up. We've got work to do, Rhyme. Pick up that bottle. She did, and placed it on the shelf. He raged, You know what I mean. I want a drink. You've had more than enough, sounds like. Pour some whiskey in my goddamn glass. Tom! Get the hell in here. Coward. Rhyme, she snapped. We've got evidence to look at. Hell with the evidence. How much did you drink? The dancer got inside, didn't he? Fox in the henhouse. Fox in the henhouse. I've got a vacuum filter full of trace. I've got a slug. I've got samples of his blood. Blood? Well, that's fair. He's got plenty of ours. She snapped back. You ought to be like a kid on his birthday, all the evidence I've got. Quit feeling sorry for yourself and let's get to work. He didn't respond. As she looked at him, she saw his bleary eyes focus past her on the doorway. She turned. There was Percy Clay. Immediately, Rhyme's eyes dropped to the floor. He fell silent. Sure, Sachs thought. Doesn't want to misbehave in front of his new love. She walked into the room, looked at the mess that was Lincoln Rhyme. Lincoln, what's going on? Solito had accompanied Percy here, she guessed. He stepped into the room. 3 dead, Lon. He got 3 more. Fox in the henhouse. Lincoln, Sachs blurted, stop it. You're embarrassing yourself. Wrong thing to say. Rhyme slapped a bewildered gaze on his face. I'm not embarrassed. Do I look embarrassed? Anyone? Am I embarrassed? Am I fucking embarrassed? We've got zip. It's over with. It's done. It's finished. Duck and cover. We're heading for the hills. Are you going to join us, Amelia? Suggest you do. He finally looked at Percy. What are you doing here? You're supposed to be on Long Island. I want to talk to you. He said nothing at first, then, give me a drink at least. Percy glanced at Sachs and stepped forward to the shelf, poured herself and Rhyme both glasses. Sachs glared at her, and she noticed didn't respond. Here's a classy lady, Rhyme said. I kill her partner and she still shares a drink with me. You didn't do that, Sachs. Oh, Rhyme, you can be such an asshole, Sachs spat out. Where's Mel? Send him home. Nothing more to do. We're bundling her up and shipping her off to Long Island where she'll be safe. What? Sachs asked. Doing what we should have done at the beginning. Hit me again. Percy began to. Sachs said, he's had enough. Don't listen to her, Rhyme blurted. She's mad at me. I don't do what she wants, and so she gets mad. Oh, thank you, Rhyme. Let's air linen in public, why don't we? She turned her beautiful cold eyes on him. He didn't even notice. He was gazing at Percy Clay, who said, You made a deal with me. The next thing I know, there are 2 agents about to take me off to Long Island. I thought I could trust you. But if you trust me, you'll die. It was a risk, Percy said. You told us there was a chance he'd get into the safe house. Sure, but you didn't know that I figured it out. You... what? Sachs frowned, listened. Rhyme continued. I figured out he was going to hit the safe house. I figured out he was in a fireman's uniform. I fucking figured out he'd use a cutting charge on the back door. I'll bet it was an Accuracy Systems 520 or 521 with an insta-death firing system. Am I right? Am I right? A 521, Sachs said. See, I figured all that out. I knew it 5 minutes before he got in. It's just that I couldn't fucking call anyone and tell them. I couldn't pick up the fucking phone and tell anybody what was going to happen. And your friend died because of me. Sachs felt pity for him, and it was sour. She was torn apart by his pain, yet she didn't have a clue what she might say to comfort him. There was moisture on his chin. Tom stepped forward with a tissue, but he waved the aide away with a furious nod of his handsome jaw. He nodded toward the computer. Oh, I got cocky. I got to thinking I was pretty normal, driving around like a race car driver in the storm arrow, flipping on lights and changing CDs. What bullshit. He closed his eyes and pressed his head back in the pillow. A sharp laugh, surprising everyone, filled the room. Percy Clay poured some more scotch into her glass, then a little more for Rhyme, too. There's bullshit here, that's for sure, but it's only what I'm hearing from you. Rhyme opened his eyes, glaring. Percy laughed again. Don't, Rhyme warned ambiguously. Oh, please, she muttered dismissingly. Don't what? Sachs watched Percy's eyes narrow. What are you saying? Percy began. That somebody's dead because of a technical failure? Sachs realized that Rhyme had been expecting her to say something else. He was caught off guard. After a moment, he said, Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. If I'd been able to pick up the phone... She cut him off. And what? That gives you the right to have a goddamn tantrum? To renege on your promises? She tossed back her liquor and gave an exasperated sigh. Oh, for God's sake. Do you have any idea what I do for a living? To her astonishment, Sachs saw that Rhyme was calm now. He started to speak, but Percy cut him off. Think about this. Her drawl was back. I sit in a little aluminum tube going 400 knots an hour, 6 miles above the ground. It's 60 below zero outside, and the winds are 100 miles an hour. I'm not even talking about lightning, wind shear, and ice. Jesus Christ, I'm only alive because of machines. Another laugh. How's that different from you? You don't understand, he said snippily. You're not answering my question. How? She demanded, unrelenting. How's it different? You can walk around. You can pick up the phone. I can walk around? I'm at 50,000 feet. I open that door and my blood boils in seconds. For the first time she'd known him, Sachs thought, Rhymes met his match. He's speechless. Percy continued, I'm sorry, Detective, but I don't see a lick of difference between us. We're products of 20th century science. God damn it, if I had wings, I'd be flying on my own, but I don't and never will. To do what we have to do, both of us, we rely. Okay. He grinned devilishly. Come on, Rhyme, Sachs thought. Let her have it. How badly Sachs wanted him to win, to boot this woman off to Long Island, to have done with her forever. The criminalist said, But if I screw up, people die. Oh? And what happens if my de-icer fails? What happens if my yaw damper goes? What if a pigeon flies into my pitot tube on an ILS approach? I am dead. Flameouts, hydraulic failures, mechanics who forget to replace bum circuit breakers, redundant systems fail. In your case, they might get a chance to recover from their gunshots, but my aircraft hits the ground at 300 miles an hour. There ain't nothing left. Rhyme seemed completely sober now. His eyes were swiveling around the room as if looking for an infallible bit of evidence to refute Percy's argument. Now, Percy said evenly, I understand Amelia here has some evidence she found back at the safe house. My suggestion is you start looking at it and stop this asshole once and for all. Because I am on my way to Mamaroneck right now to finish repairing my aircraft, and then I'm flying that job tonight. Now, I'll ask you point blank. You going to let me go to the airport like you agreed? Or do I have to call my lawyer? He was still speechless. A moment passed. Sachs jumped when Rhyme called in his booming baritone, "Tom! Tom! Get in here!" The aide peered around the doorway suspiciously. "I've made a mess here. Look, I knocked my glass over, and my hair's mussed. Would you mind straightening up a little, please?" "Are you fooling with us, Lincoln?" he asked dubiously. "And Mel Cooper, could you call him long? He must have taken me seriously. I was kidding. He's such a goddamn scientist. No sense of humor. We'll need him back here." Amelia Sachs wanted to flee, to bolt out of here, get into her car, and tear up the roads in New Jersey or Nassau County at 120 miles an hour. She couldn't stand to be in the same room with this woman a moment longer. "All right, Percy," Rhyme said. "Take Detective Bell with you, and we'll make sure plenty of those troopers are with you, too. Get up to your airport. Do what you have to do." "Thank you, Lincoln." She nodded and offered a smile. Just enough of one to make Amelia Sachs wonder if part of Percy Clay's speech wasn't meant for Sachs's benefit, too, to make clear who the undisputed winner in this contest was. Well, some sports Sachs believed she was doomed to lose. Champion shooter, decorated cop, a demon of a driver, and pretty good criminalist, Sachs nonetheless possessed an unjacketed heart. Her father had sensed this about her. He'd been a romantic, too. After she'd gone through a bad affair some years ago, he'd said to her, "They ought to make body armor for the soul, Amy. They ought to do that." Goodbye, Rhyme, she thought. Goodbye. And his response to this tacit farewell? A minuscule glance and the gruff words, "Let's look at that evidence, Sachs. Time's a-wasting." This book is continued on Cassette 7, Side 1. Chapter 28, Hour 29 of 45. Individuation is the goal of the criminalist. It's the process of tracing a piece of evidence back to a single source, to the exclusion of all other sources. Lincoln Rhyme now gazed at the most individuated evidence there was, blood from the dancer's body. A restriction fragment length polymorphism DNA test could eliminate virtually any possibility that the blood had come from anyone else. Yet there was little that this evidence could tell him. CODIS, the computer-based DNA information system, contained profiles of some convicted felons, but it was a small database, made up primarily of sex offenders and a limited number of violent criminals. Rhyme wasn't surprised when the search of the dancer's blood code came back negative. Still, Rhyme harbored a faint pleasure that they now had a piece of the killer himself, swabbed and stuck into a test tube. For most criminalists, the perps were usually out there. He rarely met them face to face, often never saw them at all unless it was at trial. So he felt a deep stirring to be in the presence of the man who'd caused so many people, himself included, so much pain. "What else did you find?" he asked Sachs. She'd vacuumed Britt Hale's room for trace, but she and Cooper, donning magnifiers, had been through it all and found nothing except gunshot residue and fragments of bullets and brick and plaster from the shootouts. She'd found casings from the semi-automatic pistol he'd used. His weapon was a 7.62 millimeter Beretta. It was probably old. It showed breech spread. The casings, all of which Sachs had recovered, had been dipped in cleansers to eliminate even the prints of the employees of the ammunition company, so no one could trace the purchase back to a certain shift at one of the Remington plants and then forward to a shipment that ended up in a particular location. And the dancer had apparently loaded them with his knuckles to avoid prints, an old trick. "Keep going," Rhyme said to Sachs. "Pistol slugs." Cooper looked over the bullets. 3 flattened, and 1 in pretty good shape. 2 were covered with Britt Hale's black cauterized blood. "Scan them for prints," Rhyme ordered. "I did," she said, her voice clipped. "Try the laser." Cooper did. "Nothing, Lincoln." The tech looked at a piece of cotton in a plastic bag. He asked, "What's that?" Sachs said, "Oh, I got one of his rifle slugs, too." "What?" "He took a couple shots at Jody. 2 of them hit the wall and exploded. This one hit dirt, a bed of flowers, and didn't go off. I found a hole in one of the geraniums and—" "Wait." Cooper blinked. "That's one of the explosive rounds?" Sachs said, "Right, but it didn't go off." He gingerly set the bag on the table and stepped back, pulling Sachs, 2 inches taller than he was, along with him. "What's the matter?" "Explosive bullets are very unstable. Powder grains could be smoldering right now. It could go off at any minute. A piece of shrapnel could kill you." "You saw the fragments of the other ones, Mel," Rhyme said. "How's it made?" "It's nasty, Lincoln," the tech said uneasily, his bald crown dotted with sweat. "A PETM filling, smokeless powder is the primary. That makes it unstable." Sachs asked, "Why didn't it go off?" "The dirt'd be soft impact. And he makes them himself. Maybe his quality control wasn't so good for that one." "He makes them himself?" Rhyme asked. "How?" Eye fixed on the plastic bag, the tech said, "Well, the usual way is to tap a hole from the point almost through the base. Drop in a BB and some black or smokeless powder. You roll a thread of plastic and feed it inside. Then seal it up again, in his case with a ceramic nose cone. When it hits, the BB slams into the powder. That sets off the PETN." "Rolls the plastic?" Rhyme asked. "Between his fingers?" "Usually." Rhyme looked at Sachs, and for a moment the rift between them vanished. They smiled and said simultaneously, "Fingerprints." Mel Cooper said, "Maybe, but how are you going to find out? You'd have to take it apart." "Then," Sachs said, "we'll take it apart." No, Sachs," Rhyme said curtly. "Not you. We'll wait for the bomb squad." "We don't have time." She bent over the bag, started to open it. "Sachs, what the hell are you trying to prove?" "Not trying to prove anything," she responded coolly. "I'm trying to catch the killer." Cooper stood by helplessly. "Are you trying to say Jerry Banks? Well, it's too late for that. Give him up. Get on with your job." "This is my job." "Sachs, it wasn't your fault," Rhyme shouted. "Forget it. Give up the dead. I've told you that a dozen times." Calmly, she said, "I'll put my vest on top of it, work from behind it." She stripped her blouse off and ripped the Velcro straps of her American body armor vest. She set this up like a tent over the plastic bag containing the bullet. Cooper said, "You're behind the armor, but your hands won't be." "Bomb suits don't have hand protection either," she pointed out, and pulled her shooting earplugs from her pocket, screwed them into her ears. "You'll have to shout," she said to Cooper. "What do I do?" "No, Sachs, no," Rhyme thought. "If you don't tell me, I'll just cut it apart." She picked up a forensic razor saw. The blade hovered over the bag. She paused. Rhyme sighed, nodded to Cooper. "Tell her what to do." The tech swallowed. "All right. Unwrap it, but carefully. Here, put it on this towel. Don't jar it. That's the worst thing you can do." She exposed the bullet, a surprisingly tiny piece of metal with an off-white tip. "That cone," Cooper continued, "if the bullet goes off, the cone will go right through the body armor and at least 1 or 2 walls. It's Teflon-coated." "Okay." She turned it aside toward the wall. "Sachs," Rhyme said soothingly, "use forceps, not your fingers." "It won't make any difference if it blows, Rhyme, and I need the control." "Please." She hesitated and took the hemostat that Cooper offered her. She gripped the base of the slug. "How do I open it up? Cut it?" "You can't cut through the lead," Cooper called. "The heat from the friction will set off the black powder. You'll have to work the cone off and pull the wad of plastic out." Sweat was rolling down her face. "Okay, with pliers?" Cooper picked up a pair of needle-nose pliers from the work table and walked to her side. He put them in her right hand, then retreated. "You'll have to grip it and twist hard. He glued it on with epoxy. That doesn't bond well with lead, so it should just pop off. But don't squeeze too hard. If it fractures, you'll never get it off without drilling, and that'll set it off." "Hard, but not too hard," she muttered. Think of all those cars you worked on, Sachs, Rhyme said. What? Trying to get those old spark plugs out. Hard enough to unseat them, not so hard you broke the ceramic. She nodded absently, and he didn't know if she'd heard him. Sachs lowered her head behind the teepee of her body armor. Rhyme saw her eyes squinting shut. Oh, Sachs. He never saw any motion. He just heard a very faint snap. She froze for a moment, then looked over the armor. It came off. It's open. Cooper said, Do you see the explosive? She looked inside. Yes. He handed her a can of light machine oil. Drip some of this inside, then tilt it. The plastic should fall out. We can't pull it, or the fingerprints will be ruined. She added the oil, then tilted the slug, open end down, toward the towel. Nothing happened. Damn, she muttered. Don't. She shook it, hard. Shake it, Cooper shouted. Sachs, Rhyme gasped. She shook harder. Damn it. No. A tiny white thread fell out, followed by some grains of black powder. Okay, Cooper said, exhaling. It's safe. He walked over, and using a needle probe, rolled the plastic onto a glass slide. He walked in the smooth gait of criminalists around the world, back straight, hand buoyed, and carrying the sample rock steady, to the microscope. He mounted the explosive. Magna brush? Cooper asked, referring to a fine gray fingerprint powder. No, Rhyme responded. Use gentian violet. It's a plastic print. We just need a little contrast. Cooper sprayed it, then mounted the slide on the scope. The image popped onto the screen of Rhyme's computer simultaneously. Yes, he shouted. There it is. The whorls and bifurcations were very visible. You nailed it, Sachs. Good job. As Cooper slowly rotated the plug of explosive, Rhyme made progressive screen captures, bitmap images, and saved them on the hard drive. He then assembled them and printed out a single two-dimensional sliver of print. But when the tech examined it, he sighed. What? Rhyme asked. Still not enough for a match. Only a 1/4 inch by 5/8. No AFIS in the world could pick up anything from this. Jesus, Rhyme spat out. All that effort. Wasted. A sudden laugh. From Amelia Sachs. She was staring at the wall, the evidence charts. CS1, CS2. Put them together, she said. What? We've got 3 partials, she explained. They're probably all from his index finger. Can't you fit them together? Cooper looked at Rhyme. I've never heard of doing that. Neither had Rhyme. The bulk of forensic work was analyzing evidence for presentation at trial. Forensic means relating to legal proceedings. And a defense lawyer'd go to town if cops started assembling fragments of Perp's fingerprints. But their priority was finding the dancer, not making a case against him. Sure, Rhyme said. Do it. Cooper grabbed the other pictures of the dancer's prints from the wall and rested them on the table in front of him. They started to work, Sachs and the tech. Cooper made photocopies of the prints, reducing 2 so they were all the same size. Then he and Sachs began fitting them together like a jigsaw puzzle. They were like children, trying variations, rearranging, arguing playfully. Sachs went so far as to take out a pen and connect several lines over a gap in the print. Cheating, Cooper joked. But it fits, she said triumphantly. Finally, they cut and pasted a print together. It represented about 3/4 of a friction ridge print, probably the right index finger. Cooper held it up. I have my doubts about this, Lincoln. But Rhyme said, it's art, Mel. It's beautiful. Don't tell anyone at the Identification Association or they'll drum us out. Put it through AFIS. Authorize a priority search. All states. Ooh, Cooper said, that'll cost my annual salary. He scanned the print into the computer. It could take a half hour, said Cooper, more realistic than pessimistic. But it didn't take that long at all. 5 minutes later, long enough only for Rhyme to speculate whom he could con into pouring him a drink, Sachs or Cooper, the screen fluttered, and a new image came up. Your request has found 1 match, 14 points of comparison. Statistical probability of identity, 97%. "Oh, my God," Sachs muttered. "We've got him." "Who is he, Mel?" Rhyme asked softly, as if he were afraid the words would blow the fragile electrons off the computer screen. "He's not the dancer anymore," Cooper said. "He's Stephen Robert Call, 36, present whereabouts unknown, LKA 15 years ago, an RFD number in Cumberland, West Virginia." Such a mundane name. Rhyme found himself experiencing an unreasonable tug of disappointment. Call. Why was he on file? Cooper read. What he was telling Jody, he did 20 months for manslaughter when he was 15. A faint laugh. Apparently the dancer didn't bother to tell him that the victim was his stepfather. Stepfather, Tough reading, Cooper said, poring over the screen. Man. What? Sachs asked. Notes from the police reports. Here's what happened. Seems like there'd been a history of domestic disputes. The boy's mother was dying of cancer, and her husband, called stepfather, hit her for doing something or other. She fell and broke her arm. She died a few months later, and Cole got it into his head her death was Lou's fault. Cooper continued to read, and he actually seemed to shiver. Want to hear what happened? Go ahead. A couple months after she died, Stephen and his stepfather were out hunting. The kid knocked him out, stripped him naked, and tied him to a tree in the woods. Left him there for a few days. Just wanted to scare him, his lawyer said. By the time the police got to him, well, let's just say the infestation was pretty bad. Maggots, mostly. Lived for 2 days after that. Delirious. Man, Sachs whispered. When they found him, the boy was there, just sitting next to him, watching. Cooper read, The suspect surrendered without resistance, appeared in a disoriented state, kept repeating, anything can kill, anything can kill. Taken to Cumberland Regional Mental Health Center for evaluation. The psychological makeup didn't interest Rhyme very much. He trusted his forensic profiling techniques far more than the behavioral law enforcers. He knew the dancer was a sociopath, all professional killers were, and the sorrows and traumas that made him who he was weren't much help at the moment. He asked, Picture? No pictures in juvie. Right, hell. How about military? Nope, but there's another conviction, Cooper said. He tried to enlist in the Marines, but the psych profile got him rejected. He hounded the recruiting officers in D.C. for a couple months and finally assaulted a sergeant. Pled as suspended. Solito said, We'll run the name through Finest, the alias list, and then CIC. Have Delray get some people to Cumberland and start tracing him, Rhyme ordered. Will do. Stephen Call. After all these years. It was like finally visiting a shrine you'd read about all your life but never seen in person. There was a startling knock on the door. Sachs and Solito's hands both twitched impulsively toward their weapons. But the visitor was just one of the cops from downstairs. He had a large satchel. Delivery. What is it? Rhyme asked. A trooper from Illinois said this was from DuPage County Fire and Rescue. What is it? The cop shrugged. He said it was shit from some truck treads. But that's nuts. Must have been kidding. No, Rhyme said, that's exactly what it is. He glanced at Cooper. Tire scrapings from the crash site. The cop blinked. You wanted that? Flown in from Chicago? We've been waiting with bated breath. Well, life's funny sometimes, ain't it? And Lincoln Rhyme could only agree. Professional flying is only partly about flying. Flying is also about paperwork. Littering the back of the van transporting Percy Clay to Mamaroneck Airport was a huge stack of books and charts and documents. NOS's Airport Facility Directory, the Airman's Information Manual, the FAA's NOTAMs, Notices to Airmen, and advisory circulars, and the Jefferson J-Aids, the Airport and Information Directory. Thousands of pages, mountains of information. Percy, like most pilots, knew much of it by heart. But she also wouldn't think about driving an aircraft without going back to the original materials and studying them, literally, from the ground up. With this information and her calculator, she was filling out the two basic pre-flight documents, the navigation log and the flight plan. On the log, she'd mark their altitude, calculate the course variations due to wind and the variance between true course and magnetic course, determine their ETE, estimated time en route, and come up with the Godhead number, the amount of fuel they'd need for the flight. 6 cities, 6 different logs, dozens of checkpoints in between. Then there was the FAA flight plan itself on the reverse side of the navigation log. Once airborne, the co-pilot would activate the plan by calling the flight service station at Mamaroneck, which would in turn call ahead to Chicago with Foxtrot Bravo's estimated time of arrival. If the aircraft didn't arrive at its destination within a half hour after ETA, it would be declared overdue and search and rescue procedures would start. These were complicated documents and had to be calculated perfectly. If aircraft had unlimited fuel supplies, they could rely on radio navigation and spend as much time as they wanted cruising from destination to destination at whatever altitudes they wanted. But not only was fuel expensive to begin with, and the twin Garrett turbofans burned an astonishing amount of it, it was also extremely heavy and cost a lot in extra fuel charges just to carry. On a long flight, especially with a number of fuel-hungry takeoffs, carrying too much gas could drastically erode the profit the company was making on the flight. The FAA dictated that each flight have enough fuel to make it to the point of destination, plus a reserve, in the case of a night flight, of 45 minutes flying time. Fingers tapping over the calculators, Percy Clay filled in the forms in her precise handwriting. Careless about so much else in her life, she was meticulous about flying. The merest act of filling in ATIS frequencies or the magnetic heading variations gave her pleasure. She never scrimped, never estimated when accurate calculations were called for. Today, she submerged herself in the work. Roland Bell was beside her. He was haggard and sullen. The good old boy was long gone. She grieved for him as much as for herself. It seemed that Britt Hale was the first witness he'd lost. She felt an unreasonable urge to touch his arm, to reassure him, as he'd done for her. But he seemed to be one of those men who, when faced with loss, disappear into themselves. Any sympathy would jar. He was much like herself, she believed. Bell gazed out the window of the van, his hand frequently touching the checkered black grip of the pistol in his shoulder holster. Just as she finished the last flight plan card, the van turned the corner and entered the airport, stopping for the armed guards who examined their IDs and waved them through. Percy directed them to the hangar, but she noticed that the lights were still on in the office. Ron Talbot, grease-stained and exhausted, sat in the office, wiping his sweating forehead. His face was an alarming red. "Ron," she hurried forward, "are you all right?" They embraced. "Britt," he said, shaking his head, gasping. "He got Britt, too. Percy, you shouldn't be here. Go someplace safe. Forget about the flight. It isn't worth it." She stepped back. "What's wrong? You sick?" "Just tired." She took the cigarette out of his hand and stubbed it out. "You did the work yourself? On Foxtrot Bravo?" "Ron?" "Most of it. It's almost finished. The guy from Northeast delivered the fire extinguisher cartridge and the annular about an hour ago. I started to mount them. Just got a little tired." "Chest pains?" "No, not really." "Ron, go home." "Ron," she snapped. "I've lost 2 dear people in the last 2 days. I'm not going to lose a third. I can mount an annular. It's a piece of cake." Talbot looked like he couldn't even lift a wrench, much less a heavy combustor. Percy asked, "Where's Brad?" "The FO for the flight." "On his way. Be here in an hour." She kissed his sweaty forehead. "You get home and lay off the weeds, for God's sake. You crazy?" He hugged her. "Percy, about Britt." She hushed him with a finger to her lips. "Home. Get some sleep. When you wake up, I'll be in Erie, and we'll have ourselves that contract. Signed, sealed, and delivered." He struggled to his feet, stood for a moment looking out the window at Foxtrot Bravo. His face revealed an acrid bitterness. It was the same look she'd remembered in his milky eyes when he'd told her that he'd flunked his physical and could no longer fly for a living. Talbot headed out the door. It was time to get to work. She rolled up her sleeves, motioned Bell over to her. He lowered his head to her in a way she found charming. The same pose Ed fell into when she was speaking softly. She said, "I'm going to need a few hours in the hangar. Can you keep that son of a bitch off me until then?" No down-home aphorisms, no done deals. Roland Bell, the man with 2 guns, nodded solemnly, his eyes moving quickly from shadow to shadow. They had a mystery on their hands. Cooper and Sachs had examined all the trace found in the treads of the Chicago fire trucks and police cars that had been at the scene of the Ed Carney crash. There was the useless dirt, dog shit, grass, oil, and garbage that Rhyme had expected to find. But they made one discovery that he felt was important. He just didn't have a clue what it meant. The only batch of trace exhibiting indications of bomb residue were tiny fragments of a pliable beige substance. The gas chromatograph mass spectrometer reported it was C5H8. Isoprene, Cooper reflected. "What's that?" Sachs had asked. "Rubber," Rhyme answered. Cooper continued. "I'm also reading fatty acids, dyes, talcum." "Any hardening agents?" Rhyme asked. "Clay, magnesium carbonate, zinc oxide?" "None." "It's soft rubber, like latex." "And little fragments of rubber cement, too," Cooper added, peering at a sample in the compound microscope. "Bingo," he said. "Don't tease, Mel," Rhyme grumbled. "Bits of soldering and tiny pieces of plastic embedded in the rubber. Circuit boards." "Part of the timer?" Sachs wondered aloud. "No, that was intact," Rhyme reminded. He felt they were onto something here. If this was another part of the bomb, it might give them a clue as to the source of the explosive or another component. "We have to know for sure whether this is from the bomb or from the plane itself. Sachs, I want you to go up to the airport. The Mamaroneck. Find Percy and have her give you samples of anything with latex, rubber, or circuit boards that would be in the belly of a plane like the one he was flying, near the seat of the explosion. And Mel, send the info off to the Bureau's Explosives Reference Collection and check Army CID. Maybe there's a latex waterproof coating of some kind the Army uses for explosives. Maybe we can trace it that way." Cooper began typing the request on his computer, but Rhyme noticed Sachs wasn't pleased with her assignment. "You want me to go talk to her?" she asked. "To Percy?" "Yes, that's what I'm saying." "Okay," she sighed. "All right. And don't give her any crap like you've been doing. We need her cooperation." Rhyme didn't have a clue why she pulled on her vest so angrily and stalked out the door without saying goodbye. Chapter 29. Hour 31 of 45. At Mamaroneck Airport, Amelia Sachs saw Roland Bell lurking outside the hangar. Another 6 officers stood guard around the huge building. She supposed there were snipers nearby, too. Her eye caught the hillock where she dropped to the ground under fire. She remembered, with a disgusted twist in her belly, the smell of the dirt mingling with the sweet cordite scent from her own impotent pistol shots. Turned to Bell. "Detective?" His eyes glanced at her once. "Hey." Then he returned to scanning the airport. His easy southern demeanor was gone. He'd changed. Sachs realized that they shared something notorious now. They both had a shot at the Coffin dancer and missed. They both had also been in his kill zone and survived. Bell, though, with more glory than she. His body armor, she noticed, bore stigmata, the streaks from the 2 slugs that had glanced off him during the safe house attack. He'd stood his ground. "Where's Percy?" Sachs asked. "Inside, finishing up the repairs." "By herself?" "Think so. She's something, she is. You wouldn't think a woman that wasn't so, well, attractive would have quite the draw she does, you know." "Ugh, don't get me started." "Anybody else here from the company?" She nodded toward the Hudson Air office. There was a light on inside. "Percy sent most everybody home. Fella's going to be her co-pilot's due here any time. And somebody from operations inside. Needs to be on duty when there's a flight going on, I guess. I checked him out. He's okay." "So she's really going to fly?" Sachs asked. "Looks that way. The plane's been guarded the whole time? Yep, since yesterday. What are you doing here? Need some samples for analysis. That rhyme, he's something, too. Uh-huh. All two of you go back a ways? We've worked a few cases, she said dismissingly. He saved me from public affairs. That's his good deed. Say, I hear you can really drive a nail. I can shoot. Sidearms, you're on a team. And here I am at the site of my latest competition, she thought bitterly. Just weekend sport, she muttered. I do some pistol work myself, but I'll tell you, even on a good day, with a nice long barrel and firing single action, 50, 60 yards is all the far I can shoot. She appreciated his comments, but recognized that they were just an attempt to reassure her about yesterday's fiasco. The words meant nothing to her. Better talk to Percy now. Right through there, officer. Sachs pushed into the huge hangar. She walked slowly, looking at all the places the dancer could hide. Sachs paused behind a tall row of boxes. Percy didn't see her. The woman was standing on a small scaffolding, hands on her hips, as she gazed at the complicated network of pipes and tubes of the open engine. She'd rolled her sleeves up and her hands were covered with grease. She nodded to herself and reached forward into the compartment. Sachs was fascinated, watching the woman's hands fly over the machinery, adjusting, probing, seating metal to metal, and tightening the fixtures down with judicious swipes of her thin arms. She mounted a large red cylinder, a fire extinguisher, Sachs guessed, in about 10 seconds flat. But one part, it looked like a big metal inner tube, wouldn't fit correctly. Percy climbed off the scaffolding, selected a socket wrench, and climbed up again. She loosened bolts, removed another part to give her more room to maneuver, and tried again to push the big ring into place. Wouldn't budge. She shouldered it, didn't move an inch. She removed yet another part, meticulously setting each screw and bolt in a plastic tray at her feet. Percy's face turned bright red as she struggled to mount the metal ring. Her chest heaved as she fought the part. Suddenly it slipped, dropping completely out of position, and knocked her backward off the scaffolding. She twisted and landed on her hands and knees. The tools and bolts that she'd arranged so carefully on the tray spilled to the floor beneath the plane's tail. "No!" Percy cried. "No!" Sachs stepped forward to see if she was hurt, but noticed immediately that the outburst had nothing to do with pain. Percy grabbed a large wrench and slammed it furiously into the floor of the hangar. The policewoman stopped, stepped into the shadow beside a large carton. "No, no, no!" Percy cried, hammering the smooth concrete. Sachs remained where she was. "Oh, Ed." She dropped the wrench. "I can't do it alone." Gasping for breath, she rolled into a ball. "Ed, oh, Ed, I miss you so much." She lay, curled like a frail leaf, on the shiny floor and wept. Then, suddenly, the attack was over. Percy rolled upright, took a deep breath, and climbed to her feet, wiped the tears from her face. The aviatrix within her took charge once again, and she picked up the bolts and tools and climbed back up onto the scaffolding. She stared at the troublesome ring for a moment. She examined the fittings carefully, but couldn't see where the metal pieces were binding. Sachs retreated to the door, slammed it hard, and then started back into the hangar, walking with loud steps. Percy swung around, saw her, then turned back to the engine. She gave a few swipes to her face with her sleeve and continued to work. Sachs walked up to the base of the scaffolding and watched as Percy struggled with the ring. Neither woman said anything for a long moment. Finally, Sachs said, "Try a jack." Percy glanced back at her, said nothing. "It's just that the tolerance is close," Sachs continued. "All you need is more muscle, the old coercion technique. They don't teach it in mechanics school." Percy looked carefully at the mounting brackets on the pieces of metal. "I don't know." "I do. You're talking to an expert." The flyer asked, "You've mounted a combustor in a Lear?" "Nope, spark plugs in a Chevy Monza. You have to jack up the engine to reach them. Well, only in the V8. But who'd buy a 4-cylinder car? I mean, what's the point? Percy looked back at the engine. So, Sachs persisted, a jack? It'll bend the outer housing. Not if you put it there. Sachs pointed to a structural member connecting the engine to the support that went to the fuselage. Percy studied the fitting. I don't have a jack, not one small enough to fit. I do. I'll get it. Sachs stepped outside to the IRV and returned with the accordion jack. She climbed up on the scaffolding, her knees protesting the effort. Try right there. She touched the base of the engine. That's I-beam steel. As Percy positioned the jack, Sachs admired the intricacies of the engine. How much horsepower? Percy laughed. We don't rate in horsepower. We rate in pounds of thrust. These are Garrett TFE 731s. They give up about 3,500 pounds each. Incredible, Sachs laughed. Brother. She hooked the handle into the jack, then felt the familiar resistance as she started turning the crank. I've never been this close to a turbine engine, she said. It was always a dream of mine to take a jet car out to the salt flats. This isn't a pure turbine. There aren't many of those left anymore. Just the Concorde. Military jets, of course. These are turbofans, like the airliners. Look in the front. See those blades? That's nothing more than a fixed-pitch propeller. Pure jets are inefficient at low altitudes. These are about 40% more fuel efficient. Sachs breathed hard as she struggled to turn the jack handle. Percy put her shoulder against the ring again and shoved. The part didn't seem large, but it was very heavy. You know cars, huh? Percy asked, also gasping. My father, he loved them. We'd spend the afternoon taking them apart and putting them back together when he wasn't walking a beat. A beat? He was a cop, too. And you got the mechanic bug? Percy asked. Nah, I got the speed bug. And when you get that, you better get the suspension bug and the transmission bug and the engine bug, or you ain't going anywhere fast. Percy asked, You ever driven an aircraft? Driven? Sachs smiled at the word. No, but maybe I'll think about it, knowing you've got that much oomph under the hood. She cranked some more, her muscles aching. The ring groaned slightly and scraped as it rose into its fittings. I don't know, Percy said uncertainly. Almost there. With a loud metallic clang, the ring popped onto the mounts perfectly. Percy's squat face broke into a faint smile. You torque 'em? Sachs asked, fitting bolts into the slots on the ring and looking for a wrench. Yeah, Percy said. The poundage I use is till there's no way in hell they'll come loose. Sachs tightened the bolts down with a ratcheting socket. The clicking of the tool took her back to high school, cool Saturday afternoons with her father, the smells of gasoline, of fall air, of meaty casseroles cooking in the kitchen of their Brooklyn attached house. Percy checked Sachs's handiwork, then said, I'll do the rest. She started reconnecting wires and electronic components. Sachs was mystified but fascinated. Percy paused. She added a soft, thanks. A few moments later, what are you doing here? We found some other materials we think might be from the bomb, but Lincoln didn't know if it was part of the plane or not. Bits of beige latex, circuit board, sound familiar? Percy shrugged. There are thousands of gaskets in Aaliyah. They could be latex, I don't have any idea. And circuit boards? There are probably another 1,000 of them. She nodded to a corner, toward a closet and workbench. The boards are special orders, depending on the component. But there should be a good stock of gaskets over there. Take samples of whatever you need. Sachs walked over to the bench, began slipping all the beige-colored bits of rubber she could find into an evidence bag. Without glancing at Sachs, Percy said, I thought you were here to arrest me, haul me back to jail. I ought to, the policewoman thought. But she said, just collecting exemplars. Then, after a moment, what other work needs to be done on the plane? Just recalibration, then a run-up to check the power settings. I have to take a look at the window, too, the one Ron replaced. You don't want to lose a window at 400 miles an hour. Could you hand me that hex set? No, the metric one. I lost one at 100 once, Sachs said, passing over the tools. A what? A window. A perp I was chasing had a shotgun. Double-aught buckshot. I ducked in time, but it blew the windshield clean out. I'll tell you, I caught a few bugs in my teeth before I collared him. And I thought I lived an adventurous life, Percy said. Most of it's dull. They pay you for the 5% that's adrenaline. I hear that, Percy said. She hooked up a laptop computer to components in the engine itself. She typed on the keyboard, read the screen. Without looking down, she asked, "So, what is it?" Eyes on the computer, the numbers flicking past, Sachs asked, "What do you mean?" "This, tension between us, you and me? You nearly got a friend of mine killed." Percy shook her head. She said reasonably, "That's not it. There are risks in your job. You decide if you're going to assume them or not. Jerry Banks wasn't a rookie. It's something else. I felt it before Jerry got shot. When I first saw you in Lincoln Rhymes' room." Sachs said nothing. She lifted the jack out of the engine compartment and set it on a table, absently wound it closed. 3 pieces of metal slipped into place around the engine, and Percy applied her screwdriver like a conductor's baton. Her hands were truly magic. Finally, she said, "It's about him, isn't it?" "Who?" "You know who I mean. Lincoln Rhyme." "You think I'm jealous?" Sachs laughed. "Yes, I do." "Ridiculous." "It's more than just work between you. I think you're in love with him." "Of course I'm not. That's crazy." Percy offered a telling glance and then carefully twined excess wire into a bundle and nestled it into a cutout in the engine compartment. "Whatever you saw is just respect for his talent, that's all." She lifted a grease-stained hand toward herself. "Come on, Amelia, look at me. I'd make a lousy lover. I'm short, I'm bossy, I'm not good-looking." "You're—" Sachs began. Percy interrupted. "The ugly duckling story? You know, the bird that everybody thought was ugly until it turned out to be a swan? I read that 1,000,000 times when I was little, but I never turned into a swan. Maybe I learned to fly like one," she said with a cool smile, "but it isn't the same. Besides," Percy continued, "I'm a widow. I've just lost my husband. I'm not the least interested in anyone else." "I'm sorry," Sachs began slowly, feeling unwillingly drawn into this conversation. "But I've got to say, well, you don't really seem to be in mourning." "Why, because I'm trying my hardest to keep my company going?" "No, there's more than that," Sachs replied cautiously. "Isn't there?" Percy examined Sachs's face. "Ed and I were incredibly close. We were husband and wife and friends and business partners. And yes, he was seeing someone else." Sachs's eyes swiveled toward the Hudson Air office. "That's right," Percy said. "It's Lauren. You met her yesterday." The brunette who'd been crying so hard. "It tore me apart. Hell, it tore Ed apart, too. He loved me, but he needed his beautiful lovers. Always did. And you know, I think it was harder on them, because he always came home to me." She paused for a moment and fought the tears. "That's what love is, I think. Who you come home to." "And you? Was I faithful?" Percy asked. She gave another of her wry laughs, the laugh of someone who has keen self-awareness but who doesn't like all the insights. "I didn't have a lot of opportunities. I'm hardly the kind of girl gets picked up walking down the street." She examined the socket wrench absently. "But yeah, after I found out about Ed and his girlfriends a few years ago, I was mad. It hurt a lot. I saw some other men. Ron Talbot, spent some time together, a few months." She smiled. "He even proposed to me, said I deserved better than Ed. And I suppose I did. But even with those other women in his life, Ed was the man I had to be with. That never changed." Percy's eyes grew distant for a moment. "We met in the Navy, Ed and I, both fighter pilots. When he proposed..."
See, the traditional way to propose in the military is you say, "You want to become my dependent?" Sort of a joke. But we were both Lieutenants J.G., so Ed said, "Let's you and me become each other's dependents." He wanted to get me a ring, but my father disowned me. For real? Yep, real soap opera, which I won't go into now. Anyway, Ed and I were saving every penny to open our own charter company after we were discharged, and we were completely broke. But one night he said, "Let's go up." So we borrowed this old Norseman they had on the field. Tough plane. Big air-cooled rotary engine. You could do anything with that aircraft. Well, I was in the left-hand seat. I'd taken off, and it got us up to about 6,000 feet. Suddenly he kissed me and wobbled the yoke, which meant he was taking over. I let him. He said, "I got you a diamond after all, Perce." He did, Sachs asked. Percy smiled. He throttled up all the way to the firewall and pulled the yoke back. The nose went straight up in the air. Tears were coming fast now to Percy Clay's eyes. For a moment, before he kicked rudder and we started down out of the stall, we were looking straight up into the night sky. He leaned over and said, "Take your pick. All the stars of the evening. You can have any one you want." Percy lowered her head, caught her breath. All the stars of the evening. After a moment, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve, then turned back to the engine. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Believe me, you don't have anything to worry about. Lincoln's a fascinating man, but Ed was all I ever wanted. There's more to it than you know, Sachs sighed. You remind him of someone he was in love with. You show up, and all of a sudden it's like he's with her again. Percy shrugged. We have some things in common. We understand each other. But so what? That doesn't mean anything. Take a look, Amelia. Rhyme loves you. Sachs laughed. Oh, I don't think so. Percy gave her another look that said, "Whatever," and began replacing the equipment in boxes as meticulously as she'd worked with the tools and computers. Roland Bell ambled inside, checking windows and scanning the shadows. "All quiet?" he asked. "Not a peep. Got a message to pass on. The folk from U.S. Medical just left Westchester Hospital. The shipment will be here in an hour. I've got a car of my people behind them just to be on the safe side. But don't worry that it'll spook them and be bad for business. My guys are top-notch. The driver will never know he's being followed." Percy looked at her watch. "Okay." She glanced at Bell, who was looking uncertainly at the open engine compartment, like a snake at a mongoose. She asked, "We don't need babysitters on the flat, do we?" Bell's sigh was loud. "After what happened at the safe house," he said in a low, solemn voice, "I'm not letting you out of my sight." He shook his head, and already looking airsick, he walked back to the front door and disappeared into the cool, late afternoon air. Her head in the engine compartment, studying her work carefully, Percy said in a reverberating voice, "Looking at Rhyme and looking at you, I wouldn't give it much more than 50-50, I've got to say." She turned and looked down at Sachs. "But you know, I had this flight instructor a long time ago." "And?" "When we'd fly multi-engine, he had this game of throttling back one engine to idle and feathering the prop, then telling us to land. A lot of instructors will cut power for a few minutes with altitude just to see how you can handle it. But they always throttle up again before landing. This instructor, though, he'd make us land on one engine. Students would always be asking him, 'Isn't that risky?' His answer was, 'God don't give out certain. Sometimes you just gotta play the odds.'" Percy lowered the flap of the engine cowl and clamped it into place. "All right, this is done. Damn aircraft may actually fly." She swatted the glossy skin like a cowgirl patting a rodeo rider's butt. Chapter 30.
Hour 32 of 45. At 6 p.m. on Sunday, they summoned Jody from Rhyme's downstairs bedroom, where he'd been under lock and key. He trotted up the stairs reluctantly, clutching his silly book, Dependent No More, like a Bible. Rhyme remembered the title. It had been on the Times bestseller list for months. In a black mood at the time, he'd noticed the book and thought cynically about himself, dependent forever. A team of federal agents was flying from Quantico to Cumberland, West Virginia, Stephen Call's old residence, to pick up whatever leads they could, hoping they might track him to his present whereabouts from there. But Rhyme had seen how carefully he'd scoured his crime scenes, and he had no reason to think the man would have been any less careful in covering his other tracks. "You told us some things about him," Rhyme said to Jody. "Some facts, some nutritional information. I want to know more." "I think hard." Jody squinted. Rhyme supposed he was considering what he could say to mollify them, superficial impressions. But he was surprised when Jody said, "Well, for one thing, he's afraid of you." "Us?" Rhyme asked. "No, just you." "Me?" he asked, astonished. "He knows about me?" "He knows your name's Lincoln, and that you're out to get him." "How?" "I don't know," the man said, then added, "You know, he made a couple of calls on that cell phone, and he listened for a long time. I was thinking—" "Oh, hellfire!" Delray sang out. "He's tapping somebody's line." "Of course," Rhyme cried. "Probably the Hudson Air office. That's how he found out about the safe house. Why didn't we think about that?" Delray said, "We got to sweep the office, but the bug might be in a relay box somewheres. We'll find it. We'll find it." He placed a call to the Bureau's tech services. To Jody, Rhyme said, "Go on. What else does he know about me?" "He knows you're a detective. I don't think he knows where you live or your last name, but you scare the hell out of him." If Rhyme's belly had been able to register the lub-dub of excitement and pride, he'd have felt that now. "Let's see, Stephen Call, if we can't give you a little more to be afraid of. You helped us once, Jody. I need you to help us again." "Are you crazy?" "Shut the fuck up," Delray barked, "and listen to what the man's saying, okay? Okay?" "I did what I said I would. I'm not doing anything more." The whine really was too much. Rhyme glanced at Solito. This called for people skills. "It's in your interest," Solito said reasonably, "to help us." "Getting shot in the back's in my interest? Getting shot in the head's in my interest? Uh-huh, I see. You want to explain that?" "Sure, I'll fucking explain it," Solito grumbled. "The dancer knows you dined him. He didn't have to target you back there at the safe house, right? Am I right?" Always get the mutts to talk, to participate. Solito had often explained the ways of interrogation to Lincoln Rhyme. "Yeah, I guess." Solito motioned Jody closer with a crooked finger. "It would have been the smart thing for him just to take off, but he went to the trouble to take up a sniper position and try to cap your ass. Now what's that tell us?" It tells us that he ain't going to rest till he clips you." Delray, happy to play straight man for a change, said, "And he's the sort I don't think you want to have knocking on your door at 3 a.m, this week, next month, or next year. We all together on that?" "So," Solito resumed snappily, "agreed that it's in your interest to help us." "But you'll give me, like, witness protection?" Solito shrugged. "Yes and no." "Huh?" "If you help us, yes. If you don't, no." Jody's eyes were red and watery. He seemed so afraid. In the years since his accident, Rhyme had been fearful for others, Amelia and Tom and Lon Solito. But he himself didn't believe he'd ever been afraid to die, certainly not since the accident. He wondered what it must be like to live so timidly, a mouse's life. Too many ways to die. Solito, slipping into his good cop persona, offered a faint smile to Jody. "You were there when he killed that agent in the basement, right?" "I was there, yeah." "That man could be alive now, and Britt Hale could be alive now. A lot of other people could, too, if somebody'd help us to stop this asshole a couple of years ago. Well, you can help us stop him now. You can keep Percy alive, maybe dozens of others. You can do that. This was Solito's genius at work. Rhyme would have bullied and coerced and, in a pinch, bribed the little man. But it never occurred to him to appeal to the splinter of decency that the detective, at least, could see within him. Jody absently riffled the pages in his book with a filthy thumb. Finally, he looked up and, with surprising sobriety, said, "When I was taking him to my place in the subway, a couple times I thought I'd maybe push him into a sewer interceptor pipe. The water goes real fast there. Wash him right down to the Hudson. Or I know where they had these piles of tie spikes in the subway. I could grab one and hit him over the head when he wasn't looking. I really thought about doing that. But I got scared." He held up the book. Chapter 3, Confronting Your Demons. "I've always run, you know. I never stood up to anything. I thought maybe I could stand up to him, but I couldn't." "Hey, now's your chance to," Solito said. Flipping through the tattered pages again, sighing. "What I gotta do?" Delray pointed an alarmingly long thumb toward the ceiling. His mark of approval. "We'll get to that in a minute," Rhyme said, looking around the room. Suddenly he shouted, "Tom! Tom! Come here, I need you." The handsome, exasperated face of the aide poked around the corner. "Yes?" "I'm feeling vain," Rhyme announced dramatically. "What?" "I'm feeling vain. I need a mirror." "You want a mirror?" "A big one. And would you please comb my hair? I keep asking you, and you keep forgetting." The U.S. Medical and Healthcare van pulled onto the tarmac. If the two white-jacketed employees, carting $250,000 worth of human organs, were concerned about the machine-gun-armed cops ringing the field, they gave no indication of it. The only time they flinched was when King, the bomb squad German shepherd, sniffed the cargo cases for explosives. "I'd watch that dog there," one of the delivery men said uneasily. "I imagine to them liver's liver and heart's heart." But King behaved like a thorough professional and signed off on the cargo without sampling any. The men carried the containers on board, loaded them into the refrigeration units. Percy returned to the cockpit where Brad Torgeson, a sandy-haired young pilot who flew occasional freelance jobs for Hudson Air, was going through the pre-flight check. They'd both already done the walk-around, accompanied by Bell, 3 troopers, and King. There was no way the dancer could have gotten to the plane in the first place, but the killer now had a reputation of materializing out of thin air. This was the most meticulous pre-flight visual in the history of aviation. Looking back into the passenger compartment, Percy could see the lights of the refrigeration units. She felt that tug of satisfaction she always felt when inanimate machinery, built and honed by humans, came to life. The proof of God for Percy Clay could be found in the hum of servomotors and the buoyancy of a sleek metal wing at that instant when the airfoil creates negative top pressure and you become weightless. Continuing with the pre-flight checklist, Percy was startled by the sound of heavy breathing next to her. "Whoa," Brad said, as King decided there were no explosives in his crotch and continued his examination of the inside of the plane. Rhyme had spoken to Percy not long ago and told her that he and Amelia Sachs had examined the gaskets and tubing and found no match for the latex discovered at the crash site in Chicago. Rhyme got the idea that he might have used the rubber to seal the explosives so that the dogs couldn't smell it. So he had Percy and Brad stand down for a few minutes while tech services went through the entire plane, inside and out, with hypersensitive microphones, listening for a detonator timer. Clean. When the plane rolled out, the taxiway would be guarded by uniformed patrolmen. Fred Delray had contacted the FAA to arrange that the flight plan be sealed, so that the dancer couldn't learn where the plane was going, even if he knew that Percy was at the helm. The agent had also contacted the FBI field offices in each of the arrival cities and arranged for tactical agents to be on the tarmac when the shipments were delivered. Now, engines started, Brad in the right-hand seat and Roland Bell shifting uneasily in one of the 2 remaining passenger seats. Percy Clay spoke to the tower. "Leah 6905 Foxtrot Bravo at Hudson Air, ready for taxi." Roger, 905 Foxtrot Bravo. Cleared onto taxiway 09 right. 09 right. 905 Foxtrot Bravo. A touch to the smooth throttles, and the sprightly plane turned onto the taxiway and proceeded through the gray, early spring evening. Percy was driving. Co-pilots have flight authority, but only the pilot can steer the plane on the ground. "You having fun, officer?" she called back to Bell. "I'm just tickled," he said, looking sourly out the large round window. "You know you can see straight down? I mean, the windows go so far round. Why'd they make it that way?" Percy laughed. She called out, "On airliners, they try to keep you from realizing you're flying. Movies, food, small windows. Where's the fun? What's the point?" "I can see a point or two," he said, chewing his Wrigley's with energetic teeth. He closed the curtain. Percy's eyes were on the taxiway, checking left and right, always vigilant. To Brad, she said, "I'll do the briefing now, okay?" "Yes'm." "This'll be a rolling takeoff with flaps set to 15 degrees, Percy said. "I'll advance the throttles. You call airspeed 80 knots, cross-check, V1, rotate, V2, and positive rate. I'll command gear up and you raise it. Got that?" "Airspeed 80, V1, rotate, V2, positive rate, gear." "Good. You'll monitor all instruments and the annunciator panel. Now, if we get a red panel light or there's an engine malfunction before V1, sing out abort loud and clear, and I'll make a go, no-go decision. If there's a malfunction at or after V1, we will continue the takeoff and we'll treat the situation as an in-flight emergency. We will continue on heading and you'll request VFR clearance for an immediate return to the airport. Understood?" "Understood." "Good. Let's do some flying. You ready, Roland?" "I'm ready. Hope you are. Don't drop your candy." Percy laughed again. Their housekeeper in Richmond had used that expression. It meant don't screw up. She wobbled the throttles a little closer to the firewall. The engines gave a grinding sound, and the Learjet sped forward. They continued to the hold position where the killer had placed the bomb on Ed's plane. She looked out the window and saw 2 cops standing guard. "Lear 905, Foxtrot Bravo," ground control called through the radio. "Proceed to and hold short of runway 5 left." "Foxtrot Bravo, hold short of 05 left." She steered onto the taxiway. The Lear was a ground hugger, yet whenever Percy Clay sat in the left-hand seat, whether in the air or on the ground, she felt that she was a mile high. It was a powerful place to be. All the decisions would be hers, followed unquestioningly. All the responsibility was on her shoulders. She was the captain. Eyes scanning the instruments. "Flaps 15-15 green," she said, repeating the degree setting. Doubling the redundancy, Brad said, "Flaps 15-15 green." ATC called, "Lear 905 Foxtrot Bravo, turn into position. Cleared for takeoff, runway 5 left." 5 left, Foxtrot Bravo, cleared for takeoff. Brad concluded the takeoff checklist. Pressurization normal. Temperature select is in auto. Transponder and exterior lights on. Ignition, pitot heat, and strobes your side. Percy checked those controls, said, "Ignition, pitot heat, and strobes on." She turned the Lear onto the runway, straightened the nose wheel, and lined up with centerline. She glanced at the compass. "All heading indicators, check 05, runway 5L. I'm setting power." She pushed the throttles forward. They began racing down the middle of the concrete strip. She felt his hand grip the throttles just below hers. "Power set." Then Brad called, "Airspeed alive," as the airspeed indicators jumped off the peg and started to move upward. 20 knots, 40 knots. The throttles nearly to the firewall, the plane shot forward. She heard a wail from Roland Bell and repressed a smile. 50 knots, 60 knots, 70. 80 knots, Brad called out. "Cross-check." "Check," she called after a glance at the airspeed indicator. "V1, Brad sang out. "Rotate." Percy removed her right hand from the throttles and took the yoke. Wobbly until now, the plastic control suddenly grew firm with air resistance. She eased back, rotating the Lear upward to the standard 7.5 degree incline. The engines continued to roar smoothly, and so she pulled back slightly more, increasing the climb to 10 degrees. "Positive rate," Brad called. "Gear up, flaps up, yaw damp on." Through the headphone came the voice of ATC. "Lear 905 Foxtrot Bravo, turn left heading 280. Contact departure control." 280 905 Foxtrot Bravo, thank you, sir. "Good evening." Tugging the yoke a bit more, 11 degrees, 12, 14, leaving the power settings at takeoff level, higher than normal, for a few minutes, hearing the sweet grind of the turbofans behind her, the slipstream. And in this sleek silver needle, Percy Clay felt herself flying into the heart of the sky, leaving behind the cumbersome, the heavy, the painful. Leaving behind Ed's death and Britt's, leaving behind even that terrible man, the devil, the coffin dancer. All of the hurt, all of the uncertainty, all of the ugliness were trapped far below her, and she was free. It seemed unfair that she should escape these stifling burdens so easily, but that was the fact of it. For the Percy Clay who sat in the left-hand seat of Lear N695FB was not Percy Clay, the short girl with the squat face, or Percy Clay, the girl whose only sex appeal was the lure of Daddy's chopped tobacco money. It wasn't Percy Pug, Percy the Mug, Percy the Troll, the awkward brunette struggling with the ill-fitting gloves at her cotillion on the arm of her mortified cousin, surrounded by willowy blondes who nodded at her with pleasant smiles and stored up the sight for a gossip fest later. That wasn't the real Percy Clay. This was. Another gasp from Roland Bell. He must have peeked through the window curtain during their alarming bank. "Mamaroneck departure, Lear 905 Foxtrot Bravo, with you out of 2000. "Evening, 5 Foxtrot Bravo. Climb and maintain 6,000. And then they began the mundane tasks of setting NavCom for the VOR frequencies that would guide them to Chicago as straight as a samurai's arrow. At 6,000 feet, they broke through the cloud cover into a sky that was as spectacular as any sunset Percy had ever seen. Not really an outdoor person, she never grew tired of the sight of beautiful skies. Percy allowed herself a single sentimental thought, that it would have been a very good thing if Ed's last sight had been as beautiful as this. At 21,000 feet, she said, "Your aircraft." Brad responded, "Got it." "Coffee?" "Love some." She stepped into the back of the plane, poured 3 cups, took one to Brad, and then sat down next to Roland Bell, who took the cup in shaking hands. "How you doing?" she asked. "It's not like I get airsick. It's just I get..." His face folded. "Well, nervous is it?" There were probably 1,000 good Tar Heel similes to choose from, but for once his southern talk failed him. "Just nervous," he concluded. "Take a look," she said, pointing out the cockpit window. He eased forward in the seat and looked out the windshield. She watched his craggy face blossom in surprise as they stared into the maw of the sunset. Bell whistled. "Well, now, look at that. Say, that was a real rush takeoff." "She's a sweet bird. You ever hear of Brooke Knapp?" "Don't believe so." "Businesswoman in California. Setting around the world speed record in a Lear 35A, what we're in right now. Took her a hair over 50 hours. I'm going to break that someday." "I don't doubt you are." Calmer now, eyes on the controls. "Looks awful complicated." She sipped the coffee. "There's a trick to flying we don't tell people. Sort of a trade secret. It's a lot simpler than you'd think." "What's that?" he asked eagerly. "The trick." "Well, look outside. You see those colored lights on the wingtips?" He didn't want to look, but he did. "Okay, got it." "There's one on the tail, too." "Uh-huh. Remember seeing that, I think." "All we have to do is make sure we keep the plane in between those lights, and everything will go fine." In between... It took a moment for the joke to register. He gazed at her deadpan face for a minute, then smiled. "You get a lot of people with that one?" "A few." But the joke didn't really amuse him. His eyes were still on the carpet. After a long moment of silence, she said, "Britt Hale could have said no, Roland. He knew the risks." "No, he didn't," Belle answered. "Nope. He went along with what we had in mind, not knowing much of anything. I should have thought better. I should have guessed about the fire trucks. Should have guessed that the killer'd know where your rooms were. I could have put you in the basement or someplace. And I could have shot better, too." Belle seemed so despondent that Percy could think of nothing to say. She rested her veiny hand on his forearm. He seemed thin, but he was really quite strong. He gave a soft laugh. "You want to know something?" "What?" "This is the first time I've seen you looking halfway comfortable since I met you." "Only place I really feel at home," she said. "We're going 200 miles an hour, a mile up in the air, and you feel safe." Belle sighed. "No, we're going 400 miles an hour, 4 miles up." Thanks for sharing that." "There's an old pilot saying," Percy said. "St. Peter doesn't count the time spent flying, and he doubles the hours you spend on the ground." "Funny," Belle said. "My uncle said something like that, too. Only he used it talking about fishing. I'd vote for his version over yours any day. Nothing personal." Chapter 31. Hour 33 of 45. Worms. Stephen Call, sweating, stood in a filthy bathroom in the back of a Cuban-Chinese restaurant, scrubbing to save his soul. Worms gnawing, worms eating, worms swarming. Clean them away. Clean them away. "Soldier." "Sir, I'm busy, sir." Scrub, 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 scrub. "Lincoln the Worm is looking for me. Everywhere Lincoln the Worm looks, worms appear. Go away." The brush moved, whisk, whisk, back and forth until his cuticles bled. "Soldier, that blood is evidence. You can't. Go away." He dried his hands, then grabbed the Fender guitar case and the book bag, pushed into the restaurant. "Soldier, your gloves!" The alarmed patrons stared at his bloody hands, his crazed expression. "Worms," he muttered in explanation to the entire restaurant. "Fucking worms." Then burst outside onto the street. Hurrying down the sidewalk, calming. He was thinking about what he had to do. He had to kill Jody, of course. Have to kill him, have to kill him, have to... Not because he was a traitor, but because he'd given away so much information. And why the fuck did you do that, soldier? About himself to the man. And he had to kill Lincoln the Worm because the worms would get him if he didn't. Have to kill. Have to. Are you listening to me, soldier? Are you? That was all there was left to do. Then he'd leave this city, head back to West Virginia, back to the hills. Lincoln, dead. Jody, dead. Have to kill. Have to. Nothing more to keep him here. As for the wife, he looked at his watch. Just after 7 p.m. Well, she was probably dead already. "It's bulletproof." "Against those bullets?" Jody asked. "You said they blow up." Delray assured him it was effective. The vest was thick Kevlar on top of a steel sheet. It weighed 42 pounds, and Ryan didn't know a cop in the city who wore a vest like this or ever would. "But what if he shoots my head?" "He wants me a lot more than he wants you," Ryan said. "And how's he going to know I'm staying here?" "How'd you think, mutt?" Delray snapped. "I'ma tell him." The agent cinched up the little man tight in the vest and tossed him a windbreaker. He'd showered, after protesting, and had been given a set of clean clothes. The large navy blue jacket, covering the bulletproof vest, was a little lopsided, but actually gave him a muscular physique. He caught sight of himself in the mirror, his scrubbed and newly attired self, and smiled for the first time since he'd been here. "Okay," Solido said to 2 undercover officers. "Take him downtown." The officers ushered him out the door. After he'd left, Delray looked at Rhyme, who nodded. The lanky agent sighed and flicked open his cell phone, placed a call to Hudson Air Charters, where another agent was waiting to pick up the phone. The Fed's tech group had found a remote tap on a relay box near the airport, clipped into the Hudson Air phone lines. The agents hadn't removed it, though. In fact, at Rhymes' insistence, they checked to make sure it was working and had replaced the weak batteries. The criminalist was relying on the device for the new trap. On the speakerphone, several rings, then a click. "Agent Mondale," came the deep voice. Mondale wasn't Mondale, and he was speaking according to a pre-written script. "Mondale," Delray said, sounding lily-white to a Connecticut manner born. "Agent Wilson here. We're at Lincoln's now." Not Rhyme. The dancer knew him as Lincoln. "How's the airport?" "Still secure." "Good. Listen, got a question. We've got a CI working for us, Joe Doforio." "He was the one—" "Right. Turn. You're working with him?" "Yeah," said Wilson, a.k.a. Fred Delray. "Bit of a mutt, but he's cooperating. We're going to run him down to his hidey hole and back here." "Where's here? You mean back to Lincoln's?" "Right. He wants his stuff." "Fuck you doing that for?" "He cut a deal. He dimes this killer, and Lincoln agreed he could have some stuff from his place. This old subway station. Anyway, we're not doing a convoy, just one car. Reason I called, we need a good driver. You worked with somebody you liked, right?" "Driver? On the Gambino thing?" "Oh, yeah, let me think." They stretched it out. Rhyme was, as always, impressed with Delray's performance. Whoever he wanted to be, he was. The phony agent Mondale, who deserved a Best Supporting Award himself, said, "I remember, Tony Glidden. No, Tommy, the blonde guy, right?" "That's him. I want to use him. He around?" "No, he's in Philly, that carjacking sting." "Philly, too bad. We're going in about 20 minutes. Can't wait any longer than that." "Well, I'll just have to do it myself then. But that Tommy, he... fucker could drive a car. He could lose a tail in 2 blocks. Man was amazing." "Sure could use him now. Listen, thanks, Mondale." "Later." Rhyme winked, a quad's equivalent of applause. Delray hung up, exhaled long and slow. "We'll see, we'll see." Solido uttered an optimistic, "The 3rd time we're baiting him. This should be it." Lincoln Rhyme didn't believe that was a rule of law enforcement, but he said, "Let's hope." Sitting in a stolen car not far from Jody's subway station, Stephen Call watched a government-issue sedan pull up. Jody and 2 uniformed cops climbed out, scanning the rooftops. Jody ran inside and 5 minutes later escaped back to the car with 2 bundles under his arm. Stephen could see no backup, no tail cars. What he'd heard on the tap was accurate. They pulled into traffic, and he started after them, thinking there was no place in the world like Manhattan for following and not being seen. He couldn't do this in Iowa or Virginia. The unmarked car drove fast, but Stephen was a good driver too, and he stayed with it as they made their way uptown. The sedan slowed when they got to Central Park West and drove past a townhouse in the 70s. There were 2 men in front of it, wearing street clothes, but they were obviously cops. A signal, probably all clear, passed between them and the driver of the unmarked sedan. So that's it. That's Lincoln the Worm's house. The car continued north. Stephen did too for a little ways, then parked suddenly and climbed out, hurrying into the trees with the guitar case. He knew there'd be some surveillance around the apartment, and he moved quietly. Like a deer soldier. Yes, sir. He vanished into a stand of brush and crawled back toward the townhouse, finding a good nest on a stony ledge under a budding lilac tree. He opened the case. The car containing Jody, now going south, screeched up to the townhouse. Standard evasive practice, Stephen recognized. It had made an abrupt U-turn in heavy traffic and sped back here. He was watching the 2 cops climb out of the sedan, look around, and escort a very scared Jody along the sidewalk. Stephen flipped the covers off the telescope and took careful aim on the traitor's back. Suddenly, a black car drove past, and Jody spooked. His eyes went wide, and he pulled away from the cops, running into the alley beside the townhouse. His escorts spun around, hands on their weapons, staring at the car that had startled him. They looked at the quartet of Latino girls inside and realized it was just a false alarm. The cops laughed. One of them called to Jody. But Stephen wasn't interested in the little man right now. He couldn't get both the worm and Jody, and Lincoln was the one he had to kill now. He could taste it. It was a hunger, a need as great as scrubbing his hands. To shoot the face in the window, to kill the worm. Have to. He was looking through the telescope, scanning the building's windows, and there he was, Lincoln the worm. A shiver rippled through Stephen's entire body. Like the electricity he felt when his leg rubbed against Jody's, only 1,000 times greater. He actually gasped in excitement. For some reason, Stephen wasn't the least surprised to see that the worm was crippled. In fact, this was how he knew the handsome man in a fancy motorized wheelchair was Lincoln. Because Stephen believed it would take an extraordinary man to catch him. Someone who wasn't distracted by everyday life. Someone whose essence was his mind. Worms could crawl over Lincoln all day long and he'd never even feel them. They could crawl into his skin and he'd never know. He was immune, and Stephen hated him all the more for his invulnerability. So the face in the window during the Alexandria, Virginia hit. It hadn't been Lincoln. Or had it? Stop thinking about it. Stop. The worms will get you if you don't. The explosive rounds were in the clip. He chambered one and scanned the room again. Lincoln the worm was speaking to someone Stephen couldn't see. The room on the first floor seemed to be a laboratory. He saw a computer screen and some other equipment. Stephen wrapped the sling around him, spot-welded the rifle butt to his cheek. It was a cool, damp evening. The air was heavy. It would sustain the explosive bullet easily. There was no need to correct. The target was only 80 yards away. Safety off. Breathe. Breathe. Go for a headshot. It would be easy from here. Breathe. In, out. In, out. He looked through the reticles, centered them on Lincoln the worm's ear as he stared at the computer screen. The pressure on the trigger began to build. Breathe. Like sex. Like coming. Like touching firm skin. Harder. Harder. Then Stephen saw it. Very faint. A slight unevenness on Lincoln the worm's sleeve, but not a wrinkle. It was a distortion. He relaxed his trigger finger and studied the image through the telescope for a moment. Stephen clicked to a higher resolution on the Redfield telescope. He looked at the type on the computer screen. The letters were backwards. A mirror. He was sighting on a mirror. It was another trap. Stephen closed his eyes. He'd almost given his position away. Cringy now, smothering in worms, choking on worms. He looked around. He knew there must be a dozen search and surveillance troopers in the park with big ears microphones just waiting to pinpoint the gunshot. They'd sight on him with M16s mounted with starlight scopes and nail him in a crossfire. Green lighted to kill. No surrender pitch. Quickly, but in absolute silence, he removed the telescope with shaking hands and replaced it and the gun in the guitar case, fighting down the nausea, the cringe. Soldier. Sir, go away, sir. Soldier, what are you... Sir, fuck you, sir. Stephen slipped through the trees to a path and walked casually around the meadow, heading east. Oh, yes, he was now even more certain than before that he had to kill Lincoln. A new plan. He needed an hour or two to think, to consider what he was going to do. He turned suddenly off the path, paused in the bushes for a long moment, listening, looking around him. They'd been worried he'd be suspicious if he noticed that the park was deserted, so they hadn't closed the entrances. That was their mistake. Stephen saw a group of men about his age, yuppies from the look of them, dressed in sweats or jogging outfits. They were carrying racquetball cases and backpacks and headed for the Upper East Side, talking loudly as they walked. Their hair glistened from the showers they'd just had at a nearby athletic club. Stephen waited until they were just past, then fell in behind them, as if he were a part of the group. Offered one of them a big smile. Walking briskly, swinging the guitar case jauntily, he followed them toward the tunnel that led to the east side. Chapter 32. Hour 34 of 45. Dusk surrounded them. Percy Clay, once again in the left-hand seat of the Learjet, saw the cusp of light that was Chicago in front of them. Chicago Center cleared them down to 12,000 feet. Starting descent, she announced, easing back on the throttles. ATIS. Brad clicked his radio to the automated airport information system and repeated out loud what the recorded voice told him. Chicago information, Whiskey, clear and forever. Wind 250 at 3, temperature 59 degrees, altimeter 30.11. Brad set the altimeter as Percy said into her microphone, Chicago approach, this is Lear 905 Foxtrot Bravo, with you inbound at 12,000, heading 280. Evening Foxtrot Bravo, descend and maintain 10,000. Expect vectors runway 27 right. Roger, descend and maintain 10, vectors 27 right. 905 Foxtrot Bravo. Percy refused to look down. Somewhere below and ahead of them was the grave of her husband and his aircraft. She didn't know if he'd been cleared to land on O'Hare's runway 27 right, but it was likely that he had, and if so, ATC would have vectored Ed through exactly the same airspace she was now sailing through. Maybe he'd started to call her right about here. No, don't think about it, she ordered herself. Fly the aircraft. In a low, calm voice, she said, Brad, this will be a visual approach to runway 27 right. Monitor the approach and call all assigned altitudes. When we turn on final, please monitor airspeed, altitude, and rate of descent. Warn me of a sink rate greater than 1,000 FPM. Go around will be at 92%. Roger. Flaps 10 degrees. Flaps 10, 10, green. The radio crackled. Lear 905 Foxtrot Bravo. Turn left heading 240, descend and maintain 4,000. 5 Foxtrot Bravo out of 10 for 4, heading 240. She eased back on the throttle and the plane settled slightly. The grinding sound of the engines diminished, and she could hear the whoosh of the air like a whisper of wind over bedsheets beside an open window at night. Percy yelled back to Bell, You're about to have your first landing in a Lear. Let's see if I can set her down without rippling your coffee. In one piece is all I'm asking for, Bell said, and cinched his seatbelt tight as a bungee cord harness. Nothing, Ryan. The criminalist closed his eyes in disgust. I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. He's gone. He was there, they're pretty sure, but the mics didn't pick up a sound. Ryan glanced up at the big mirror he'd ordered Tom to prop up across the room. They'd been waiting for the explosive rounds to crash into it. Central Park was peppered with Howman's and Delray's tactical officers, just waiting for a gunshot. Where's Jody? Ryan asked. Delray snickered. Hiding in the alley. Saw some car go by and spooked. What car? Ryan asked. The agent laughed. If it was a dancer, then he turned himself into 4 fat Puerto Rican girls. Little shit said he won't come out till somebody shuts off the street light in front of your building. Leave him. He'll come back when he gets cold. Or to get his money, Sachs reminded. Ryan scowled. He was bitterly disappointed that this trick, too, hadn't worked. Was it his failing? Or was there some uncanny instinct that the dancer had? A sixth sense? The idea was repugnant to Lincoln Rhyme, the scientist, but he couldn't discount it completely. After all, even the NYPD used psychics from time to time. Sachs started toward the window. No, Rhyme said to her. We still don't know for certain he's gone. Solito stood away from the glass as he drew the drape shut. Oddly, it was scarier not knowing exactly where the dancer was than thinking he was pointing a large rifle through a window 20 feet away. It was then that Cooper's phone rang. He took the call. "Lincoln, it's the Bureau's bomb people. They've checked the explosives reference collection. They say they've got a possible match on those bits of latex." "What did they say?" Cooper listened to the agent for a moment. "No leads on the specific type of rubber, but they say it's not inconsistent with the material used in altimeter detonators. There's a latex balloon filled with air. It expands when the plane goes up because of the low pressure at higher altitudes, and at a certain height the balloon presses into a switch on the side of the bomb wall. Contact's completed. The bomb goes off." "But this bomb was detonated by a timer." "They're just telling me about the latex." Rhyme looked at the plastic bags containing components of the bomb. This book is continued on Cassette 8, Side 1. Rhyme looked at the plastic bags containing components of the bomb. His eyes fell to the timer, and he thought, why is it in such perfect shape? Because it had been mounted behind the overhanging lip of steel. But the dancer could have mounted it anywhere, pressed it into the plastic explosive itself, which would have reduced it to microscopic pieces. Leaving the timer intact had seemed careless at first, but now he wondered. "Tell him that the plane exploded as it was descending," Sachs said. Cooper relayed the comment, then listened. The tech reported, "He says it could just be a point of construction variation. As the plane climbs, the expanding balloon trips a switch that arms the bomb. When the plane descends, the balloon shrinks and closes the circuit. That detonates it." Rhyme whispered, "The timer's a fake. He mounted it behind the piece of metal so it wouldn't be destroyed. So we'd think it was a time bomb, not an altitude bomb. How high was Carney's plane when it exploded?" Solito raced through the report. "It was just descending through 5,000 feet. So it armed when they climbed through 5,000 outside of Mamaroneck and detonated when he went below it near Chicago," Rhyme said. "Why on descent?" the detective asked. "So the plane would be farther away?" Sachs suggested. "Right," Rhyme said. "It'd give the dancer a better chance to get away from the airport before it blew." "But," Cooper asked, "why go to all the trouble to fool us into thinking it was one kind of bomb and not another?" Rhyme saw that Sachs figured it out just as fast as he did. "Oh, no," she cried. Solito still didn't get it. "What?" "Because," she said, "the bomb squad was looking for a time bomb when they searched Percy's plane tonight, listening for the timer. Which means," Rhyme spat out, "Percy and Bell have got an altitude bomb on board, too." "Sink rate 1,200 feet per minute," Brad sang out. Percy gentled the yoke of the Lear back slightly, slowing the descent. They passed through 5,500 feet. Then she heard it, a strange chirping sound. She'd never heard any sound like it, not in a Lear 35A. It sounded like a warning buzzer of some kind, but distant. Percy scanned the panels, but could see no red lights. It chirped again. 5,300 feet, Brad called. "What's that noise?" It stopped abruptly. Percy shrugged. An instant later, she heard a voice shouting beside her, "Pull up! Go higher, now!" Roland Bell's hot breath was on her cheek. He was beside her in a crouch, brandishing his cell phone. "What?" "There's a bomb on. Altitude bomb. It goes off when we hit 5,000 feet. "But we're above." "I know. Pull up. Up!" Percy shouted, "Set power 98%. Call out altitude." Without a second's hesitation, Brad shoved the throttles forward. Percy pulled the Lear into a 10-degree rotation. Bell stumbled backward and landed with a crash on the floor. Brad said, 5,002, 515, 52, 5,003, 54, 58, 6,000 feet. Percy Clay had never declared an emergency in all her years flying. Once she declared a pan-pan, indicating an emergency situation, when an unfortunate flock of pelicans decided to commit suicide in her No. 2 engine and clog up her pitot tube to boot. But now, for the first time in her career, she said, "Mayday, Mayday, Lear 6905, Foxtrot Bravo." "Go ahead, Foxtrot Bravo." "Be advised, Chicago approach. We have reports of a bomb on board. Need immediate clearance to 10,000 feet and a heading for holding pattern over unpopulated area." "Roger, 95er Foxtrot Bravo," the ATC controller said calmly. Maintain present heading of 240. Cleared to 10,000 feet. We are vectoring all aircraft around you. Change transponder code to 7700 and squawk." Brad glanced uneasily at Percy as he changed the transponder setting to the code that automatically sent a warning signal to all radar facilities in the area that Foxtrot Bravo was in trouble. Squawking meant sending out a signal from the transponder to let everyone at ATC and other aircraft know exactly which blip was the Lear. She heard Bell say into his phone, "The only person got close to the plane, except for me and Percy, was the business manager, Ron Talbot. And nothing personal to him, but my boys or I watched him like a hawk while he was doing the work, stood over his shoulder the whole time. Oh, and that guy delivered some of the engine parts came by, too, from Northeast Aircraft Distributors in Greenwich. But I checked him out good. Even got his home phone and called his wife, had them talk, to make sure he was legit." Bell listened for a moment more, then hung up. "They'll call us back." Percy looked at Brad and at Bell, then returned to the task of piloting her aircraft. "Fuel?" she asked her co-pilot. "How much time?" "We're under our estimated. Headwinds have been good." He did the calculations. 105 minutes. She thanked God, or fate, or her own intuition, for deciding not to refuel at Chicago, but to load enough to get them to St. Louis, plus the FAA requirement for an additional 45 minutes flying time. Bell's phone chirped again. He listened, sighed, then asked Percy, "Did that Northeast company deliver a fire extinguisher cartridge?" "Shit, did he put it in there?" she asked bitterly. "Looks like it. The delivery truck had a flat tire just after it left the warehouse on the way to make that delivery to you. Driver was busy for about 20 minutes. Connecticut trooper just found a mess of what looks like carbon dioxide foam in the bushes right near where it happened." "God damn!" Percy glanced involuntarily toward the engine. "And I installed the fucker myself." Bell asked, "Ryan wants to know about heat. Wouldn't it blow the bomb?" "Some parts are hot, some aren't. It's not that hot by the cartridge." Bell told this to Rhyme. Then he said, "He's going to call you directly." A moment later, through the radio, Percy heard the patch of a Unicom call. It was Lincoln Rhyme. "Percy, can you hear me?" "Loud and clear. That prick pulled a fast one, "Looks like it. How much flying time do you have?" "Hour 45 minutes, about." Okay, the criminalist said. A pause. "All right. Can you get to the engine from the inside?" "No." Another pause. "Could you somehow disconnect the whole engine? Unbolt it or something? Let it drop off?" "Not from the inside." "Is there any way you could refuel in midair?" "Refuel? Not with this plane." Rhyme asked, "Could you fly high enough to freeze the bomb mechanism?" She was amazed at how fast his mind worked. These were things that wouldn't have occurred to her. "Maybe, but even at emergency descent rate, I'm talking nosedive, it'd still take 8, 9 minutes to get down. I don't think any bomb parts would stay very frozen for that long, and the Mach buffet would probably tear us apart." Rhyme continued, "Okay, what about getting a plane in front of you and tethering some parachutes back?" Her initial thought was that she would never abandon her aircraft. But the realistic answer, the one she gave him, was that given the stall speed of a Lear 35A and the configuration of door, wings, and engines, it was unlikely that anyone could leap from the aircraft without being killed. Rhyme was again silent for a moment. Brad swallowed and wiped his hands on his razor-creased slacks. "Brother." Roland Bell rocked back and forth. Hopeless, she thought, staring down at the murky blue dusk. "Lincoln?" Percy asked. "Are you there?" She heard his voice. He was calling to someone in his lab, or bedroom. In a testy tone, he was demanding, "Not that map. You know which one I mean. Well, why would I want that one? No. Silence. Oh, Ed, Percy thought. Our lives have always followed parallel paths. Maybe our deaths will, too. She was most upset about Roland Bell, though. The thought of leaving his children orphans was unbearable. Then she heard Rhyme asking, "On the fuel you've got left, how far can you fly?" "At the most efficient power settings." She looked at Brad, who was punching in the figures. He said, "If we got some altitude, say 800 miles? "Got an idea," Rhyme said. "Can you make it to Denver?" Chapter 33. Hour 36 of 45. "Airport elevation's 5180 feet, Brad said, reviewing the Airman's Guide of Denver International. "We were about that outside of Chicago and the thing didn't blow." "How far?" Percy asked. "From present location, 902 miles. Percy debated for no more than a few seconds, nodded. "We go for it. Give me a dead reckoning heading, just something to play with until we get VORs. Then into the radio. "We're going to try it, Lincoln. The gas will be real close. We've got a lot to do. I'll get back to you." "We'll be here." Brad eyeballed the map and referred to the flight log. "Turn left heading 266. 266, she repeated, then called ATC. "Chicago Center, 905 Foxtrot Bravo. We're heading for Denver International. Apparently we've got an altitude-sensitive bomb on board. We need to get on the ground at 5,000 feet or higher. Request immediate VORs for vectoring to Denver." "Roger, Foxtrot Bravo. We'll have those in a minute." Brad asked, "Please advise the weather en route, Chicago Center." "High pressure front moving through Denver right now. Headwinds vary from 15 to 40 at 10,000, increasing to 60, 70 knots at 25. "Ouch," Brad muttered, then returned to his calculations. After a moment he said, "Fuel depletion about 55 miles short of Denver." Bell asked, "Can you set it down on the highway?" "In a big ball of flames we can," Percy said. ATC asked, "Foxtrot Bravo ready to copy VOR frequencies?" While Brad took down the information, Percy stretched, pressed her head into the back of her seat. The gesture seemed familiar, and she remembered she'd seen Lincoln Rhyme do the same in his elaborate bed. She thought about her little speech to him. She'd meant it, of course, but hadn't realized how true the words were, how dependent they were on fragile bits of metal and plastic. And maybe about to die because of them. Fate is the hunter. 55 miles short. What could they do? Why wasn't her mind as far-ranging as Rhyme's? Wasn't there anything she could think of to conserve fuel? Flying higher was more fuel efficient. Flying lighter was too. Could they throw anything out of the aircraft? The cargo? The U.S. medical shipment weighed exactly 478 pounds. That would buy them some miles. But even as she considered this, she knew she'd never do it. If there was any chance she could salvage the flight, salvage the company, she would. "Come on, Lincoln Rhyme," she thought. "Give me an idea. Give me—" Picturing his room, picturing sitting beside him, she remembered the Tiercel, the male falcon, lording about on the window ledge. "Brad," she asked abruptly, "what's our glide ratio?" "A Lear 35A? No idea." Percy had flown a Schweitzer 232 sailplane. The first prototype was built in 1962, and it had set the standard for glider performance ever since. Its sink rate was a miraculous 120 feet per minute. It weighed about 1,300 pounds. The Lear she was flying was 14,000 pounds. Still, aircraft will glide, any aircraft. She remembered the incident of the Air Canada 767 a few years ago. Pilots still talked about it. The jumbo jet ran out of fuel due to a combination of computer and human error. Both engines flamed out at 41,000 feet, and the aircraft became a 143-ton glider. It crash-landed without a single death. Well, let's think. What would the sink rate be at idle? We could keep it at 2,300, I think, which meant a vertical drop of about 30 miles per hour. Now, calculate if we burned fuel to take us to 55,000 feet. When would we deplete? 55? Brad asked with some surprise. Roger. He punched in numbers. Maximum climb is 4,300 FPM. We'd burn a lot down here, but after 35,000, the efficiency goes way up. We could power back, go to one engine. Sure, we could do that. He tapped in more numbers. That scenario, we'd deplete about 83 miles short. But of course, then we'd have altitude. Percy Clay, who got A's in math and physics and could dead reckon without a calculator, saw the numbers stream past in her head. Flame out at 55,000, sink rate of 23. They could cover a little over 80 miles before they touched down. Maybe more if the headwinds were kind. Brad, with the help of a calculator and fast fingers, came up with the same conclusion. Be close, though. God don't give out certain. She said, Chicago Center, Leah Foxtrot Bravo requesting immediate clearance to 55,000 feet. Say again, Foxtrot Bravo? We need to go high, 55,000 feet. The ATC controller's voice intruded. Foxtrot Bravo, you're a Lear 3-5, is that correct? Roger. Maximum operating ceiling is 45,000 feet. That's affirmative, but we need to go higher. Your seals have been checked lately? Pressure seals, doors and windows, what kept the aircraft from exploding. They're fine, she said, neglecting to mention that Foxtrot Bravo had been shot full of holes and jerry-rigged back together just that afternoon. ATC answered, Roger, you're cleared to 55,000 feet, Foxtrot Bravo. And Percy said something that few, if any, Lear pilots had ever said. Roger, out of 10 for 55,000. Percy commanded, power to 88%. Call-out rate of climb and altitude at 40, 50, and 55,000. Roger, Brad said placidly. She rotated the plane, and it began to rise. They sailed upward. All the stars of evening. 10 minutes later, Brad called out, 55,000. They leveled off. It seemed to Percy that she could actually hear the groaning of the aircraft's seams. She recalled her high-altitude physiology. If the window Ron had replaced were to blow out or any pressure seal burst, if it didn't tear the aircraft apart, hypoxia would knock them out in about 5 seconds. Even if they were wearing masks, the pressure difference would make their blood boil. Go to oxygen. Increase cabin pressure to 10,000 feet. Pressure to 10,000, he said. This would at least relieve some of the terrible pressure on the fragile hull. Good idea, Brad said. How'd you think of that? Monkey skills. Dunno, she responded. Let's cut power in number 2. Throttle closed, auto throttle disengaged. Closed, disengaged, Brad echoed. Fuel pumps off, ignition off. Pumps off, ignition off. She felt the slight swerve as their left side thrust vanished. Percy compensated for the yaw with a slight adjustment to the rudder trim tabs. It didn't take much. Because the jets were mounted on the rear of the fuselage and not on the wings, losing one power plant didn't affect the stability of the aircraft much. Brad asked, What do we do now? I'm having a cup of coffee, Percy said, climbing out of her seat like a tomboy jumping from a treehouse. Hey, Roland, how do you like yours again? For a torturous 40 minutes, there was silence in Rhymes' room. No one's phone rang. No faxes came in. No computer voices reported, You've got mail. Then, at last, Delray's phone brayed. He nodded as he spoke, but Rhyme could see the news wasn't good. He clicked the phone off. Cumberland? Delray nodded. But it's a bust. Carl hasn't been there for years. Oh, the locals are still talking about the time the boy tied his stepdaddy up and let the worms get him. Sort of a legend. But no family left in the area, and nobody knows nothing, or is willing to say. It was then that Solito's phone chirped. The detective unfolded it and said, Yeah? A lead, Rhyme prayed. Please, let it be a lead. He looked at the cop's doughy, stoic face. He flipped the phone closed. That was Roland Bell, he said. He just wanted us to know. They're out of gas. Chapter 34. Hour 38 of 45. 3 different warning buzzers went off simultaneously. Low fuel, low oil pressure, low engine temperature. Percy tried adjusting the attitude of the aircraft slightly to see if she could trick some fuel into the lines, but the tanks were bone dry. With a faint clatter, number 1 engine quit coughing and went silent. And the cockpit went completely dark, black as a closet. Oh, no. She couldn't see a single instrument, a single control lever or knob. The only thing that kept her from slipping into blind flight vertigo was the faint band of light that was Denver, in the far distance in front of them. "What's this?" Brad asked. "Jesus, I forgot the generators." "The generators are run by the engines. No engines, no electricity." "Drop the raft," she ordered. Brad groped in the dark for the control and found it. He pulled the lever, and the ram air turbine dropped out beneath the aircraft. It was a small propeller connected to a generator. The slipstream turned the prop which powered the generator. It provided basic power for the controls and lights, but not the flaps, gear, speed brakes. A moment later, some of the lights were turned. Percy was staring at the vertical speed indicator. It showed a descent rate of 3,500 feet per minute, far faster than they planned on. They were dropping at close to 50 miles an hour. Why, she wondered. Why was the calculation so far off? Because of the rarefied air here. She was calculating sink rate based on denser atmosphere. And now that she considered this, she remembered that the air around Denver would be rarefied too. She'd never flown a sailplane more than a mile up. She pulled back on the yoke to arrest the descent. It dropped to 2,100 feet per minute. But the airspeed dropped too, fast. In this thin air, the stall speed was about 300 knots. The shaker stick began to vibrate, and the controls went mushy. There'd be no recovery from a powerless stall in an aircraft like this. The Coffin corner. Forward with the yoke. They dropped faster, but the airspeed picked up. For nearly 50 miles, she played this game. Air traffic control told them where the headwinds were strongest, and Percy tried to find the perfect combination of altitude and route. Winds that were powerful enough to give the Lear optimal lift, but not so fast that they slowed their ground speed too much. Percy, her muscles aching from controlling the craft with brute force, wiped the sweat from her face and said, "Give him a call, Brad." "Denver Center, this is Lear 6905 Foxtrot Bravo, with you out of 19,000 feet. We are 21 miles from the airport. Airspeed 220 knots. We're in a no-power situation here and requesting vectoring to longest available runway consistent with our present heading of 250. "Roger, Foxtrot Bravo. We've been expecting you. Altimeter 30.95. Turn left heading 240. We're vectoring you to runway 28 left. You'll have 11,000 feet to play with." "Roger, Denver Center." Something was nagging at her, that ping in the gut again, like she'd felt with the black van. What was it? Just superstition? Tragedies come in threes. Brad said, 19 miles from touchdown, 16,000 feet. "Foxtrot Bravo, contact Denver approach." He gave them the radio frequency, then added, "They've been apprised of your situation. Good luck, ma'am. We're all thinking of you." "Good night, Denver. Thanks." Brad clicked the radio to the new frequency. What's wrong? She wondered again. There's something I haven't thought of. "Denver approach, this is Lear 6905 Foxtrot Bravo, with you at 13,000 feet, 13 miles from touchdown." "We have you, Foxtrot Bravo. Come right heading 250. Understand you are power free, is that correct?" "We're the biggest damn glider you ever saw, Denver." "You have flaps and gear?" "No flaps. We'll crank the gear down manually." "Roger. You want trucks?" Meaning emergency vehicles. "We think we've got a bomb on board. We want everything you've got." "Roger that." Then, with a shudder of horror, it occurred to her. The atmospheric pressure. "Denver approach," she asked. "What's the altimeter?" We have 30.96 Foxtrot Bravo. It had gone up 1/100 of an inch of mercury in the last minute. It's rising? That's affirmative, Foxtrot Bravo. Major high-pressure front moving in. No. That would increase the ambient pressure around the bomb, which would shrink the balloon as if they were lower than they actually were. Shit on the street, she muttered. Brad looked at her. She said to him, "What was the mercury at Mamaroneck?" He looked it up in the log. 29.6. Calculate 5,000 feet altitude at that pressure reading compared with 31.0. 31? That's awful high. That's what we're moving into. He stared at her. But the bomb, Percy nodded. Calculate it. The young man punched numbers with a steady hand. He sighed, his first visible display of emotion. 5,000 feet at Mamaroneck translates to 48.5 here. She called Bell forward again. Here's the situation. There's a pressure front coming in. By the time we get to the runway, the bomb may be reading the atmosphere as below 5,000 feet. It may blow when we're 50 to 100 feet above the ground. Okay. He nodded calmly. Okay. We don't have flaps, so we're going to be landing fast, close to 200 miles an hour. If it blows, we'll lose control and crash. There won't be much fire because the tanks are dry. And depending on what's in front of us, if we're low enough, we may skid a ways before we start tumbling. There's nothing to do but keep the seatbelts tight and keep your head down. All right, he said, nodding, looking out the window. She glanced at his face. Can I ask you something, Roland? You bet. This isn't your first airplane flight, is it? He sighed. You know, you live most of your born days in North Carolina. You just don't have much of a chance to travel. And coming to New York, well, those Amtraks are nice and comfy. He paused. Fact is, I've never been higher than an elevator will take me. They're not all like this, she said. He squeezed her on the shoulder, whispered, Don't drop your candy. He returned to his seat. Okay, Percy said, looking over the Airman's Guide information on Denver International. Brad, this'll be a nighttime visual approach to runway 28 left. I'll have command of the aircraft. You'll lower the gear manually and call out rate of descent, distance to runway, and altitude. Give me true altitude above ground, not sea level, and airspeed. She tried to think of something else. No power, no flaps, no speed brakes. There was nothing else to say. It was the shortest pre-landing briefing in the history of her flying career. She added, One last thing. When we stop, just get the fuck out as fast as you can. 10 miles to runway, he called. Speed 200 knots, altitude 9,000 feet. We need to slow descent. She pulled up on the yoke slightly, and the speed dropped dramatically. The shaker stick vibrated again. Stall now, and they died. Forward again. 9 miles. 8. Sweating like a rainstorm, she wiped her face. Blisters on the soft skin between her thumbs and index fingers. 7. 6. 5 miles from touchdown, 4,500 feet. Airspeed 200 knots. Gear down, Percy commanded. Brad spun the wheel that manually lowered the heavy gear. He had gravity helping him, but it was nonetheless a major effort. Still, he kept his eyes glued to the instruments and recited, calm as an accountant reading a balance sheet. 4 miles from touchdown, 3,900 feet. She fought the buffeting of the lower altitude and the harsh winds. Gear down, Brad called, panting. 3 green. The airspeed dropped to 180 knots, about 200 miles an hour. It was too fast, way too fast. Without their reverse thrusters, they'd burn up even the longest runway in a streak. Denver approach, what's the altimeter? 3098, the unflappable ATC controller said. Rising, higher and higher. She took a deep breath. According to the bomb, the runway was slightly less than 5,000 feet above sea level. How accurate had the Coffin dancer been when he'd made the detonator? The gear's dragging, sync rate's 2,600, which meant a vertical speed of about 38 miles per hour. "We're dropping too fast, Percy," Brad called. "We'll hit in front of the approach lights. 100 yards short. 2, maybe." ATC's voice had noticed this, too. "Foxtrot Bravo, you have to get some altitude. You're coming in too low." Back on the stick. The speed dropped. Stall warning. Forward on the stick. 2.5 miles from touchdown, altitude 1,900 feet. "Too low, Foxtrot Bravo," the ATC controller warned again. She looked out over the silver nose. There were all the lights, the strobes of the approach lights beckoning them forward, the blue dots of the taxiway, the orange-red of the runway, and lights that Percy'd never seen before on approach. Hundreds of flashing lights, white and red, all the emergency vehicles. Lights everywhere. All the stars of evening. "Still low," Brad called. "We're going to impact 200 yards short." Hands sweating, straining forward, Percy thought again of Lincoln Rhymes, strapped to his seat, himself leaning forward, examining something in the computer screen. "Too low, Foxtrot Bravo," ATC repeated. "I'm moving emergency vehicles to the field in front of the runway." "Negative that," Percy said adamantly. Brad called, "Altitude 1,300 feet, 1.5 miles from touchdown." "We've got 30 seconds. What do I do?" "Ed, tell me. Britt, somebody. Come on, monkey skills. What the hell do I do?" She looked out the cockpit window. In the light of the moon, she could see suburbs and towns and some farmland, but also, to the left, large patches of desert. Colorado's a desert state, of course. Suddenly, she banked sharply to the left. Brad, without a clue as to what she was doing, called out, "Rate of descent 3,200, altitude 1,000 feet, 900 feet, 85. Banking a powerless aircraft sheds altitude in a hurry. ATC called, "Foxtrot Bravo, do not turn. Repeat, do not turn. You don't have enough altitude as is." She leveled out over the patch of desert. Brad gave a fast laugh. "Altitude steady. Altitude rising. We're at 900 feet, 1,000 feet, 1,200 feet, 1,300 feet. I don't get it." "A thermal," she said. "Desert soaks up heat during the day and releases it all night." ATC had figured it out, too. "Good, Foxtrot Bravo, good. You just bought yourself about 300 yards. Come right, 290. Good, now left, 280. Good, on course. Listen, Foxtrot Bravo, you want to take out those approach lights, you go right ahead." "Thanks for the offer, Denver, but I think I'll set it down 1,000 past the numbers." "That's all right, too, ma'am." They had another problem now. They could reach the runway, but the airspeed was way too high. Flaps were what decreased the stall speed of an aircraft so it could land more slowly. The Lear 35A's normal stall speed was about 110 miles an hour. Without flaps, it was closer to 180. At that speed, even a 2-mile-long runway vanishes in an instant. So Percy side-slipped. This is a simple maneuver in a private plane, used in crosswind landings. You bank to the left and hit the right rudder pedal. It slows the aircraft considerably. Percy didn't know if anyone had ever used this technique in a 7-ton jet, but she couldn't think of anything else to do. "Need your help here," she called to Brad, gasping at the effort and the pain shooting through her raw hands. He gripped the yoke and shoved on the pedal, too. This had the effect of slowing the aircraft, though it dropped the left wing precipitously. She'd straighten it out just before contact with the runway. She hoped. "Airspeed," she called. 150 knots. "Looking good, Foxtrot Bravo." 200 yards from runway, altitude 280 feet, Brad called. "Approach lights 12 o'clock. "Sink rate?" she asked. 2,600. Too fast. Landing at that sink rate could destroy the undercarriage, and might very well set off the bomb, too. There were the approach strobes right in front of her, guiding them forward. Down, down, down. Just as they hurtled toward the scaffolding of the lights, Percy shouted, "My aircraft!" Brad released the yoke. Percy straightened from the side slip and brought the nose up. The plane flared beautifully and grabbed air, halting the precipitous descent right over the numbers at the end of the runway. Grabbed air so well, in fact, that it wouldn't land. In the thicker air of the relatively lower atmosphere, the speeding plane, lighter without fuel, refused to touch down. She glimpsed the yellow-green of the emergency vehicles scattered along the side of the runway. 1,000 feet past the numbers, still 30 feet above the concrete. Then 2,000 feet past. Then 3,000. Hell, fly her into the ground. Percy eased the stick forward. The plane dipped dramatically, and Percy yanked all the way back on the yoke. The Silverbird shuddered, then settled gently on the concrete. It was the smoothest landing she'd ever made. Full brakes! She and Brad jammed their feet down on the rudder pedals, and they heard the squealing of the pads, the fierce vibrations. Smoke filled the cabin. They'd used well over half the runway already and were still speeding at 100 miles an hour. Grass, she thought. I'll veer into it if I have to. Wreck the undercarriage, but I'll still save the cargo. 70, 60. Firelight, right wheel, Brad called. Then firelight, nose wheel. Fuck it, she thought, and pressed down on the brakes with all her weight. The Lear began to skid and shudder. She compensated with the nose wheel. More smoke filled the cabin. 60 miles per hour, 50, 40. The door, she called to Bell. In an instant, the detective was up, pushing the door outward. It became a staircase. The fire trucks were converging on the aircraft. With a wild groan of the smoking brakes, Lear N695FB skidded to a stop 10 feet from the end of the runway. The first voice to fill the cabin was Bell's. "Okay, Percy, out. Move." I'm taking over now," the detective shouted. "I have to drag you out of here. I'll do it. Now move." Bell hustled her and Brad out the door, then left to the concrete himself, led them away from the aircraft. He called to the rescue workers, who'd started shooting foam at the wheel wells. "There's a bomb on board. Could go any minute. In the engine. Don't get close." One of his guns was in his hand, and he surveyed the crowd of rescue workers circling the plane. At one time, Percy would have thought he was being paranoid. No longer. They paused about 100 feet from the plane. The Denver police bomb squad truck pulled up. Bell waved it over. A lanky cowboy of a cop got out of the truck and walked up to Bell. They flashed IDs at each other, and Bell explained about the bomb, where they thought it was. "So," the Denver cop said, "you're not sure it's on board?" "Nope, not 100%. Though as Percy happened to glance at Foxtrot Bravo, her beautiful silver skin flecked with foam and glistening under the fierce spotlights, there was a deafening bang. Everyone except Bell and Percy hit the ground fast as the rear half of the aircraft disintegrated in a huge flash of orange flame, strewing bits of metal into the air. "Oh," Percy gasped, her hand rising to her mouth. There was no fuel left in the tanks, of course, but the interior of the aircraft, the seats, the wiring, the carpet, the plastic fittings, and the precious cargo, burned furiously as the fire trucks waited a prudent moment, then streamed forward, pointlessly shooting more snowy foam on the ruined metallic corpse. Part 5. Danse Macabre. I looked up to see a dot dropping, becoming an inverted heart, a diving bird. The wind screamed through her bells, making a sound like nothing else on earth as she fell a half-mile through the clear autumn air. At the last moment, she turned parallel to the Chakar's line of flight and hit it from behind with the solid thwack of a large-caliber bullet striking flesh. A Rage for Falcons, Stephen Bodio. Chapter 35. Hour 42 of 45. It was after 3 a.m., Rhyme noted. Percy Clay was flying back to the East Coast on an FBI jet, and in just a few hours she'd be on her way to the courthouse to get ready for her grand jury appearance. And Rhyme still had no idea where the coffin dancer was, what he was planning, what identity he was now assuming. Solito's phone brayed. He listened. His face screwed up. Jesus, the dancer just got somebody else. They found another body, ID-proofed, in a tunnel in Central Park, near Fifth Avenue. Completely ID-proofed? Did it upright, sounds like. Removed the hands, teeth, jaw, and clothes. White male, youngish, late 20s, early 30s. The detective listened again. "Not a bum," he reported. He's clean, in good shape, athletic. Howman thinks he's some yuppie from the east side. Okay, Rhyme said. Bring him here. I want to go over it myself. The body? Right. Well, okay. So the dancer's got a new identity, Rhyme mused angrily. What the hell is it? How's he going to come at us next? Rhyme sighed, looked out the window. He said to Delray, what safe house are you going to put them in? I've been thinking about that, the lanky agent said. Seems to me. Ours, the new voice said. They looked at the heavy-set man in the doorway. Our safe house, Reggie Eliopoulos said. We're taking custody. Not unless you've got, Rhyme began. The prosecutor waved the paper too fast for Rhyme to read it, but they all knew the protective custody order would be legit. That's not a good idea, Rhyme said. It's better than your idea of trying to get our last witness killed any way you can. Sachs stepped forward angrily, but Rhyme shook his head. Believe me, Rhyme said, the dancer will figure out that you're going to take them into custody. He's probably already figured it out. In fact, he added ominously, he may be banking on it. He'd have to be a mind reader. Rhyme tipped his head. You're catching on. Eliopoulos snickered. He looked around the room, spotted Jody. You're Joseph Doforio? The little man stared back. Yes? You're coming too. Hey, hold on a minute. They said I'd get my money and I could... This doesn't have anything to do with rewards. If you're entitled to it, you'll get it. We're just going to make sure you're safe until the grand jury. Grand jury? Nobody said anything about testifying. Well, Eliopoulos said, you're a material witness. A nod toward Rhyme. He may have been intent on murdering some hitman. We're making a case against the man who hired him, which is what most law enforcers do. I'm not going to testify. Then you're going to do time for contempt in general population, and I'll bet you know how safe you'll be there. The little man tried to be angry, but was just too scared. His face shriveled. Oh, Jesus. You're not going to have enough protection, Rhyme said to Eliopoulos. We know him. Let us protect them. Oh, and Rhyme, Eliopoulos turned to him. Because of the incident with the plane, I'm charging you with interference with a criminal investigation. The fuck you are, Solito said. The fuck I am, the round man snapped back. He could have ruined the case letting her make that flight. I'm having the warrant served Monday, and I'm going to supervise the prosecution myself. Rhyme said softly, he's been here, you know. The assistant U.S. attorney stopped speaking. After a moment, he asked, who? Though he knew who. He was right outside that window not an hour ago, pointing a sniper rifle loaded with explosive shells into this room. Rhyme's eyes dipped to the floor. Probably the very spot where you're standing. Eliopoulos wouldn't have stepped back for the world, but his eyes flickered to the windows to make certain the shades were closed. Why, Rhyme finished the sentence. Didn't he shoot? Because he had a better idea. What's that? Ah, Rhyme said. That's the million-dollar question. All we know is he's killed somebody else, some young man in Central Park, and stripped him. He's ID-proofed the body and taken over his identity. I don't doubt for 1 minute that he knows the bomb didn't kill Percy and that he's on his way to finish the job. And he'll make you a co-conspirator. He doesn't even know I exist. If that's what you want to believe. Jesus, Reggie boy, Delray said, get with the picture. Don't call me that. Sachs joined in. Aren't you figuring it out? You've never been up against anybody like him. Eyes on her, Eliopoulos spoke to Solito. Guess you do things different on the city level. Federal, our people know their places. Rhyme snapped, you're a fool if you treat him like a gangster or some has-been mafioso. Nobody can hide from him. The only way is to stop him. Yeah, Rhyme, that's been your war cry all along. Well, we're not sacrificing any more troops because you've got a hard-on for a guy killed 2 of your techs 5 years ago. Assuming you can get a hard-on. Heliopolis was a large man, and so he was surprised to find himself slammed so lithely to the floor, gasping for breath and staring up into Solido's purple face, the lieutenant's fist drawn back. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette.
Do that, officer, the attorney wheezed, and you'll be arraigned within a half hour. Lon, Rhyme said, let it go, let it go. The detective calmed, glared at the man, walked away. Heliopolis climbed to his feet. The insult, in fact, meant nothing. He wasn't even thinking of Heliopolis, or the dancer, for that matter. For he'd happened to glance at Amelia Sachs, at the hollowness in her eyes, the despair. And he knew what she was feeling, the desperation at losing her prey. Heliopolis was stealing away her chance to get the dancer. As with Lincoln Rhyme, the killer had come to be the dark focus of her life. All because of a single misstep, the incident at the airport, her going for cover. A small thing, minuscule to everyone but her. But what was the expression? A fool can throw a stone into a pond that a dozen wise men can't recover. And what was Rhyme's life now but the result of a piece of wood breaking a tiny piece of bone? Sax's life had been snapped in that single moment of what she saw as cowardice. But unlike Rhyme's case, there was, he believed, a chance for her to mend. Oh, Sax, how it hurts to do this, but I have no choice. He said to Heliopolis, all right, but you have to do one thing in exchange. Or you'll what? Heliopolis snickered. Or I won't tell you where Percy is, Rhyme said simply. We're the only ones who know. Heliopolis's face, no longer flushed from his world wrestling pin, gazed icily at Rhyme. What do you want? Rhyme inhaled deeply. The dancer's shown an interest in targeting the people looking for him. If you're going to protect Percy, I want you to protect the chief forensic investigator in the case, too. You? The lawyer asked. No, Amelia Sachs, Rhyme replied. Rhyme, no, she said, frowning. Reckless Amelia Sachs, and I'm putting her square in the kill zone. He motioned her over to him. I want to stay here, she said. I want to find him. He whispered, oh, don't worry about that, Sachs. He will find you. We'll try to figure out his new identity, Mel and me. But if he makes a move out on Long Island, I want you there. I want you with Percy. You're the only one who understands him. Well, you and me. And I won't be doing any shooting in the near future. He could come back here. I don't think so. There's a chance this is the first fish of his that's going to get away, and he doesn't like that one bit. He's going after Percy. He's desperate to. I know it. She debated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, Heliopolis said. You'll come with us. We've got a van waiting. Rhyme said, Sachs. She paused. Heliopolis said, we really should move. I'll be down in a minute. We're under some time pressure here, officer. I said a minute. She handily won the staring contest, and Heliopolis and his trooper escort led Jody down the stairs. Wait! The little man shouted from the hallway. He returned, grabbed his self-help book, and trotted down the stairs. Sachs. He thought of saying something about avoiding heroics, about Jerry Banks, about being too hard on herself, about giving up the dead. But he knew that any words of caution or encouragement would ring like lead. And so he settled for, shoot first. She placed her right hand on his left. He closed his eyes and tried so very hard to feel the pressure of her skin on his. He believed he did, if just in his ring finger. He looked up at her. She said, and you keep a minder handy, okay? Nodding at Solido and Delray. Then an EMS medic appeared in the door, looking around the room at Rhyme, at the equipment, at the beautiful lady cop, trying to fathom why on earth he was doing what he'd been instructed to. Somebody wanted a body? He asked uncertainly. In here, Rhyme shouted. Now! We need it now!
The van drove through a gate and then down a one-lane driveway. It extended for what seemed like miles. "If this is the driveway," Roland Bell muttered, "can't wait to see the house." He and Amelia Sachs flanked Jody, who irritated everybody no end as he fidgeted nervously, his bulky bulletproof vest banging into them as he'd examined shadows and dark doorways and passing cars on the Long Island Expressway. In the back were two 32E officers armed with machine guns. Percy Clay was in the front passenger seat. When they'd picked up her and Bell at the Marine Air Terminal at LaGuardia on their way to Suffolk County, Sachs had been shocked at the sight of the woman. Not exhaustion, though she was clearly tired. Not fear. No, it was Percy's complete resignation that troubled Sachs. As a patrol officer, she'd seen plenty of tragedy on the street. She delivered her share of bad news. But she'd never seen someone who'd given up so completely as Percy Clay. Percy was on the phone with Ron Talbot. Sachs deduced from the conversation that U.S. Medical hadn't even waited for the cinders of her airplane to cool before canceling the contract. When she hung up, she stared at the passing scenery for a moment. She said absently to Bell, "The insurance company isn't even going to pay for the cargo. They're saying I assumed a known risk. So that's it. That's it." She added briskly, "We're bankrupt." Pine trees swept past, scrub oaks, patches of sand. Sachs, a city girl, had come to Nassau and Suffolk counties when she was a teenager, not for the beaches or the shopping malls, but to pop the clutch of her Charger and goose the maroon car up to 60 within 5.9 seconds in the renegade drag races that made Long Island famous. She appreciated trees and grass and cows, but enjoyed nature best when she was streaking past it at 110 miles per hour. Jody crossed and uncrossed his arms and burrowed into the center seat, playing with the seatbelt, knocking into Sachs again. "Sorry," he muttered. She wanted to slug him. The house didn't live up to the driveway. It was a rambling split level, a combination of logs and clapboard, a ramshackle place added onto over the years with plenty of federal money and no inspiration. The night was overcast, filled with dense swatches of mist, but Sachs could see enough to note that the house was set in a tight ring of trees. The grounds around it had been cleared for 200 yards. Good cover for the residents of the house and good groomed open areas to pick off anyone trying an assault. A grayish band in the distance suggested the resumption of the forest. There was a large still lake behind the house. Reggie Eliopoulos climbed out of the lead van and motioned everyone out. He led them into the main entryway of the building. He handed them off to a round man who seemed cheerful even though he never once smiled. "Welcome," he said. "I'm U.S. Marshal David Franks. Want to tell you a little about your home away from home here. The most secure witness protection enclave in the country. We have weight and motion sensors built into the entire perimeter of the place. Couldn't be broken through without setting off all sorts of other alarms. The computer's programmed to sense human motion patterns correlated to weight, so the alarm doesn't go off if a deer or dog happens to wander over the perimeter. Somebody, some human, steps where he shouldn't, this whole place lights up like Times Square on Christmas Eve. What if somebody tries to ride a horse into the perimeter? We thought of that. The computer picks up a weight anomaly correlated to the distance between the animal's hooves. The alarm goes off. And any motion at all, raccoon or squirrel, starts the infrared videos going. Oh, and we're covered by radar from the Hampton Regional Airport, so any aerial assault gets picked up plenty early. Anything happens, you'll hear a siren and maybe see the lights. Just stay where you are. Don't go outside." "What kind of guards do you have?" Sachs asked. "We've got 4 marshals inside, 2 outside at the front guard station, 2 in the back by the lake. And hit that panic button there, and there'll be a Huey full of SWAT boys here in 20 minutes. Jody's face said 20 minutes seemed like a very long time. Sachs had to agree with him. Eliopoulos looked at his watch. He said, "We're going to have an armored van here at 6 to take you to the grand jury. Sorry you won't get much sleep." He glanced at Percy. "But if I'd had my way, you'd have been here all night, safe and sound." No one said a word of farewell as he walked out the door. Franks continued,
Few other things need mentioning. Don't look out the windows. Don't go outside without an escort. That phone there," he pointed to a beige phone in the corner of the living room, "is secure. It's the only one you should use. Shut off your cell phones and don't use them under any circumstances." "So, that's it. Any questions?" Percy asked, "Yeah, you got any booze?" Franks bent to the cabinet beside him and pulled out a bottle of vodka and one of bourbon. "We like to keep our guests happy." He set the bottles on the table, then walked to the front door, slipping his windbreaker on. "I'm headed home. Night, Tom," he said to the marshal at the door, and nodded to the quartet of guardees, standing incongruously in the middle of the varnished wood hunting lodge, 2 bottles of liquor between them and a dozen deer and elk heads staring down. The phone rang, startling all of them. One of the marshals got it on the 3rd ring. "Hello?" He glanced at the 2 women. "Amelia Sachs?" She nodded and took the receiver. It was Rhyme. "Sachs, how safe is it?" "Pretty good," she said. "High tech. Any luck with the body?" "Nothing so far. 4 missing males reported in Manhattan in the last 4 hours. We're checking them all out." "Is Jody there?" "Yes. Ask him if the dancer ever mentioned assuming a particular identity." She relayed the question. Jody thought back. "Well, I remember him saying something once. I mean, nothing specific. He said if you're going to kill somebody, you have to infiltrate, evaluate, delegate, then eliminate, or something like that. I don't remember exactly. He meant delegate somebody else to do something, then when everybody's distracted, he'd move in. I think he mentioned like a delivery guy or shoeshine boy." "Your deadliest weapon is deception." After she relayed this to Rhyme, he said, "We're thinking the body's a young businessman. Could be a lawyer. Ask Jody if he ever mentioned trying to get into the courthouse for the grand jury." Jody didn't think so. Sachs told Rhyme this. "Okay, thanks." She heard him calling something to Mel Cooper. "I'll check in later, Sachs." After they hung up, Percy asked him, "You want a nightcap?" Sachs couldn't decide if she did or not. The memory of the scotch preceding her fiasco in Lincoln Rhyme's bed made her cringe. But on impulse, she said, "Sure." Roland Bell decided he could be off duty for a half hour. Jody opted for a fast medicinal shot of whiskey, then headed off to bed, toting his self-help book under his arm and staring with a city boy's fascination at a mounted moose head. Outside, in the thick spring air, cicadas chirped and bullfrogs belched their peculiar, unsettling calls. As he looked out the window into the early morning darkness, Jody could see the starbursts of searchlights radiating through the fog. Shadows danced sideways, the mist moving through the trees. He stepped away from his window and walked to the door of his room, looked out. 2 marshals guarded this corridor, sitting in a small security room 20 feet away. They seemed bored and only moderately vigilant. He listened and heard nothing other than the snaps and ticks of an old house late in the evening. Jody returned to his bed and sat on the sagging mattress. He picked up his battered, stained copy of Dependent No More. "Let's get to work," he thought. He opened the book wide, the glue cracking, and tore a small patch of tape off the bottom of the spine. A long knife slid onto the bed. It looked like black metal, though it was made of ceramic-impregnated polymer and wouldn't register on a metal detector. It was stained and dull, sharp as a razor on one edge, serrated like a surgical saw on the other. The handle was taped. He designed and constructed it himself. Like most serious weapons, it wasn't glitzy and it wasn't sexy, and it did only one thing. It killed. And it did this very, very well. He had no qualms about picking up the weapon, or touching the doorknobs or windows, because he was the owner of new fingerprints. The skin on the pads of 8 fingers and 2 thumbs had been burned away chemically last month by a surgeon in Bern, Switzerland, and a new set of prints etched into the scar tissue by a laser used for microsurgery. His own prints would regenerate, but not for some months. Sitting on the edge of the bed, eyes closed, he pictured the common room and took a mental stroll through it, remembering the location of every door, every window, every piece of furniture, the bad landscapes on the walls, the elk antlers above the fireplace, ashtrays, weapons, and potential weapons. Jody had such a good memory he would have been able to walk through the room blindfolded, never brushing a single chair or table. Lost in this meditation, he steered his imaginary self to the telephone in the corner and spent a moment considering the safe house's communications system. He was completely familiar with how it worked. He spent much of his free time reading operating manuals of security and communications systems, and he knew that if he cut the line, the drop in voltage would send a signal to the marshal's panel here and probably to a field office as well. So he'd have to leave it intact. Not a problem, just a factor. On with his mental stroll, examining the common room video cameras, which the marshal had forgotten to tell them about. They were in the Y configuration that a budget-conscious security designer would use for a government safe house. He knew this system too, and that it harbored a serious design flaw. All you had to do was tap the middle of the lens hard. This misaligned all the optics. The image in the security monitor would go black, but there'd be no alarm, which would happen if the coaxial cable were cut. Thinking about the lighting. He could shut out 5 of 8 lights he'd seen in the safe house, but no more than that. Not until all the marshals were dead. He noted the location of each lamp and light switch, then moved on, more phantom walking. The TV room, the kitchen, the bedrooms, thinking of distances, angles of view from outside. Not a problem. Noting the location of each of his victims, considering the possibility that they might have moved in the past 15 minutes. Just a factor. Now his eyes opened. He nodded to himself, slipped the knife in his pocket, and stepped to the door. Silently, he eased into the kitchen, stole a slotted spoon from a rack over the sink, walked to the refrigerator and poured himself a glass of milk. Then he walked into the common room and meandered from bookshelf to bookshelf, pretending to look for something to read. As he passed each of the video surveillance cameras, he reached up with the spoon and slapped the lens. Then he set the milk and spoon on a table and headed into the security room. "Hey, check out the monitors," one marshal muttered, turning a knob on the TV screen in front of him. "Yeah?" the other asked, not really interested. Jody walked past the first marshal, who looked up and started to ask, "Hey, sir, how you doing?" When, swish, swish, Jody tidily opened the man's throat in a V, spraying his copious velvet blood in a high arc. His partner's eyes flashed wide, and he reached for his gun, but Jody pulled it from his hand and stabbed him once in the throat and once in the chest. He dropped to the floor and thrashed for a moment. It was a noisy death, as Jody'd known it would be, but he couldn't do more knife work on the man. He needed the uniform, and had to kill him with a minimum of blood. As the marshal lay on the floor, shaking and dying, he gazed up at Jody, who was stripping off his own blood-soaked clothes. The marshal's eyes flickered to Jody's biceps. They focused on the tattoo. As Jody bent down and began to undress the marshal, he noticed the man's gaze and said, "It's called Danse Macabre. See? Death's dancing with his next victim. That's her coffin behind them. Do you like it?" He asked this with genuine curiosity, though he expected no answer, and received none. Chapter 36. Hour 43 of 45. Mel Cooper, clad in latex gloves, was standing over the body of the young man they'd found in Central Park. "I could try the planters," he suggested, discouraged. The friction ridge prints on the feet were as unique as fingerprints, but they were of marginal value until you had samples from a suspect. They weren't cataloged in AFIS databases. "Don't bother," Rhyme muttered. Who the hell is this? Rhyme wondered, looking at the savaged body in front of him. He's the key to the dancer's next move. Oh, this was the worst feeling in the world, an unreachable itch. To have a piece of evidence in front of you, to know it was the key to the case, and yet to be unable to decipher it.
Rhyme's eyes strayed to the evidence chart on the wall. The body was like the green fibers they'd found at the hangar. Significant, Rhyme felt, but its meaning unknown. Anything else? Rhyme asked the tour doctor from the medical examiner's office. He'd accompanied the body here. He was a young man, balding, with dots of sweat in constellations on his crown. The doctor said, "He's gay, or to be accurate, he'd lived a gay lifestyle when he was young. He's had repeated anal intercourse, though not for some years." Ron continued, "What does that scar tell you? Surgery?" "Well, it's a precise incision, but I don't know of any reason to operate there. Maybe some intestinal blockage. But even then, I've never heard of a procedure in that quadrant of the abdomen." Rhyme regretted Sachs was not here. He wanted to throw around ideas with her. She'd think of something he'd overlooked. Who could he be? Rhyme racked his brain. Identification was a complex science. He'd established a man's identity once with nothing more than a single tooth. But the procedure took time, usually weeks or months. "Run blood type and DNA profile," Rhyme said. "Already ordered," the tour doctor said. "I sent the samples downtown already." If he were HIV positive, that might help them ID him through doctors or clinics. But without anything else to go on, the blood work wouldn't be very helpful. Fingerprint. I'd give anything for a nice friction ridge print, Rhyme thought. Maybe... Wait! Rhyme laughed out loud. "His dick!" "What?" Solito blurted. Delray lifted an arching brow. "He doesn't have any hands, but what's the one part of his anatomy he'd be sure to touch?" "Penis," Cooper called out. "If he peed in the last couple of hours, we can probably get a print." "Who wants to do the honors?" "No job too disgusting," the tech said, donning a double layer of latex gloves. He went to work with Chromacoat skin printing cards. He lifted 2 excellent prints, a thumb from the top of the corpse's penis and an index finger from the bottom. "Perfect, Mel." "Don't tell my girlfriend," he said coyly. He fed the prints through the AFIS system. The message came up on the screen. "Please wait. Please wait." Be on file, Rhyme thought desperately. Please be on file. He was. But when the results came back, Solito and Delray, closest to Cooper's computer, stared at the screen in disbelief. "What the hell?" the detective said. "What?" Rhyme cried. "Who is it?" "It's Call." "What?" "It's Stephen Call," Cooper repeated. "It's a 20-point match. There's no doubt." Cooper found the composite print they'd constructed earlier to find the dancer's identity. He dropped it on the table next to the Chromacoat. "It's identical." How? Rhyme was wondering. How on earth? "What if," Solito said, "it's Call's prints on this guy's dick? What if Call's a bone smoker?" "We've got genetic markers from Call's blood, right? From the water tower?" "Right," Cooper called. "Compare them," Rhyme called out. "I want a profile of the corpse's markers. And I want it now." Poetry was not lost on him. The Coffin dancer. I like that, he thought. Much better than Jody, the name he'd picked for this job because it was so unthreatening. A silly name, a diminutive name. The dancer. Names were important, he knew. He read philosophy. The act of naming, of designating, is unique to humans. The dancer now spoke silently to the late dismembered Stephen Call. "It was me you heard about. I'm the one who calls my victims corpses. You call them wives, husbands, friends, whatever you like. But once I'm hired, they're corpses. That's all they are." Wearing a U.S. Marshal's uniform, he started down the dim hallway from the bodies of the 2 officers. He hadn't avoided the blood completely, of course, but in the murkiness of the enclave you couldn't see that the navy blue uniform had patches of red on it. On his way to find Corpse 3. The wife, if you will, Stephen. What a mixed-up, nervous creature you were, with your scrubbed hands and your confused dick. The husband, the wife, the friend. Infiltrate, evaluate, delegate, eliminate. Ah, Stephen, I could have taught you there's only one rule in this business. You stay one step ahead of every living soul. He now had 2 pistols, but wouldn't use them yet. He wouldn't think of acting prematurely. If he stumbled now, he'd never have another chance to kill Percy Clay before the grand jury met later that morning. Moving silently into a parlor where 2 more U.S. Marshals sat, one reading a paper, one watching TV. The first one glanced up at the dancer, saw the uniform, and returned to the paper, then looked up again. "Wait," the marshal said, suddenly realizing he didn't recognize the face. But the dancer didn't wait. He answered with swish-swish to both carotid arteries. The man slid forward to die on page 6 of the Daily News so quietly that his partner never turned from the TV, where a blonde woman wearing excessive gold jewelry was explaining how she met her boyfriend through a psychic. "Wait? For what?" the second marshal asked, not looking away from the screen. He died slightly more noisily than his partner, but no one in the compound seemed to notice. The dancer dragged the bodies flat, stowed them under a table. At the back door, he made certain there were no sensors on the door frame, and then slipped outside. The 2 marshals in the front were vigilant, but their eyes were turned away from the house. One quickly glanced toward the dancer, nodded a greeting, then turned back to his reconnaissance. The light of dawn was in the sky, but it was still dim enough so that the man didn't recognize him. They both died almost silently. As for the 2 in the back, at the guard station overlooking the lake, the dancer came up behind them. He tickled the heart of one marshal with a stab in the back, and then, swish-swish, sliced apart the throat of the second guard. Lying on the ground, the first marshal gave a plaintive scream as he died. But once again, no one seemed to notice. The sound, the dancer decided, was very much like the call of a loon, waking to the beautiful pink and gray dawn. Rhyme and Solito were deep in bureaucratic debt by the time the facts of the DNA profile arrived. The test had been the fast version, the polymerase chain reaction test, but it was still virtually conclusive. The odds were about 6,000 to 1 that the body in front of them was Stephen Call. "Somebody killed him?" Solito muttered. His shirt was so wrinkled it looked like a fiber sample under 500 times magnification. "Why?" But why was not a criminalist's question. Evidence, Rhyme thought. Evidence was his only concern. He glanced at the crime scene charts on his wall, scanning all the clues of the case. The fibers, the bullets, the broken glass. Analyze. Think. You know the procedure. You've done it 1,000,000 times. You identify the facts. You quantify and categorize them. You state your assumptions, and you draw your conclusions. Then you test. Assumptions, Rhyme thought. There was one glaring assumption that had been present in this case from the beginning. They'd based their entire investigation on the belief that Call was the coffin dancer. But what if he wasn't? What if he was the pawn, and the dancer had been using him as a weapon? Deception. If so, there'd be some evidence that didn't fit, something that pointed to the real dancer. He pored over the charts carefully. There was nothing unaccounted for except the green fiber, and that told him nothing. "We don't have any of Call's clothes, right?" "No, he was buck naked when we found him," the tour doctor said. "We have anything he came in contact with?" Solito shrugged. "Well, Jody," Rhyme asked. "He changed clothes here, didn't he?" "Right," Solito said. "Bring him here, Jody's clothes. I want to look at them." "Ugh," Del Rey said. "They're excessively unpleasant." Cooper found and produced them. He brushed them out over sheets of clean newsprint. He mounted samples of the trace on slides and set them in the compound scope. "What do we have?" Rhyme asked, looking over the computer screen, a copycat image of what Cooper was seeing in his microscope. "What's that white stuff?" Cooper asked. "Those grains. There's a lot of it. It was in the seams of his pants." Rhyme felt his face flush. Some of it was his erratic blood pressure from exhaustion. Some of it was the phantom pain that still plagued him every now and then. But mostly it was the heat of the chase. "Oh, my God," he whispered. "What, Lincoln?" "It's oolite," he announced.
"The fuck's that?" Solito asked. "Eggstone. It's a wind-borne sand. You find it in the Bahamas." "Bahamas?" Cooper asked, frowning. "What else did we just hear about the Bahamas?" He looked around the lab. "I don't remember." But Ryan did. His eyes were seated on the bulletin board, where was pinned the FBI analyst's report on the sand Amelia Sachs had found last week in Tony Pinelli's car, the missing agent downtown. He read, "Substance submitted for analysis is not technically sand. It is coral rubble from reef formations and contains spicules, cross-sections of marine worm tubes, gastropod shells, and foraminifers. Most likely source is the Northern Caribbean, Cuba, the Bahamas." Delray's agent, Ryan reflected. A man who'd know where the most secure federal safe house in Manhattan was, who'd tell whoever was torturing him the address, so that the dancer could wait there, wait for Stephen Call to show up, befriend him, and then arrange to get captured and get close to the victims. "The drugs!" Ryan cried. "What?" Solito asked. "What was I thinking of? Dealers don't cut prescription drugs. It's too much trouble. Only street drugs." Cooper nodded. "Jody wasn't cutting them with the baby formula. He just dumped out the drugs. He was popping placebos, so we'd think he was a druggie." "Jody's the dancer," Ryan called. "Get on the phone. Call the safe house now." Solito picked up the phone and dialed. Was it too late? "Oh, Amelia, what have I done? Have I killed you?" The sky was turning a metallic rosy color. A siren sounded far away. The peregrine falcon, the tiercel, he remembered, was awake and about to go hunting. Lon Solito looked up desperately from the phone. "There's no answer," he said. Chapter 37. Hour 44 of 45. They'd talked for a while, the three of them, in Percy's room. Talked about airplanes and cars and police work. Then Bell went off to bed, and Percy and Sachs had talked about men. Finally, Percy leaned back on the bed, closed her eyes. Sachs lifted the bourbon glass from the sleeping woman's hand and shut out the lights, decided to try to sleep herself. She now paused in the corridor to look out at the dim dawn sky, pink and orange, when she realized that the phone in the compound's main hallway had been ringing for a long time. Why wasn't anybody answering it? She continued down the corridor. She couldn't see the two guards nearby. The enclave seemed darker than before. Most of the lights had been shut off. A gloomy place, she thought, spooky, smelling of pine and mold. Something else? Another smell that was very familiar to her. What? Something from crime scenes. In her exhaustion, she couldn't place it. The phone continued to chirp. She passed Roland Bell's room. The door was partly open, and she looked in. His back was to the door. He was sitting in an armchair that faced a curtained window, his head forward on his chest, arms crossed. "Detective?" she asked. He didn't answer. Sound asleep, just what she wanted to be. She closed his door softly and continued down the corridor toward her room. She thought about Rhyme. She hoped he was getting some sleep, too. She'd seen one of his dysreflexia attacks. It had been terrifying, and she didn't want him to go through another one. The phone went quiet, cut off in the middle of a ring. She glanced toward where she'd heard it, wondering if it was for her. She couldn't hear whoever'd answered. She waited a moment, but no one summoned her. Silence, then a tap, a faint scrape. More silence. She stepped into her room. It was dark. She turned to grope for the switch and found herself staring at two eyes that caught a sliver of reflected light from outside. Right hand on the butt of her Glock, she swept her left hand up to the light switch. The 8-point buck stared at her with shiny false eyes. "Dead animals," she muttered. "Great idea in a safe house." She pulled her blouse off and removed the bulky American body armor suit. Not as bulky as Jody's, of course. What a kick he was. The little, what was Delray's street word? Skell, short for skeleton. Scrawny little loser. What a mutt.
She reached under her mesh undershirt and scratched frantically. Her boobs, her back under the bra, her sides. Oh, feels good. Exhausted, sure, but could she sleep? The bed looked pretty damn nice. She pulled on her blouse again, buttoned it, and lay down on the comforter. Closed her eyes. Did she hear footsteps? One of the guards making coffee, she supposed. Sleep? Breathe deep. No sleep. Her eyes opened, and she stared at the webby ceiling. The Coffin dancer, she mused. How would he come at them? What would his weapon be? His deadliest weapon is deception. Glancing out a crack in the curtain, she saw the beautiful fish-gray dawn. A haze of mist bleached the color from the distant trees. Somewhere inside the compound, she heard a thud, a footstep. Sachs swung her feet around to the floor and sat up. May as well just give up and get some coffee. I'll sleep tonight. She had a sudden urge to talk to Rhyme, to see if he'd found anything. She could hear him saying, "If I'd found something, I would have called you, wouldn't I? I said I'd check in." No, she didn't want to wake him, but she doubted he was asleep. She pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and clicked it on before she remembered Marshal Frank's warning to use only the secure line in the living room. As she was about to shut the phone off, it chirped loudly. She shivered, not at the jarring sound, but at the thought that the dancer had somehow found her number and wanted to confirm she was in the compound. For an instant she wondered if somehow he'd slipped explosives into her phone too. Damn it, Rhyme, look how spooked I am. Don't answer it, she told herself. But instinct told her to, and while criminalists may shun instinct, patrol cops, street cops, always listen to those inner voices. She pulled the antenna out of the phone. Hello? Thank God. The panicked tone of Lincoln Rhyme chilled her. Hey, Rhyme, what's... Listen very carefully. Are you alone? Yeah, what's going on? Jody's the dancer. What? Stephen Call was the diversion. Jody killed him. It was his body in the park we found. Where's Percy? In her room, up the hall. But how... No time. He's going for the kill right now. If the marshals are still alive, tell them to get into a defensive position in one of the rooms. If they're dead, find Percy and Bell and get out. Del Rey's scrambled SWAT, but it'll be 20 or 30 minutes before they're there. But there are 8 guards. He can't have taken them all out. Sachs, he said sternly. Remember who he is. Move. Call me when you're safe. Bell, she thought suddenly, recalling the detective's still posture, his head slumped forward. She raced to her door, threw it open, drew her gun. The black living room and corridor gaped. Dark. Only faint dawn light filtering into the rooms. She listened. A shuffle, a clink of metal. But where were the sounds coming from? Sachs turned toward Bell's room and trotted as quietly as she could. He got her just before she got to his room. As the figure stepped from the doorway, she dropped into a crouch and swung the Glock toward him. He grunted and slapped the pistol from her hand. Without thinking, she shoved him forward, slamming his back into the wall, groping for her switchblade. Roland Bell gasped, "Hold up there! Hey now!" Sachs let go of his shirt. "It's you. You scared the ever-living you-know-what out of me. What's..." "You're all right," she said. "Just dozed off for a minute. What's going on?" "Jody's the dancer. Rhyme just called." "What? How?" "I don't know." She looked around, shivering in panic. "Where are the guards?" The hall was empty. Then she recognized the smell she'd wondered about. It was blood, like hot copper. And she knew then that all the guards were dead. Sachs went to retrieve her weapon, which was lying on the floor. She frowned, looking at the end of the grip. Where the clip should have been was an empty hole. She picked up the gun. "No." "What?" Bell asked. "My clip, it's gone." She slapped her utility belt. The 2 clips in the keepers were gone too. Bell drew his weapons, the Glock and the Browning. They too were clipless. The chambers of the guns were empty too. "In the car," she stammered. "I'll bet he did it in the car. He was sitting between us, fidgeting all the time, bumping into us." Bell said,
I saw a gun case in the living room, a couple of hunting rifles.
Sachs remembered it. She pointed.
There.
They could just make it out in the dim light of dawn. Bell looked around him and hurried to it, crouching, while Sachs ran to Percy's room and looked in. The woman was asleep on the bed. Sachs stepped back to the corridor, flicked her knife open, and crouched, squinting. Bell returned a moment later.
It's been broken into. All the rifles are gone, and no ammo for the sidearms. Let's get Percy and get out of here.
A footstep not far away. The click of a bolt-action rifle's safety going off. She grabbed Bell's collar and pulled him to the floor. The gunshot was deafening, and the bullet broke the sound barrier directly over them. She smelled her own burning hair. Jody must have had a sizable arsenal by now, all the sidearms of the marshals, but he was using the hunting rifle. They sprinted for Percy's door. It opened just as they got there, and she stepped out, saying, "My God, what's—" The full body tackle from Roland Bell shoved Percy back into her room. Sachs tumbled in on top of them. She slammed the door shut, locked it, and ran to the window, flung it open. "Go, go, go, go!" Bell lifted a stunned Percy Clay off the ground and dragged her toward the window as several high-powered deer slugs tore through the door around the lock. None of them looked to see how successful the coffin dancer had been. They rolled through the window into the dawn and ran and ran and ran through the dewy grass. Chapter 38. Hour 44 of 45. Sachs stopped beside the lake. Mist, tinted red and pink, wafted in ghostly tatters over the still gray water. "Go on!" she shouted to Bell and Percy. "Those trees!" She was pointing to the nearest cover, a wide band of trees at the end of a field on the other side of the lake. It was more than 100 yards away, but was the closest cover. Sachs glanced back at the cabin. There was no sign of Jody. She dropped into a crouch over the body of one of the marshals. Their holsters were empty, of course, their clip cases too. She'd known Jody had taken those weapons, but she hoped there was one thing he hadn't thought of. He is human, Rhyme. And frisking the cool body, she found what she was looking for. Tugging up the marshal's pants cuff, she pulled his backup weapon out of his ankle holster. A silly gun, a tiny 5-shot Colt revolver with a 2-inch barrel. She glanced at the cabin just as Jody's face appeared in the window. He lifted the hunting rifle. Sachs spun and squeezed off around. Glass broke inches from his face, and he stumbled backward into the room. Sachs sprinted around the lake after Bell and Percy. They ran fast, weaving sideways through the dewy grass. They got nearly 100 yards from the house before they heard the first shot. It was a rolling sound echoing off the trees. It kicked up dirt near Percy's leg. "Down!" Sachs cried. "There!" pointing to a dip in the earth. They rolled to the ground just as he fired again. If Bell had been upright, the shot would have hit him directly between the shoulder blades. They were still 50 feet from the nearest clump of trees that would give them protection. This book is continued on Cassette 9, Side 1. But to try for it now would be suicide. Jody was apparently every bit the marksman that Stephen Call had been. Sachs lifted her head briefly. She saw nothing but heard an explosion. An instant later, the slug snapped through the air beside her. She felt the same draining terror as at the airport. She pressed her face into the cool spring grass, slick with dew and her sweat. Her hand shook. Bell looked up fast and then down again. Another shot. Dirt kicked up inches from his face. "I think I saw him," the detective drawled. "There's some bushes to the right of the house on that hill." Sachs breathed the trio of fast breaths. She rolled 5 feet to the right, poked her head up fast, ducked again. Jody chose not to shoot this time, and she'd gotten a good look. Bell was right. The killer was on the side of a hill, targeting them with the telescopic deer rifle. She'd seen the faint glint from the scope. He couldn't quite hit them where they were if they stayed prone, but all he had to do was move up the hill. From its crest, he could shoot down into the pit they were hiding in now. A perfect kill zone. 5 minutes passed without a shot. He'd be working his way up the hill, though cautiously. He knew Sachs was armed, and he'd seen she was a good shot. Could they wait him out? When would the SWAT chopper get here? Sachs squeezed her eyes closed, smelled the dirt, the grass. She thought of Lincoln Rhyme. You know him better than anybody, Sachs. You never really know a perp until you've walked where he's walked, until you've cleaned up after his evil. But Rhyme, she thought, this isn't Stephen Call. Jody isn't the killer I know. It wasn't his crime scenes I walked through. It wasn't his mind I peered into. She looked for a low spot on the ground that might lead them safely to the trees, but there was nothing. If they moved 5 feet in either direction, he'd have a clean shot. Well, he'd have a clean shot at them any minute now when he got to the crest of the hill. Then something occurred to her, that the crime scenes she'd worked really were the dancer's scenes. He may not have been the one who fired the bullet that killed Britt Hale, or planted the bomb that blew up Ed Carney's plane, or swung the knife that killed John Immelman in the basement of the office building. But Jody was a perpetrator. Get into his mind, Sachs, she heard Lincoln Rhyme say. His deadliest, my deadliest weapon is deception. Both of you, Sachs called, looking around. There. She pointed toward a slight ravine. Bell glared at her. She saw how badly he wanted the dancer, too. But the look in her eyes told him that the killer was her prey and hers alone. No debate and no argument. Rhyme had given this chance to her, and nothing in the world could stop her from doing what she was about to. The detective nodded solemnly, and he pulled Percy after him into the shallow notch in the earth. Sachs checked the pistol. 4 rounds left. Plenty. More than enough. If I'm right. Am I? She wondered, face against the wet, fragrant earth. And she decided that yes, she was right. A frontal assault wasn't the dancer's way. Deception. And that's just what I'm going to give him. Stay down. Whatever happens, stay down. She rose to her hands and knees, looking over the ridge, getting ready, preparing herself, breathing slowly. That's a 100-yard shot, Amelia, Bell whispered. With a snub nose? She ignored him. Amelia, Percy said. The flyer held her eyes for a moment, and the woman shared a smile. Head down, Sachs ordered, and Percy complied, nestling into the grass. Amelia Sachs stood up. She didn't crouch, didn't turn sideways to present a more narrow target. She just slipped into the familiar 2-hand target pistol stance, facing the house, the lake, facing the prone figure halfway up the hill, who pointed the telescopic sight directly at her. The stubby pistol felt as light as a scotch glass in her hand. She aimed at the glare of the telescopic sight, a football field away. Sweat and mist forming on her face. Breathe, breathe, take your time, wait. A ripple passed through her back and arms and hands. She forced the panic away. Breathe, listen, listen, breathe. Now. She spun around and dropped to her knees as the rifle jutting from the grove of trees behind her, 50 feet away, fired. The bullet split the air just over her head. Sachs found herself staring at Jody's astonished face, the hunting rifle still at his cheek. He realized that he hadn't fooled her after all, that she'd figured out his tactic, how he'd fired a few shots from the lake, then dragged one of the guards up the hill and propped him there with one of the hunting rifles to keep them pinned down while he jogged up the road and circled behind. Deception. For a moment, neither of them moved. The air was completely still. No tatters of mist floating past, no trees or grass bending in the wind. A faint smile crossed Sachs's face as she lifted the pistol in both hands. Frantic, he ejected the shell from the deer rifle and chambered another round. As he lifted the gun to his cheek again, Sachs fired. 2 shots. Both clean hits. Saw him fly backward, the rifle sailing through the air like a majorette's baton. Stay with her, detective, Sachs called to Bell and sprinted toward Jody. She found him in the grass, lying on his back. One of her bullets had shattered his left shoulder. The other had hit the telescopic sight straight on and blown metal and glass into the man's right eye. His face was a bloody mess. She cocked her tiny gun, put a good ration of pressure on the trigger, and pressed the muzzle against his temple. She frisked him, lifted a single Glock and a long carbide knife out of his pocket. She found no other weapons. "Clear," she called. As she stood, pulling her cuffs out of the case, the dancer coughed and spit, wiped blood out of his good eye. Then he lifted his head and looked out over the field. He spotted Percy Clay as she slowly rose from the grass, staring at her attacker. Jody seemed to shiver as he gazed at her. Another cough, then a deep moan. He startled Sachs by pushing against her leg with his uninjured arm. He was badly hurt, maybe mortally, and had little strength. It was a curious gesture, the way you'd push an irritating Pekingese out of your way. She stepped back, keeping the gun trained squarely on his chest. Amelia Sachs was no longer of any interest to the coffin dancer. Neither were his wounds or the terrible pain they must be radiating. There was only one thing on his mind. With superhuman effort, he rolled onto his belly, and, moaning and clawing dirt, he began muscling his way toward Percy Clay, toward the woman he'd been hired to kill. Bell joined Sachs. She handed him the Glock, and together they kept their weapons on the dancer. They could easily have stopped him or killed him, but they remained transfixed, watching this pitiable man so desperately absorbed in his task that he didn't even seem to know his face and shoulder had been destroyed. He moved another few feet, pausing only to grab a sharp rock about the size of a grapefruit, and he continued on toward his prey. Never saying a word, drenched in blood and sweat, his face a knot of agony. Even Percy, who had every reason to hate this man, to sweep Sax's pistol from her hand and end the killer's life right there, even she was mesmerized, watching this hopeless effort to finish what he'd started. "That's enough," Sax said finally. She bent down and lifted the rock away. "No," he gasped. "No." She cuffed him. The coffin dancer gave a horrifying moan, which might have been from his pain, but seemed to arise more out of unbearable loss and failure, and dropped his head to the ground. He lay still. The trio stood around him, watching his blood soak the grass and innocent crocuses. Soon the heartrending call of the loons was lost in the whup-whup-whup of a helicopter skimming over the trees. Sachs noticed that Percy Clay's attention slipped immediately away from the man who'd caused her so much sorrow, and the flyer watched in rapt attention as the cumbersome aircraft eased through the misty air and touched down lithely on the grass. Chapter 39. "Ain't kosher, Lincoln. Can't do it." Lon Solito was insistent, but so was Lincoln Rhyme. "Give me a half hour with him." "They're not comfy with it." Which really meant what the detective added. "They shit when I suggested it. You're civilian." It was nearly 10 on Monday morning. Percy's appearance before the grand jury had been postponed until tomorrow. The Navy divers had found the duffel bags that Philip Hansen had sunk deep in Long Island Sound. They were being raced to an FBI PERT team in the Federal Building downtown for analysis. Heliopolis had delayed the grand jury to be able to present as much damning evidence against Hansen as possible. "What are they worried about?" Rhyme asked petulantly. "It's not as if I can beat him up." He thought about lowering his offer to 20 minutes, but that was a sign of weakness, and Lincoln Rhyme did not believe in showing weakness. So he said, "I caught him. I deserve a chance to talk to him," and fell silent. Blaine, his ex-wife, had told him in a moment of very uncharacteristic perception that Rhyme's eyes, dark as night, argued better than his words did. And so he stared at Solito until the detective sighed, then glanced at Delray. "Oh, give him a little time," the agent said. "What's it going to hurt? Bring the billy boy up here. And if he tries to run, hell, give me a golden excuse for some target practice." Solito said, "Oh, all right, I'll make the call. Only don't fuck up this case." The criminalist barely heard the words. His eyes turned toward the doorway, as if the coffin dancer were about to materialize magically. He wouldn't have been surprised if that had happened. "What's your real name? Is it really Joe or Jody?" "Ah, what's it matter? You caught me. You can call me what you want." "How about a first name?" Rhyme asked. "How about what you call me? The dancer. I like that." The small man examined Rhyme carefully with his good eye. If he was in pain from the wounds or groggy from medication, he didn't show it. His left arm was in a shoulder cast, but he still wore thick cuffs attached to a waist shackle. His feet were chained, too. "Whatever you like," Rhyme said pleasantly, and continued to study the man as if he were an unusual pollen spore picked up at a crime scene. The dancer smiled. Because of the damaged facial nerves and the bandages, his expression was grotesque. Tremors occasionally shook his body, and his fingers twitched. His broken shoulder rose and fell involuntarily. Rhyme had a curious feeling that he himself was healthy, and it was the prisoner who was the cripple. In the Valley of the Blind, the one-eyed man is king. The dancer smiled at him. "You're just dying to know, aren't you?" he asked Rhyme. "Know what?" "To know all. That's why you brought me here. You were lucky, catching me, I mean, but you don't really have a clue as to how I did it." Rhyme clucked his tongue. "Oh, but I know exactly how you did it." "Do you now?" "I just asked you here to talk to you," Rhyme replied. "That's all. To talk to the man who almost outthought me." "Almost." The dancer laughed. Another twisted smile. It was really quite eerie. "Okay, then tell me." Rhyme sipped from his straw. It was fruit juice. He'd astonished Tom by asking him to dump out the scotch and replace it with Hawaiian punch. Rhyme now said agreeably, "All right. You were hired to kill Ed Carney, Britt Hale, and Percy Clay. You were paid a lot, I'd guess. 6 figures. 7, the dancer said proudly. Rhyme lifted an eyebrow. "Lucrative line of work?" "If you're good." "You deposited the money in the Bahamas. You'd gotten Stephen Call's name from somewhere. I don't know where exactly, probably a mercenary network." The dancer nodded. "And you hired him as a subcontractor, anonymously, maybe by email, maybe fax, using references he'd trust. You'd never meet him face-to-face, of course. And I assume you tried him out." "Of course. They're hid outside of Washington, D.C. I was hired to kill a congressional aide sneaking secrets out of Armed Services Committee files. It was an easy job, so I subcontracted it to Stephen. Gave me a good chance to check him out. I watched him every step of the way. I checked the entrance wound on the body myself. Very professional. I think he saw me watching him, and he came after me to take care of witnesses. That was good, too." Rhyme continued. "You left him his cash and the key to Philip Hanson's hangar, where he waited to plant the bomb on Carney's plane. You knew he was good, but you weren't sure he was good enough to kill all 3 of them. You probably thought he could get 1 at the most, but would provide enough diversion for you to get close to the other 2. The dancer nodded, reluctantly impressed. "Him killing Britt Hale surprised me. Oh, yes. And it surprises me even more that he got away afterward and got the second bomb onto Percy Clay's plane. You guessed that you'd have to kill at least one of the victims yourself, so last week you became Jody, started hawking your drugs everywhere so that people on the street would know you. You kidnapped the agent in front of the Federal building, found out which safe house they'd be in. You waited in the most logical place for Stephen to make his attack and let him kidnap you. You left plenty of clues to your subway hideout so we'd be sure to find you, and use you to get to call. We all trusted you. We sure did. Stephen didn't have a clue you'd hired him. All he knew was that you betrayed him and he wanted to kill you. Perfect cover for you, but risky." "But what's life without risk?" the dancer asked playfully. "Makes it all worthwhile, don't you think? Besides, when we were together, I built in a few, let's call them countermeasures, so that he'd hesitate to shoot me. Latent homosexuality is always helpful." "But," Rhyme added, piqued that his narrative had been interrupted, "when Call was in the park, you slipped out of the alley where you were hiding, found him, and killed him. You disposed of the hands, teeth, and clothes, and his guns, in the sewer interceptor pipes. And then we invited you out to Long Island. Fox in the henhouse. Rhyme added flippantly, "That's the schematic. That's the bare bones. But I think it tells the story." The man's good eye closed momentarily, then opened again. Red and wet, it stared at Rhyme. He gave a faint nod of concession, or perhaps admiration. "What was it?" the dancer finally asked. "What tipped you?" "Sand," Rhyme answered, "from the Bahamas." He nodded, winced at the pain. "I turned my pockets out. I vacuumed." "In the folds of the seams. The drugs, too. Residue and the baby formula." "Yes, sure." After a moment, the dancer added, "He was right to be scared of you. Stephen, I mean." The eye was still scanning Rhyme, like a doctor looking for a tumor. He added, "Poor man, what a sad creature. Who buggered him, do you think? Stepdad or the boys in reform? Or all of the above?" "I wouldn't know," Rhyme said. On the windowsill, the male falcon landed and folded his wings. "Stephen got scared," the dancer mused. "And when you get scared, it's all over. He thought the worm was looking for him. Lincoln the worm. I heard him whisper that a few times. He was scared of you." "But you weren't scared." "No," the dancer said. "I don't get scared." Suddenly he nodded, as if he'd finally noticed something that had been nagging him. "Ah, listening carefully, are you? Trying to peg the accent?" Rhyme had been. "But see, it changes. Mountain, Connecticut, plain Southern and swamp Southern. Missouri, Kentucky." "Why are you interrogating me? Your crime scene. I'm caught. Time for Betty Vi. End of story." "Say I like chess. I love chess. You ever play, Lincoln?" He'd used to like it. He and Claire Trilling had played quite a bit. Tom had been after him to play on the computer and had bought him a good chess program, installed it. Rhyme had never loaded it. "I haven't played for a long time." "You and I'll have to play a game of chess sometime. You'd be a good man to play against. You want to know a mistake some players make?" "What's that?" Rhyme felt the man's hot gaze. He was suddenly uneasy. "They get curious about their opponents. They try to learn things about their personal life, things that aren't useful, where they're from, where they were born, who their siblings are." "Is that right?" "That may satisfy an itch, but it confuses them. It can be dangerous. See, the game is all on the board, Lincoln. It's all on the board." A lopsided smile. "You can't accept not knowing anything about me, can you?" No, Rhyme thought, I can't. The dancer continued. "Well, what exactly do you want? An address? A high school yearbook? How about a clue? Rosebud. How's that? I'm surprised at you, Lincoln. You're a criminalist, the best I've ever seen. And here you are right now on some kind of pathetic sentimental journey. Well, who am I? The Headless Horseman. Beelzebub. I'm Queen Mab. I'm them, as in look out for them, they're after you. I'm not your proverbial worst nightmare, because nightmares aren't real, and I am more real than anybody wants to admit. I'm a craftsman. I'm a businessman. You won't get my name, rank, or serial number. I don't play according to the Geneva Convention." Rhyme could say nothing. There was a knock on the door. The transport had arrived. "Can you take the shackles off my feet?" the dancer asked the two officers in a pathetic voice, his good eye blinking and tearful. "Oh, please, I hurt so much, and it's so hard to walk." One of the guards looked at him sympathetically, then at Rhyme, who said matter-of-factly, "You loosen so much as one restraint, and you'll lose your job and never work in this city again." The trooper stared at Rhyme for a moment, then nodded at his partner. The dancer laughed. Not a problem, he said, his eye on Rhyme. Just a factor. The guards gripped him by his good arm and lifted him to his feet. He was dwarfed by the two tall men as they led him to the door. He looked back. Lincoln, yes, you're going to miss me. Without me, you'll be bored. His single eye burned into Rhyme's. Without me, you're going to die. An hour later, the heavy footsteps announced the arrival of Lon Solito. He was accompanied by Sachs and Delray. Rhyme knew immediately there was trouble. For a moment he wondered if the dancer had escaped. But that wasn't the problem. Sachs sighed. Solito gave Delray a look. The agent's lean face grimaced. "Okay, tell me," Rhyme snapped. Sachs delivered the news. "The duffel bags. Fert's been through 'em." "Guess what was inside," Solito said. Rhyme sighed, exhausted, not in the mood for games. "Detonators, plutonium, and Jimmy Hoffa's body." Sachs said, "A bunch of Westchester County yellow pages and 5 pounds of rocks." "What?" "There's nothing, Lincoln. Zip." "You're sure they were phone books, not encrypted business records?" "Bureau Cryptology looked them over good," Delray said. "Fucking off-the-shelf yellow pages. And the rocks are nothing. Just added them to make it sink." "They're going to release Hanson's fat ass," Solito muttered darkly. "They're doing the paperwork right now. They're not even presenting it to the grand jury. All those people died for nothing." "Tell him the rest," Sachs added. "Eliopolis is on his way here now," Solito said. "He's got paper." "A warrant?" Rhyme asked shortly. "For what?" "Oh, like he said, to arrest you." Chapter 40. Reginald Eliopolis appeared at the doorway, backed up by 2 large agents. Rhyme had thought of the attorney as middle-aged, but in the daylight he seemed to be in his early 30s. The agents were young, too, and dressed as well as he was, but they reminded Rhyme of pissed-off longshoremen. What exactly did he need them for, against a man flat on his back? "Well, Lincoln, I guess you didn't believe me when I said there'd be repercussions." "Uh-huh, you didn't believe me." "What the fuck are you bitching about, Reggie?" Solito asked. "We caught him." Uh-huh. "I'll tell you what I'm..." He lifted his hands and made imaginary quotation marks in the air. "Bitchin' for. The case against Hanson is kaput. No evidence in the duffel bags." "That's not our fault," Sachs said. "We kept your witness alive and caught Hanson's hired killer." "Ah," Rhyme said, "but there's more to it than that, right, Reggie?" The assistant U.S. attorney gazed at him coldly. Rhyme continued, "See, Jody, the dancer, is the only chance they have to make a case against Hanson now. Or that's what he thinks. But Dancer'll never dime a client." "Oh, that a fact? Well, you don't know him as well as you think you do. I just had a long talk with him. He was more than willing to implicate Hanson. Except now he's stonewalling. Thanks to you." "Me?" Rhyme asked. "He said you threatened him during that little unauthorized meeting you had a few hours ago." "Uh-huh. Heads are going to roll because of that, rest assured." "Oh, for God's sake," Rhyme spat out, laughing bitterly. "Don't you see what he's doing? Oh, let me guess. You told him that you'd arrest me, right? And he'd agree to testify if you did." The pendulum swing of Eliopolis' eyes told Rhyme that this was exactly what happened. "Don't you get it?" But Eliopolis didn't get a thing. Rhyme said, "Don't you think he'd like to get me in detention, maybe 50, 60 feet from where he is?" "Rhyme," Sachs said, frowning with concern. "What are you talking about?" the attorney said. "He wants to kill me, Reggie. That's his point. I'm the only man who's ever stopped him. He can't very well go back to work knowing I'm out there." "But he's not going anywhere, ever." "Uh-huh." Rhyme said, "After I'm dead, he'll recant. He'll never testify against Hanson. And what are you going to pressure him with? Threaten him with the needle? He won't care. He's not afraid of anything, not a single thing." What was nagging, Rhyme wondered. Something seemed wrong here. Very wrong. He decided it was the phone books. Phone books and rocks. Rhyme was lost in thought, staring at the evidence chart on the wall. He heard a jingle, glanced up. One of the agents with Heliopolis actually pulled out his handcuffs and was proceeding toward the clinitron. Rhyme laughed to himself. Better shackle the old feet. Might run away. Come on, Reggie, Solito said. The green fiber, phone books, and rocks. He remembered something the dancer had told him, sitting in the very chair Heliopolis stood beside now. $1 million. Rhyme was vaguely aware of the agent trying to figure out how to best subdue a crip, and he was vaguely aware of Sachs stepping forward trying to figure out how to subdue the agent. Suddenly he barked, "Wait!" in a voice commanding enough to freeze everyone in the room. The green fiber. He stared at it on the chart. People were talking to him. The agent was still eyeing Rhyme's hands, brandishing the tinkling cuffs, but Rhyme ignored them all. He said to Heliopolis, "Give me a half hour." "Why should I?" "Come on, what's it going to hurt? It's not like I'm going anywhere." And before the attorney could agree or disagree, Rhyme was shouting, Tom, I need to make a phone call. Are you going to help me or not?" "I don't know where he gets to sometimes. Lon, will you call him for me?" Percy Clay had just returned from burying her husband when Lon Solito tracked her down. Wearing black, she sat in the crinkly wicker chair beside Lincoln Rhyme's bed. Standing nearby was Roland Bell, in a tan suit, badly cut, thanks to the size of the 2 guns he wore. He pushed his thinning brown hair straight back over the crown of his head. Heliopolis was gone, though his 2 goons were outside, guarding the hallway. This book is continued at this point on the other side of this cassette. Please reverse or turn the cassette over now. Eliopoulos was gone, though his two goons were outside, guarding the hallway. Apparently they actually did believe that, given a chance, Tom would wheel Rhyme out the door and he'd make a getaway in the Storm Arrow, top speed 7.5 miles per hour. Percy's outfit chafed at collar and waist, and Rhyme bet that it was the only dress she owned. She began to lift ankle to knee as she sat back, realized the skirt was wrong for this pose, and sat up formally, knees together. She eyed him with impatient curiosity, and Rhyme realized that no one else, Solito and Sachs had fetched her, had delivered the news. Cowards, he thought grumpily. Percy, they won't be presenting the case against Hansen to the grand jury. For an instant there was a flash of relief. Then she understood the implication. No, she gasped. That flight Hansen made, to dump those duffel bags, the bags were fake. There was nothing in them. Her face grew pallid. They're letting him go? They can't find any connection between the dancer and Hansen. Until we do, he's free. Her hands rose to her face. It was all a waste, then? Ed and Britt? They died for nothing. He asked her, "What's happening to your company now?" Percy wasn't expecting the question. She wasn't sure she heard him. "I'm sorry?" "Your company. What's going to happen to Hudson Air now?" "We'll sell it, probably. We've had an offer from another company. They can carry the debt. We can't. Or maybe we'll just liquidate." It was the first time he'd heard resignation in her voice, a gypsy in defeat. "What other company?" "I frankly don't remember. Ron's been talking to them." "That's Ron Talbot, right?" "Yes." "Would he know about the financial condition of the company?" "Sure, as much as the lawyers and accountants, more than me." "Could you call him, ask him to come down here as soon as possible?" "I suppose I could. He was at the cemetery. He's probably home by now. I'll call him." "And Sachs," he said, turning to her, "we've got another crime scene. I need you to search it as fast as possible." Rhyme looked over the big man coming through the doorway, wearing a dark blue suit. It was shiny and had the color and cut of a uniform about it. Rhyme supposed it was what he'd worn when he flew. Percy introduced them. "So you got that son of a bitch," Talbot grumbled. "Think you'll get the chair?" "I collect the trash," Rhyme said, pleased as always when he could think up a melodramatic line. "What the DA does with it is up to him." "Did Percy tell you we've had trouble with the evidence implicating Hansen?" "Yeah, she said something about that. The evidence he dumped was fake? Why'd he do that?" "I think I can answer that, but I need some more information. Percy tells me you know the company pretty well. You're a partner, right?" Talbot nodded, took out a pack of cigarettes, saw no one else was smoking, replaced them in his pocket. He was even more rumpled than Solito, and it looked as if it had been a long time since he'd been able to button his jacket around his ample belly. "Let me try this out on you," Rhyme said. "What if Hansen didn't want to kill Ed and Percy because they were witnesses?" "But then why?" Percy blurted. Talbot asked, "You mean he had another motive? Like what?" Rhyme didn't respond directly. "Percy tells me the company hasn't been doing well for a while." Talbot shrugged. "Been a tough couple of years. Deregulation, lots of small carriers, fighting UPS and FedEx. Postal Service, too. Margins have shrunk. But you still have good... what is that, Fred? You did some white-collar crime work, right? Money that comes in. What's the word for it?" Delray snorted a laugh. "Revenue, Lincoln." "You had good revenue." Talbot nodded. "Oh, cash flow's never been a problem. It's just that more goes out than comes in." "What do you think about the theory that the dancer was hired to murder Percy and Ed so that the killer could buy the company at a discount?" "What company? Ours?" Percy asked, frowning. "Why would Hansen do that?" Talbot said, wheezing again. Percy added, "And why not just come to us with a big check? He never even approached us." I didn't actually say Hanson, Ryan pointed out. The question I asked before was, what if Hanson didn't want to kill Ed and Percy? What if it was somebody else? Who? Percy asked. I'm not sure. It's just, well, that green fiber. Green fiber? Talbot followed Rhyme's eyes to the evidence chart. Everyone seems to have forgotten about it, except me. Man never forgets a single thing, do you, Lincoln? Not too often, Fred, not too often. That fiber. Sachs, my partner, I remember you, Talbot said, nodding toward her. She found it in the hangar that Hanson leased. It was in some trace materials near the window where Stephen Call waited before he planted the bomb on Ed Carney's plane. She also found bits of brass and some white fibers and envelope glue, which tells us that somebody left a key to the hangar in an envelope somewhere for Call. But then I got to thinking, why did Call need a key to break into an empty hangar? He was a pro. He could have broken into the place in his sleep. The only reason for the key was to make it look like Hanson had left it, to implicate him. But the hijacking, Talbot said, when he killed those soldiers and stole the guns. Everybody knows he's a murderer. Oh, he probably is, Rhyme agreed. But he didn't fly his airplane over Long Island Sound and play bombardier with those phone books. Somebody else did. Percy stirred uneasily. Rhyme continued, somebody who never thought we'd find the duffel bags. Who? Talbot demanded. Sachs? She pulled 3 large evidence envelopes out of a canvas bag and rested them on the table. Inside 2 of them were accounting books. The third contained a stack of white envelopes. Those came from your office, Talbot. He gave a weak laugh. I don't think you can just take those without a warrant. Percy Clay frowned. I gave them permission. I'm still head of the company, Ron. But what are you saying, Lincoln? Rhyme regretted not sharing his suspicions with Percy before this. It was coming as a terrible shock. But he couldn't risk that she might tip their hand to Talbot. He'd covered his tracks so well until now. Rhyme glanced at Mel Cooper, who said, the green fiber that we found with the particles of key came from a ledger sheet, the white ones from an envelope. There's no doubt they match. Rhyme continued, they all came from your office, Talbot. What do you mean, Lincoln? Percy gasped. Rhyme said to Talbot, everybody at the airport knew Hanson was under investigation. You thought you'd use that fact. So you waited until one night when Percy and Ed and Britt Hale were working late. You stole Hanson's plane for the flight. You dumped the fake duffel bags. You hired the dancer. I assume you'd heard about him on your jobs in Africa or the Far East. I made a few calls. You worked for the Botswana Air Force and the Burmese government, advising them in buying used military airplanes. The dancer told me he was paid $1 million for the hit. Rhyme shook his head. That should have tipped me right there. Hanson could have had all 3 witnesses killed for a couple $100,000. Professional killing's definitely a buyer's market nowadays. $1 million told me that the man ordering the hit was an amateur, and that he had a lot of money at his disposal. The scream rose from Percy Clay's mouth, and she leapt for him. Talbot stood, backed up. How could you? She screamed. Why? Delray said, my boys from Financial Crimes are looking over your books now. What we think we're going to be finding is lots and lots of money that ain't where it ought to be. Rhyme continued. Hudson Air's a lot more successful than you were thinking, Percy. Only most of it was going into Talbot's pocket. He knew he was going to get caught someday, and he needed to get you and Ed out of the way and buy the company himself. The stock purchase option, she said. As a partner, he had a right to buy our interest from our estates at a discount if we die. This is bullshit. That guy was shooting at me, too, remember? But you didn't hire Call, Rhyme reminded. You hired Jody, the Coffin dancer, and he subcontracted the work with Call, who didn't know you from beans. How could you? Percy repeated in a hollow voice. Why? Why? Talbot raged. Because I loved you. What? Percy gasped. Talbot continued. You laughed when I said I wanted to marry you.
Ron, no,
And you went back to him. He sneered. Ed Carney, the handsome fighter pilot. Top gun. He treated you like shit and you still wanted him. Then, his face was purple with fury. Then I lost the last thing I had. I was grounded. I couldn't fly anymore. I watched the two of you logging hundreds of hours a month while all I could do was sit at a desk and push papers. You had each other, you had flying. You don't have a clue what it's like to lose everything you love. You just don't have a clue. Sachs and Solito saw him tense. They anticipated his trying something, but they hadn't guessed Talbot's strength. As Sachs stepped forward, unholstering her weapon, Talbot scooped the tall woman completely off her feet and flung her onto the evidence table, scattering microscopes and equipment, knocking Mel Cooper back into the wall. Talbot pulled the Glock from her hand. He swung it toward Bell, Solito, and Delray. All right, throw your guns on the floor. Do it now. Now!
Come on, man, Delray said, rolling his eyes. What are you going to do, climb out the window? You ain't going nowhere.
He shoved the gun toward Delray's face. I'm not going to say it again. His eyes were desperate. He reminded Rhyme of a cornered bear. The agent and the cops tossed their guns onto the floor. Bell dropped both of his. Where does that door lead? He nodded to the wall. He'd have seen Eliopolis' guards outside and knew there was no escape that way. That's a closet, Rhyme said quickly. He opened it, eyed the tiny elevator. Fuck you, Talbot whispered, pointing the gun at Rhyme. No, Sachs shouted. Talbot swung the weapon her way.
Ron, Percy cried, think about it, please.
Sachs, embarrassed but unhurt, was on her feet, looking at the pistols that lay on the floor 10 feet away. No, Sachs, Rhyme thought, don't. She'd survived the coolest professional killer in the country and now was about to get shot by a panicked amateur. Talbot's eyes were flicking back and forth from Delray and Solito to the elevator, trying to figure out the switchpad. No, Sachs, don't do it. Rhyme was trying to catch her attention, but her eyes were judging distances and angles. She'd never make it in time. Solito said, let's just talk, Talbot. Come on, put the gun down. Please, Sachs, don't do it. He'll see you, he'll go for a headshot, amateurs always do, and you'll die. She tensed, eyes on Delray's Sig Sauer. No. The instant Talbot looked back at the elevator, Sachs leapt for the floor and snagged Delray's weapon as she rolled. But Talbot saw her. Before she could lift the large automatic, he shoved the Glock at her face, squinting as he started to pull the trigger in panic. No! Rhyme shouted. The gunshot was deafening. Windows rattled, and the falcons took off into the sky. Solito scrambled for his weapon. The door burst open, and Eliopolis' officers ran into the room, their own pistols drawn. Ron Talbot, the tiny red hole in his temple, stood perfectly still for an instant, then dropped in a spiral to the ground. Oh, brother, said Mel Cooper, frozen in position, holding an evidence bag and staring down at his skinny little .38 Smith & Wesson, held in Roland Bell's steady hand, pointing out from beside the tech's elbow. Oh, my. The detective had eased up behind Cooper and slipped the weapon off the narrow belt holster on the back of the tech's belt. Bell had fired from the hip. Well, from Cooper's hip. Sachs rose to her feet and lifted her Glock out of Talbot's hand. She felt for a pulse, shook her head. The wailing filled the room as Percy Clay dropped to her knees over the body and, sobbing, pounded her fist into Talbot's dense shoulder again and again. No one moved for a long moment. Then both Amelia Sachs and Roland Bell started toward her. They paused, and it was Sachs who backed away and let the lanky detective put his arm around the petite woman and lead her from the body of her friend and enemy. Chapter 41. The last chapter. A little thunder, a sprinkling of spring rain late at night. The window was open wide, not the falcon window, of course. Rhyme didn't like them disturbed. And the room was filled with cool evening air. Amelia Sachs popped the cork and poured Cape Bread Chardonnay into Rhyme's tumbler and her glass. She looked down and gave a faint laugh. I don't believe it. On the computer beside the Clinitron was a chess program. You don't play games, she said. I mean, I've never seen you play games. Hold on, he said to her. On the screen, I do not understand what you just said. Please try again. In a clear voice, he said, Rook to Queen's Bishop 4. Checkmate. A pause. The computer said, Congratulations, followed by a digitized version of Sousa's Washington Post march. It's not for entertainment, he said churlishly. Keeps the mind sharp. It's my Nautilus machine. You want to play sometime, Sachs? I don't play chess, she said after a swallow of the fine wine. Some damn knight goes for my king. I'd rather blow him away than figure out how to outsmart him. How much did they find? Money that Talbot had hidden? Over $5 million. After the auditors had gone through the second set of books, the real books, they found that Hudson Air was an extremely profitable company. Losing the aircraft and the U.S. medical contract would sting, but there was plenty of cash to keep the company, as Percy told him, aloft. Where's the dancer? In SD. Special detention was a little-known facility in the criminal courts building. Rhyme had never seen the place. Few cops had. But in 35 years, no one had ever broken out of it. Coped his talons pretty good, Percy Clay had said when Rhyme told her this, which means, she explained, the filing down of a hunting falcon's claws. Rhyme, given his special interest in the case, insisted on being informed about the dancer's tenure in SD. He'd heard from the guards that he'd been asking about windows in the facility, what floor they were on, what part of town the facility was located in. Do I smell a service station nearby? He'd asked cryptically. When he'd heard this, Rhyme had immediately called Lon Solito and asked him to call the head of the detention center and double the guard. Amelia Sachs took another fortified sip of wine, and whatever was coming now. She inhaled deeply, then blurted, Rhyme, you should go for it. Another sip. I wasn't sure I was going to say that. Beg pardon? She's right for you. It could be real good. They rarely had trouble looking at each other's eyes. But, rough water ahead, Sachs looked down at the floor. What was this all about? When she glanced up and saw her words weren't registering, she said, I know how you feel about her, and she doesn't admit it, but I know how she feels about you. Who? You know who. Percy Clay. You're thinking she's a widow, she's not going to want someone in her life right now. But you heard what Talbot said. Carney had a girlfriend, a woman in the office. Percy knew about it. They stayed together because they were friends, and because of the company. I never... Go for it, Rhyme. Come on. I really mean that. You think it'd never work, but she doesn't care about your situation. Hell, look at what she said the other day. She was right. You're both real similar. There are times when you just need to lift your hands and let them flop into your lap in frustration. Rhyme settled for nestling his head in his luxurious down pillow. Sachs, where on earth did you get this idea? Oh, please, it's so obvious. I've seen how you've been since she showed up, how you look at her, how obsessed you've been to save her. I know what's going on. What is going on? She's like Claire Trilling, the woman who left you a few years ago. That's who you want. Oh, he nodded. So that's it. He smiled, said, Sure, Sachs, I have been thinking about Claire a lot the past few days. I lied when I said I hadn't been. Whenever you mentioned her, I could tell you were still in love with her. I know that after the accident she never saw you again. I figured it was still an open book for you, like me and Nick after he left me. You met Percy and she reminded you of Claire all over again. You realized that you could be with someone again. With her, I mean. Not with me. Hey, that's life. "Sax," he began, "it's not Percy you should have been jealous of. She's not the one that booted you out of bed the other night."
"No?"
"It was the dancer." Another splash of wine in her glass. She swirled it and looked down at the pale liquid.
"I don't understand."
"The other night," he sighed. "I had to draw the line between us, Sax. I'm already too close to you for my own good. If we're going to keep working together, I had to keep that barrier up. Don't you see? I can't be close to you, not that close, and still send you in harm's way. I can't let it happen again."
"Again?"
She was frowning, then her face flooded with understanding. "Ah, that's my Amelia," he thought. "A fine criminalist, a good shot, and she's quick as a fox."
"Oh, no, Lincoln. Claire was—"
He was nodding. "She was the tech I assigned to search the crime scene in Wall Street after the dancer's hit 5 years ago. She was the one who reached into the wastebasket and pulled out the paper that set off the bomb." Which is why he'd been so obsessed with the man, why he'd wanted, so uncharacteristically, to debrief the killer. He wanted to catch the man who'd killed his lover, wanted to know all about him. It was revenge, undiluted revenge. When Lon Solito, who'd known about Claire, had wondered if it might not be better for Percy and Hale to leave town, he was asking if Rhyme's personal feelings weren't intruding into the case. Well, yes, they were. But Lincoln Rhyme, for all the overwhelming stasis of his present life, was as much a hunter as the falcons on his window ledge. Every criminalist is, and when he scented his prey, he wouldn't be stopped. "So that's it, Sax. It has nothing to do with Percy. And as much as I wanted you to spend the night, to spend every night, I can't risk loving you any more than I do." It was so astonishing, bewildering to Lincoln Rhyme to be having this conversation. After the accident, he'd come to believe that the oak beam that had snapped his spine actually did its worst damage to his heart, killing all sensation within it. And his ability to love and be loved were as crushed as the thin fiber of his spinal cord. But the other night, Sax close to him, he'd realized how wrong he was. "You understand, don't you, Amelia?" Rhyme whispered. "Last names only," she said, smiling, walking close to the bed. She bent down and kissed him on the mouth. He pressed back into his pillow for a moment, then returned the kiss. "No, no," he persisted. But he kissed her hard once again. Her purse dropped to the floor. Her jacket and watch went on the bedside table, followed by the last of the fashion accessories to come off. Her Glock 9. They kissed again. But he pulled away. "Sax, it's too risky." "God don't give out certain," she said, their eyes locked on each other's. Then she stood and walked across the room to the light switch. "Wait," he said. She paused, looked back. Her red hair fell over her face, obscuring one eye. Into the microphone hanging on the bed frame, Rhyme commanded, "Lights out." The room went dark. This concludes the reading of The Coffin Dancer by Jeffery Deaver.